Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the fans just haven't asked for it, they have demanded it.
This August, we're headed back to Tampa for WrestleHouse 2.
WrestleMania weekend, we brought you Sinister Minister James Mitchell, TJP, Demolition Smash, Al Snow, Dutch Mantel Zeb Coulter, JTG of Primetime, and WWE Hall of Famer Gerald Briscoe for in-depth interviews and live interactive cyber autograph signings.
And if you want our Wednesday Night Wrestling Insider Special Edition episodes to continue, we need your help to bring these superstars' careers and lives to life.
Bringing you free content 7 days each week is an expensive proposition between appearance fees, air travel, renting the house, the equipment, and everything that goes in to a week of shooting. We can't do it without you.
As we prepare to return to producing live in-ring events, help us bring you the superstars and legends of yesterday and tomorrow by visiting Indiegogo now and check out some of the great rewards.
Wrestling fans, it's going to be a wild week in Tampa the first week in August. Get ready for WrestleHouse 2.
This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there live.
Happy birthday, America. It's the 4th of July. Words uttered on our broadcast every year by one of the pioneers of Boston Wrestling, MWF, one of my best friends, guy we still miss every day, the late wrestling historian, the Jackal. That it is. It's 4th of July weekend. How about that blockbuster announcement to kick off Wrestling Insider's Week in Review? In less than a month, we're headed back to the Sunshine State in an attempt to find a new Tuesday night co-host as Tony Atlas chooses to lack character, integrity, and living up to his word. It's sad, but that's how he wants to be, so we have to move on. We have set up a tremendous Indiegogo campaign as we need your help to make WrestleHouse 2 happen. The tremendous challenge on the plate beyond the house, the travel, and getting all that video equipment to Tampa is to produce 36 Wrestling Insider Special Edition episodes with 9 superstars and legends. My voice box is tired just thinking about it, but as we saw WrestleMania weekend, I am up for the challenge if you are. It is the ultimate opportunity for you, yes, you, to join the Boston Wrestling MWF family, because your name is going to be smack dab in the middle of these productions, along with other great perks on the Indiegogo. We truly need your help, as the goal itself is actually moderate when you add up all of the costs that go into WrestleHouse 2. The more we raise, the more superstars we can have, the more episodes we can tape. So really, let's go big. Let's go big. I'm damn proud of the community we've created. Is the unfortunate result of coronavirus, all the new friends we've made. Now it's time to take it to the next level. If Tony doesn't want to be with us, he doesn't want to be with us on Tuesday nights, the hell with him. There's dozens of superstars that do. So please, check out the Indiegogo campaign. Donate what you can to help make Wrestling Insiders your show, not just a program that you watch. Share it on social media. Let's keep these wrestling greats working and get them up to Boston in studio, not just at WrestleHouse in Tampa. It's going to create a month-long of work for yours truly to try and navigate all of this Indiegogo WrestleHouse work, but in the end, it's going to be so worth it. Hard work never goes to waste. And with that said, welcome to another installment of Wrestling Insider's Week in Review. It is 4th of July weekend. We almost hit 100 degrees several days in a row this week here in Boston, and today it's raining and it's not even going to hit 60 degrees. I have a hoodie on. Can you believe that? Crazy New England weather as I turn into a professional wrestling popsicle, giving up another summer Saturday to bring you fine folks another great night of content and hopefully some fun conversation in the premiere chat box. I tell you, it's that time again. America's birthday, July 4th. Half of 2021 is over. It's crazy. So whether you're joining us during the premiere or watching at a later time, as we always like to say, sit back, relax, enjoy the stories, the memories, and the legends of every era of professional wrestling here on Wrestling Insider's Week in Review. As we continue to note, it is SOS time. Save our shows. We need your support to keep bringing you so much free content every single day. I never take a day off. 71 consecutive days before I had 2 off, and now I'm on this current streak until we leave for WrestleHouse. If you're unfamiliar with the Wrestling Insider's Week in Review format, what we do is get together Saturday night and present you in your busy life with one-stop shopping that features all of our Wrestling Insider shoot interviews from the past week in one supersized program, making for hours of wrestling talk with a variety of superstars and legends. As always, we like to note you are our tag team partner in crime in building the biggest, baddest Boston Wrestling MWF ever as we prepare to celebrate our 20th anniversary this fall, which culminates with our Back to the 80s live wrestling event in Fanfest, Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. Save the date. Tomorrow on the 4th of July itself, John Cena Sr. and I are going to have some live event news for you on America's birthday. And don't forget, folks, there's still plenty of ways you can help grow these shows without spending a penny. Please, if you enjoy the content, simply give the video a Jim Duggan size thumbs up. Give us the thumbs up. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Both are absolutely free. It lets YouTube know that you enjoy the content, and therefore they share our videos with fans they think might enjoy it. It just keeps growing and growing and growing. It's like a snowball going downhill, so to speak. And we want to, that's one way I'm willing to freeze. If it'll grow the audience for these talk shows, I'm willing to get cold, baby. Millions of fans have no idea we exist. Millions of fans left wrestling after the 80s boom. Millions of wrestling fans left after the Attitude Era in the Monday Night Wars. And they might not like what's on Monday Night Raw now, but they may love our labor of love here in Boston Wrestling. That's very important, because if we don't keep growing, we risk the shows not continuing. Also, if you're watching this premiere, share the link on social media, whether that be Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Facebook wrestling groups, wrestling websites, anywhere there could be fans that would enjoy 80s, 90s, and current event wrestling talk. Share the link so they can sample what we do, and hopefully we'll make some new friends. Have you guys seen the brand new Iron Sheik Studio Shoot Interview DVD that we've uploaded on Patreon? Believe me, folks, if you love Sheiky Baby, you're going to love this one. We're looking for more of you to join our Boston Wrestling family over on Patreon at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You can find the link in the description box below. You get the early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders, access to our acclaimed Studio Shoot Interview DVD library, as seen by millions online, and millions more on The Howard Stern Show. You get Patreon exclusives, like that Chic DVD, plus you help keep wrestling legends working. Again, that's patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Die-hard fans, try it out. I know you'll love it. It was another busy week in the world of professional wrestling, so let's kick off Wrestling Insider's Week in Review podcast style with Oscar of Men on a Mission's Monday Night Mission, where the former WWF Tag Team Championship manager shoots on Marty Jannetty's in-studio implosion, along with all of the WWE NXT releases. Check out the Man on a Mission's point of view. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to the post-WWE Monday Night Raw edition of Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission. I'm Dan Marotti, along with your host, the manager of former WWE Tag Team Champions Men on a Mission himself, Oscar. Oscar, how is the world treating you wherever you may be right now, since you're not only a man on a mission, you're a man on a move?
The question is not how the world is treating me, obviously, but how is your week?
You want to honestly know what I'm doing right now? Before we approach the 500-pound elephant in the room, I'm battling with Southwest Airlines right now on Twitter. And you know what? This has nothing to do with wrestling. If you're watching the premiere, you may find some humor in the real-life nonsense that we have to go through. But as you know, Oscar, I put through what was supposed to be 70 consecutive days at the studio, and it turned into 71 consecutive days at the studio. Did I tell you about my travel dilemma this week?
No, I was going to ask you about that. Did you went down to Florida with your kids and wife, and yeah, where'd you stay? Where'd you go? What did you guys do?
Well,
Are you back?
we got on the plane. And there were massive storms up and down the East Coast on, I think it was Wednesday, the day we were supposed to leave. So they brought me down into the plane. The little Marathis came down. But Linda suffers from extreme anxiety, hates to fly to begin with. Mm-hmm. Then the imbecile that they hired as a flight attendant on this flight started to talk in front of the passengers about how horrible of a flight it was going to be, how the turbulence was going to be terrible. And at that point, Linda found her inner ultimate warrior, grabbed her bag, and ran off of the fucking plane. Now, I had no idea what was going on. The kids had no idea what was going on. So I had to follow them off the plane. There was a long delay because of the weather, and I said to the, I guess gate agent would be the term, I said, how long do I have until we can get back on? And he goes, well, it's unknown at this point. So I had to track Linda down. She refused to fly whatsoever. And I'm like, do you know how much this cost? You know, not to consider her own personal feelings, I had to worry about the wallet. And you know what? I apologize because it was a tense couple of minutes. I didn't even know what was happening. So I wound up talking to, I believe her name was Meg. She was one of the supervisors there for Southwest in Boston. She was very kind. She offered to rebook us for the next morning at 5:50 a.m. or something horrible like that. But Linda refused. So we sat there. We talked. It wasn't happening. So I had to go. I asked for another supervisor. Meg was vanished, so I talked to a nice guy named Jose. Jose, he agreed with me. So the flight attendants, they're trained to try and diffuse situations like that and calm the passengers down, not scare them before they even begin the flight. So nice chat with Jose. He gave me all kinds of information. And at that point, we had to leave the airport. Only problem with that is, well, the bags were on the plane. So we had to go to baggage claim. And I spoke to a wonderful lady that worked for Southwest at baggage claim at Boston. Her name was Katie. She was very nice, very helpful. She said she had a connection down in Orlando and was going to have the bags returned the next day. So I said, that's fine. So the next day, the plan was to try and get the bags. Then we wanted to come up with something fun for the kids that she could handle by car because she didn't want to fly. My theory has always been, Oscar, and as a man that has flown probably millions of miles, I think you might agree, I've always said to her and the kids, I said, during rocky weather and whatnot, we've all flown through thunderstorms and snow and such. Don't get nervous unless you see the flight attendants get nervous. You know what I mean? They've seen it all. They've done it all when it comes to flying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. If the flight attendants to start to cringe, then you really probably you need to start praying.
Well, this imbecile that they had working on flight number 6755 on June the 23rd put the fear of God into Linda. She doesn't like to fly to begin with, and once she heard this flight attendant say that, like I said, she went from being Linda into Jim Hellwig, and how quick she bolted off of that airplane. It was amazing and insane at the same time. So we instead decided to go up to the wonderful White Mountains in New Hampshire, a very nice place I've been going to almost annually since I was a kid. Found a nice little hotel, some activities for the kids, nice pool, nice places to eat, little outlet mall. So we thought all was well in the world. So the only problem was we had to get the bags back. We spoke to our friend Katie the next day, went to get the bag, packed everything up, and off we went to the White Mountains. Went to eat, checked in, wanted to go down to the pool. Great. Went to go get my bathing suit. I opened my bag, and Oscar, what was in that bag? It looked like half of my clothes were used as toilet paper. The other half of my shorts and underwear looked like there was semen on them. And there was this goo on the inside of the suitcase. Linda, her belongings were just wet, and the third bag was fine. So then I had to deal with this. Bag gate, I guess we're going to call it, as I'm still dealing with it right now, as I just sent them some lovely pictures of my shit and semen-covered clothes. to make matters worse, for my 40th birthday last year, Oscar, I don't know if I told you, but one thing I wanted to do for me for once, it is a tradition for John Cena Sr. He loves Halloween Horror Nights at Universal Orlando. I have been to Universal Orlando hundreds of times. I am an annual pass holder, but for whatever the reason, even though I used to live in Florida for 2 or 3 months out of the year, I never made it to Halloween Horror Nights. I was going to treat myself last year for my birthday, and then they canceled it because of COVID. So, this year, booked it. Even the oldest one was able to get some time off from work and was going to come along. They had a great, to their credit, 50% off sale the other day, so that's a pretty good price. I booked it, but I never got a confirmation email. So in the midst of these discussions about the flight attendant and my shit and semen-covered clothes and my gooey bag, I asked them why I didn't receive a confirmation number. And they said, oh, well, we had an outage and your your reservation wasn't confirmed. I said, my credit card my credit card was already billed. It's on the activity and statement section. And they said, no, it didn't go through. There was an outage. I said, outage or not, there is a charge for these plane tickets on my credit card. So this began another battle. Then on Twitter, they switch off different Twitter representatives, I guess. And today the excuse was, oh no, your method of payment wasn't accepted, which is a crock of shit because I sent him a screenshot of my credit card being billed. So I mean, I don't even, and they just sent me another message right now. There's this woman, Taylor, is trying to help, but she's not doing a very good job in helping the cause. But, I'm going to let Taylor know we're in the middle of a podcast. But Oscar, can you see my inner frustrations with Southwest Airlines right now?
But what comes to mind is what happened to your clothes? I mean, they didn't have them for that long, and who opened your bags to put a bunch of crock on your clothes like that? How does that happen?
Obviously it wasn't feces, but I mean, it's just what it looked like. It looked more like someone took a coffee or chocolate milk and just spilled it all over my clothes. And then there was this white substance all over the majority of my underwear and my shorts.
My question is, who opened your bag?
I have no idea.
Where did they open your bags for that to even happen?
It could have been in Logan. It could have been in MCO, Orlando International Airport. I have no idea. It was insane. And on top of it, let's make matters even worse. We're in the middle of nowhere in New Hampshire, pretty much. And with my size, I have to have a larger shirts. I can wear normal size pants, normal size shorts, and things like that. That was no problem. But I wear normally a 2 extra large tall. And believe me, in the middle of the White Mountains in New Hampshire, there were no big and tall stores. So we had to go to this outlet mall, store to store to store, because I can get into a 3 extra large mezza. I mean, it fits okay, but I need the length because I have a long torso and normal size legs. Finally, we went to Under Armour. They had 2 XXX shirts that I bought and was at least able to get home. I mean, you can't make this up. Only the life of Dan Marati. After 71 consecutive days in this building, to try and put a smile on the fans' faces with our tremendous wrestling conversations. How was your week?
No.
Oh, there's more. All right.
Yeah.
Well,
you ain't gonna act like you about to breeze by what I'm about to ask you. What did you do to my friend Marty?
What did I do to your friend Marty? The problem is,
what did you do to my friend Marty?
What did Marty do to your friend Marty? Again, one of the worst nights I have ever had in almost 28 years of professional wrestling, 20 here in the Boston Wrestling MWF. For the fans that want not the Cliff Notes version, check out the quote-unquote little mini shoot interview I did last night. I got back so late from New Hampshire, I didn't have time to produce the usual week in review show we do which ran Sunday night because there was no pay-per-view instead of its normal Saturday night time slot. But as you know from the interview that we did last week on Monday Night Mission, we pre-taped it on the Saturday. On Friday and Saturday, Marty was exceptional. He was great. He was fun. He was funny. He was engaging. We had a good time we went much longer than we usually do. We had a good time. But then on Sunday, Oscar, my dear God, he showed up at this studio and he just reeked of liquor. It took us over 4 hours to try and sober him up. 4 hours. We had a super fan in attendance, and thank the good Lord for our friend. I'm just going to call him P. I don't want to call him out and have people questioning him or wanting him to be part of interviews and so on and so forth. Just a great guy, a good human being. He got him a bagel. He got him coffee. We tried to get him outside for fresh air. The studio staff was absolutely bullshit. This was Father's Day, mind you, and they were spending the quote-unquote holiday at the studio with a drunk man that could barely speak. Before it all fell apart, I said, well, let me see how bad he is. We tried to do a watch-along of his match with the Rockers against the Twin Towers at Trump Plaza from WrestleMania 5, but he just slurred, and he couldn't. He would be furious if we ever recorded him in that capacity, even though he chose to do what he did. So we wasted 4 hours. We finally got him to be decent. We produced a couple of episodes that were so-so. Then, as you know, when it comes, or you don't know, I don't think you've ever been here for one of our live episodes. We have to take a break from taping because I have to set up all the social media stuff. And mind you, as I told you, we had no studio staff to do anything. So I had to set up everything in the control room to try and go live for the Hell in the Cell pay-per-view. So about 15 minutes before we were ready to go live, I was getting ready to make sure Marty's microphone was working and so on, and he vanished. There was no Marty Jannetty. I looked everywhere in this building for Marty. Nothing. No sign of him. Come to find out, he hit the fan. Could you give me a ride down the street real quick? And he wound up taking him to a liquor store where he had more to drink. So we brought him back. For the first few minutes, he was okay, but it just started to slowly go downhill. And then he started with little jabs and little insults, and I was trying to rise above him. Like, what was Michelle Obama's phrase? When you go high, or when you go low, we go high, or however she spoke it. That was my mindset. But then he started about the money. Yeah, when you paying me, man? You know, you blocked the door, so I couldn't even get in this studio, which was complete and utter bullshit. You know, you just don't want to pay me. Where's my money? Where's my money? I have never been insulted like that before in my life. I exploded. I got up. I left the set. I came into the room where, you know, I usually sit to do my busy work, where I am right now. I got his envelope. I ran back in, and I literally threw it at him. I was so pissed off. I said, here's your money. Then at the end, well, we ended it very, very, very early because this was turning into an argument, hot and heavy, a complete and utter disaster. But he does, you know, the cyber autograph signing. Then he said, I don't want the money from the autographs. I would not let him leave until he took the money from the autographs because he was going to have something to potentially bitch about on social media, drunk. So I threw that money at him, and he did take it. And then we just cut it, I don't know how early, at least an hour and a half early. The fans might remember better than me. It was just brutal. I wanted to kill Marty. And throughout the whole thing, he's threatening me. What would you do if I jumped over the table and choked you out? How would that feel? I said, I imagine it wouldn't feel very good if I couldn't breathe. Again, I probably am overstating how angry I got. I did, once the money thing came up, though, I exploded. Other than that, I tried to be assertive, I guess maybe is the best way to put it. And then it got worse on Monday. I thought I was rid of him. I thought I was done with him. I wake up to an email from JetBlue saying that his itinerary was canceled. On top of that, he was so drunk he lost his cell phone the night before, so there was no way to communicate with him. I started getting messages on social media from the sister he's living with while he recuperates. from the ankle surgeries, and I don't know why the itinerary was canceled, but around, I don't know what time it was not long before Raw, he resurfaced in Georgia, and she went and picked him up. From there, he's been out.
How did he get home?
The sister went and picked him up at the airport. But I mean, my dear God, Oscar, I've communicated with him twice, and it has been nice communications, I want to state, since the implosion last Sunday night. And again, you know what? As angry as I am by the actions, I still care about the human being. And I have gone to great lengths this week to try and give him 3 different platforms he can use to try and get the help that he desperately needs. Now, keep in mind, this man has gone through 2 major reconstructive ankle surgeries this year alone. He probably should have spread them out further, but that's a different story for a different time. So he's in pain 24/7, which I can understand with my CRPS that I have to deal with every day. I'm in pain every day. But I've never showed up ready to conduct content in a condition like that. I was blown away. But it is what it is.
Yeah.
You know, I spoke to our friends in Connecticut who have been very willing to help. There is also an addiction specialist that is willing to help. And, of course, as you know, our president, acclaimed psychiatrist, Dr. David Reese, someone who's well-versed in CTE. And, you know, Marty has had some major concussions throughout his career. So, you know what? I gave him 3 platforms to explore if he wants to explore. I don't, due to medical reasons.
I want to ask
okay,
you,
go ahead, sure.
What did they say in Connecticut? Because I tried to call a couple of avenues, but I mean, everybody I call, I mean, it goes straight to voicemail, and Sue say they closed. So,
well,
I mean, who'd you get to, and what did they say?
The
reason why I asked that, hold on.
Yeah.
The reason why I asked that is he's not going to go on his own. He's not going to go if I beg him to go. He's not going to respond if Reese call him. He's not going to go if you call him. So my thinking was the best shot that he has to listen to somebody is if the office call him. That's the best bet.
You know, like I said, I don't want to get into too much potential private information, I guess maybe is the way to word it. But, you know, there are people that are willing to help, that have wanted to help in the past, but Marty has to choose to accept the help. He could have the help probably tomorrow. What I didn't realize was, Oscar, and it's kind of funny, but I look back at it as what an idiot. I reached out to these people in the middle of the afternoon on Father's Day. I'm bothering them on Father's Day about a collapsed Marty Jannetty. The fact that it was Father's Day totally slipped my mind. At this point, I was so angry. I said, this man needs help immediately. And then I said, and then later on, as I must have, after he finally left, I probably sat at my desk for about an hour just trying to decompress. And I said, holy shit, I called them on Father's Day Sunday. They're probably having, you know, dinner with their wife and kids and so on and so forth. And here I am doing this. I'm like, oh my God. But no backlash as a result of that. Knock on wood. As usual, my intentions were always very good because let me tell you this again. I want to state, while I am angry with what Marty chose to do, I am angry there was a similar situation in February. He is a good human being, and he's in a lot of physical pain from trying to give the fans the best presentation in ring possible for decades. And you know what? For that, he deserves our respect and I think sympathy to some degree. But at the same time,
sympathy because what's happening with him is, I mean, it's not like it's unique. I mean, it's not like we haven't seen this before. It happens it happens all the time. It happens to people we love. We still got to pray for them. You know, we still got to love them and all that. But what I am concerned, what I'm a little confused about is I'll listen to the link you sent me I studied it actually, and your question was, do you use him again?
Can you trust him?
Yeah, but see, the answer to that question right now is, and I love the guy. I understand where you're coming from. I understand the question, but unequivocally, the answer is right now, no, you cannot. He has got to get you. He has got to get, and we have got to know that he has gotten the help he needs. Because I mean, he's gonna say, "I'm sorry." He's gonna say, "I'm never gonna do that again." But until he really clears up the problem and clears it up professionally at this point, I've known Marty Jannetty going on 30 years. And I've never seen him like this, but he has had the same problem all this time. And so just because he say he's all right and all that does not mean he's all right. It's quite the contrary. He got to get the help he needs before you even consider having him back there.
Well, we had a similar issue in February. And Oscar, I tell you this, Marty and I, behind the scenes, we had some fights leading into this appearance. He didn't like some of the episodes that aired. But here's the problem. We paid the man to show up. We have to fill the content each week. And that is what he left us to work with. He chose to show up in that condition. He's an adult. He's not a kid. No one kidnapped him and poured alcohol down his throat to go along with whatever medication he may need as a result of going to the doctors. If the fans ever saw the content that was edited out, and Marty realized the content that was edited out, I think he'd give me a hug because it was bad. If he thought what aired was bad, he wouldn't obviously remember in the condition he was in, but what I took out was atrocious. So I did him a favor once. This past Sunday, I didn't even bother to record because it would have been horrible. The fans wouldn't have been able to understand him to begin with, and he was just in, again, no condition to perform. The episodes that we did get were, like I said, Friday and Saturday, great. Sunday, it was fair. And then he went to the liquor store again, which I didn't know about, and he came back just hammered, and it was just horrible. Horrible. And I've dealt with the Sheik at his worst.
Full disclosure, if you had filmed the fight and posted that would be the best episode ever.
Everyone wants to see it, but the reason I don't want to put it up is out of respect to Marty and make a fool out of him.
No, I understand. I understand that, but it still would be great television.
Well, maybe someday we'll do an audio version of it. I don't know. You know what I think might be good? Let's fast forward a year or two. Let's say Marty utilizes what's at his disposal.
Yeah.
And gets better and gets healthy. And we have a great comeback story to tell. And we can take snippets. Look, this was Marty at his worst, and look at him now, contributing to wrestling in a positive way, contributing to this talk show, training young athletes that want to get into this industry, working our live events and trying to coach the great talent we have here in Boston Wrestling, MWF. Maybe there can be a positive ending to the story, but we're not there now. We're not there now at all.
He would make a great coach and mentor and speaker to the younger athletes coming up in the game, because he would be coming from, an honest place. People in that situation, they're the best because they can really teach you about real life, but the story got to be how they overcame it.
Yeah. Well, he did. Again, I don't know if I'm crossing the boundaries, but he did say he was willing to talk to David Reese. So maybe the good doctor could, maybe he could encourage him. I don't know if that's the word I'm looking for, but, Reese is so well-versed in things like CTE. I mean, he's a gold mine for everyone in this industry. He's an untapped resource, I guess maybe is the best way to put it.
Well, Reese got a lot more at his disposal than he used to have. He's working real close with David Nowinski.
Chris Nowinski, you mean, right?
Yeah, Chris Nowinski and Dr. Cantu and all those people up at the Legacy Foundation. that might be where Marty needs to spend some time because, I mean, those people can actually get him in there and do some real examinations to get to the root of the medical side of it, and then deal with the addiction part of it.
Well, I mean, yeah, a lot needs to be done. I feel bad for the human being very much. You know, beyond Reese and his pieces out in Las Vegas, this is a serious situation that I think he could do a lot of good for. You know, I think he might be the man to help guide Marty in the right direction. If Marty develops a rapport with him and he trusts him, you know, maybe Marty would be more open to accepting the other help that's available to him. I don't want to wake up one day and we see the WWE tweet, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
But therein lies the trick. See, there's a lot of people that can help him, but in order to get that help, you first got to seriously want to help yourself. We can't send men in white coats to go get Marty and force him into anything. He got to want to really, 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 really get help first. You know, God help those who help themselves. He got to want to really help himself, approach Reese, and take that resource seriously before anything can happen. But the sad part is a lot of people, you know, when they get like this, they would rather continue the course of that downward spiral, and that's what we got to pray that's not what's going to happen going forward.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I just, you know, I think you and we need to very soon do an episode related to the live wrestling. We had the board of directors meetings that you flew in for last week. You know, there's a lot I think we need to talk about when it comes to the in-ring portion of Boston Wrestling MWF, what that means to our different talk show series. But, I mean, where you say Marty can't be trusted, I would say right now it probably would not be a good gamble to invest in him at a live event. But do you think the same should be said for the studio as far as the talk shows go?
No, you cannot trust him to do nothing right now.
Yeah.
That man is not going into a bad place. He's there.
Well, I guess the quote unquote good news is we did tape, you know, probably a couple of months worth of great content on his good days. You know, maybe we could hit the pause button on the show. We're still trying to figure out what to do with Tuesday because of Tony Atlas, but that's a different story for a different time. You know, maybe, I don't know how long these rehab programs last. I think they're usually at least a month, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't look. You cannot deal with you cannot deal with that situation till it has been 100% resolved, and that there's no question about it. Nobody can tell you it's resolved. He definitely can't tell you it's resolved, because if you call them up and ask them right now, is he cool? Of course he's gonna tell you.
He's gonna. Yeah, I'm great.
And then next thing you know, you're gonna be in the studio dealing with. And then too, here's the other thing: you got too many more resources and too many more individuals that you can count on to put your eggs in a basket that you're not sure of. You know, why take a gamble when you can get a sure bet? You got people that you know not going to give you no problems like that.
Oh, definitely. But I can only hope for the best. Like I said, I know that I did everything I could to try and help the man, when at the same time I wanted to strangle him, if that makes any sense. But
no, I mean, I got you 100%. But right now, you know, like I said, you need to move on and concentrate the more positive things until that situation rectifies itself.
Well, technically, we have a couple of months before we really have to worry about it. So I guess maybe that's the good thing, again, where we did tape a lot of good content on the days that Marty was, you know, with it. I thought he was outstanding, as usual. He's a very engaging guest when he is of clear mind. We just need to make sure that we can get the Marty of clear mind. Like you said, taking his word for it. I mean, what are you going to do? He's in a bad place. He's a good human being in a bad place. I guess that's the way I want to stress it. You know, there's some fans that want to make a joke out of it. They all, oh, please release the video footage. Why would I want to release the video footage? To make Marty look like an idiot so people can laugh at it?
Nah, you don't want,
Exactly.
You don't want to do that because, you know, at the end of the day, you know, his contribution to our sports entertainment thing, you know, deserves a lot more respect than that.
Absolutely.
You know,
and that's
he's
why
got a lot more highlights than he has lowlights. So you don't want to see nobody, you know, of that caliber in the WWF. You don't want to remember him going out like that. So yeah, you want to give respect where respect is due, no matter what the situation is.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Again, I've communicated with him twice. The problem is his phone. Like I said, he lost his phone when he was up here. He was in such a bad condition, and I God only knows where it is. He's waiting for the new phone to arrive in the mail, and then him and I will be able to communicate, you know, as we normally would, and hopefully, whether it be Reese, whether it be some of these other resources, we can guide him in the right direction, and you know, we can have the good Marty, because the good Marty has a lot to offer the fans. He has a lot to offer wrestling, and I think he has a lot to offer himself.
Yeah, well, hopefully the good Marty will be back, but as they say in that situation, one day at a time.
Well, I know the fans absolutely love the episode that we produced last week where the three of us you two, just kind of sat back and, you know, relived the good old days and shared old stories, and it was really a fun episode. It's so sad what I walked into 24 hours later. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but see, the thing is that an episode like that shows you that's who he really is,
right?
You know,
and that's the part of me that feels bad for him. That's the part of me that wants to at least. Well, I can't do anything to help him. I'm not a medical professional, but I want to at least try and open up every door for him that there is for him to walk through.
And that's all you can do.
I've tried. I know that much. Where it goes from here, nobody knows, I guess, is the best way to put it.
All right, what else we got?
Well, you know what? There's a lot to talk about, Oscar, but how about this? Let's take a brief time out. Let's gather ourselves. We've been kind of somber and serious so far. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about what's happening in the world of the king of sports, professional wrestling. Stand by, folks. Boston Wrestling Sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marati.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now, available on eBay. As the Demon, he became the first WWE Universal Champion at SummerSlam 2016. Here's your chance to own this limited edition collector's autographed art print, personally signed by Finn Balor, one of only 50 made, direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your wrestling collection now.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as
Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. We certainly hope you are saving the date. Saturday night, November the 13th, Memorial Hall, Melrose, Massachusetts. We're going to be talking a lot more about it. As I noted earlier, I think the VP and I should release an episode sometime soon about what went on at the Board of Directors meeting, some of the changes that have been discussed, some things that are happening on camera, behind the scenes, on microphones, off microphones, texts, emails, phone calls. The fun never ends, Oscar, as you know. Being on top isn't easy, brother.
I do want to take a second
All right.
to congratulate John Cena Sr. because his boy, John Cena Jr., did an above and beyond job in Fast and Furious 9.
Did you go to see it?
I went to see it last night, me and a dreamy one, and I mean, I expected him to do a good job, but he really, really, really exceeded my expectations because he didn't just go in there and be a action star. He went in there with some real action chops.
You were impressed, and you don't impress easy.
Right. I was really impressed. And the next time I see him, I got to give him a pat on the back because, let me tell you what the difference. When Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson Dwayne go in and he can carry a movie. He can do action and stunts and have action-packed content, and that will make a whole movie, and the movie is good. But John Cena brought more than that to it. He brought some emotion to to his role. He brought some real, he brought some real excellent dialogue delivery to the role. Facial expressions and body movement, and he really made you feel like he was Dom Toretto's brother. And I just cannot say enough that he really rocked that. He really rocked that part in that movie.
Well, maybe they're going to need you for Fast 10. You and Cena both rap. Could be a good combination, no?
I can't see nowhere where I would fit in.
I could see you in an action-adventure movie like that.
I believe if the Fast and Furious legacy continues, one more movie, at least two more, then just like The Rock lasted like 3 or 4 of those movies, John Cena is good for at least a couple of more.
Well, good. I hope so. I actually, when we were away, I went to one of the more unique movie theaters I've ever been to. It was in a mall up in North Conway, New Hampshire, and I took the little one to see The Conjuring 3, which kind of scared the shit out of him a little bit. But I love those types of movies. I enjoyed it a great deal. But just an old school movie theater, it probably had maybe 50, 60 seats. There were little rows of 4, and the screen was really, really small, bigger than the biggest HD TV available, but certainly not what you have come to expect nowadays with the movie theaters. But it was almost retro, and I liked it. We had fun going to the theater, and again, escaping my Southwest Airlines and Marty Jannetty reality for a couple of hours was good.
Oh, yeah. No, but the whole thing is, it's funny that you say that. The whole thing is because of the pandemic, I haven't been into a movie theater for over a year. So just having that experience last night was great. Hey, hon, what did you think about John Cena's performance in Fast 9? I was telling him he did an above and beyond job. I'm sorry, what you say? Because you got to speak up.
I agree.
Okay, what did you like about it? Yeah, what did you like about it?
I like the movie.
No, we're talking about John Cena's performance. I was telling him that he really rocked it.
I like it because you can see him. You can see in his acting how he's evolved from the small things that they had him do before, like in Daddy's Home, to now. A lot of growth as far as his part and his role and the emotional factor, and he just did a great job. You didn't think that he was a wrestler coming in as an amateur actor. He looked like an actor.
And I said that, the difference between him and The Rock is The Rock relied on his acting skills through the whole movie, but John Cena actually lived that role. His facial expressions, his dialogue, and everything like that. He really proved to be an actor in that movie, and it would surprise me.
Well, I know Baby Marati wants to see it. I've seen a couple of the Fast and Furiouses, but certainly not all 9 of them. I'll have to get caught up.
They're a fantastic series. You should see them all.
I enjoy the ride that they have at Universal Studios in Orlando. That's kind of a fun ride that's not a roller coaster, as I refuse to do roller coasters, Oscar. That's a different story. Different story for a different time. But what do you think about, and again, Linda, she wanted, after 71 consecutive studio days, she wanted me to try and escape wrestling, but you know what? The wrestling drags me back in. Did you hear about all the releases yet again this week?
No. Who got going now?
Well, the axe swung at 14. Mainly NXT and 205 Live talents, but it got the creative juices flowing in my mind, especially where President Reese put the fist down. He wants more live wrestling, no matter what that means to the talk shows. But again, I think you and I maybe will do an episode on that over the next week or two. But some names you will recognize. I think the biggest two would be Tyler Breeze and Fandango.
Well, see, here's the thing with that. We have to not do an episode about it, but we need to seriously sit down and bust open the books and see what we can realistically afford, and where if we take a loss, it's not going to kill the company. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, November 13th is the 20th anniversary, so if you're ever going to go big, that's the night you go big, in my opinion. And I stated that even though I'm not on the board of directors or have an official role like you and Reese do, that's my opinion. I think if there is ever a time to go big, it is on November 13th. I think that is much wiser than the Fabulous Women of Wrestling, John Cena Sr.'s idea.
No. You don't want to go big on November 13th. And then you can't have a show after 2022.
Oh, I understand that completely. But, like I said, if there is ever a night to to break out the proverbial champagne at a live wrestling event. I think after 2 decades of Boston Wrestling MWF, it is that night where it is going to be such an all-inclusive event. You have the 80s legends that are going to be there doing the autographs and the photos. You're going to have the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow ready to blow the roof off of Memorial Hall in that squared circle. And then on top of that, November 13th, that's going to be the official kickoff to the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. So, I mean, you have all of those combustible elements all in one place at one time with so many people that really don't like each other. I think it's going to make for a night the fans will never forget, not only meeting the legends, but the hot action we're going to have inside the ring.
Yeah, but see, here's the one thing that
What do we got, brother?
You got to take into consideration. You're having that in addition to John Cena Sr. and his Vegas type gamble with this women's situation that I'm totally against, by the way.
Well, I'm glad we agree. But I think Reese thinks he might get some more pieces out of it. I don't know.
Okay, well, all right. Well, we tried to talk him out of it, but
well, you know, look, nothing is concrete. Like I said, we're going to have further discussions, but this was probably the biggest meeting we've had since the pandemic, where everybody was able to get together in the same room. But again, back to these releases. I mean, Tyler Breeze, when he was portraying his original NXT character, I thought, this is a guy, maybe he's not a pay-per-view main eventer in WWE, but he's a guy that could be main eventing Raw or SmackDown to set the main eventers up for the main events on the pay-per-views. Just totally wasted. I was told by a mutual friend the reasoning behind his burial, and it was just absolutely absurd and ridiculous and petty high school-like politics. And then they wound up putting him in a comedy tag team with Fandango, and, you know, it was fun to go, da-na, da-da-da-na-na. Okay, you know what? But 2 really solid in-ring talents. You know, Fandango, funny enough, he's a Northeast guy. He's from Maine, and, you know, I don't think I've ever met him. We're about the same age. I think he's a year younger than me. So I found that kind of odd, but whatever the case may be, I just... wasted potential when it comes to Tyler Breeze. This is a guy that should have really enhanced WWE's television shows and instead was used as a goof. Would you care to see either of those individuals in Boston wrestling at some point?
Not really, no, because I'm not a fan of either one of them.
Really? All right.
I didn't find them talented.
Really?
When they were on television. And I mean, if that's the way, when it comes down to the vote, I'm going to vote no. But of course, there's a board where I'm probably going to be outvoted. From the aspect of this, let me walk back my statement a second. I tell you this all the time. Anything and anybody that's fresh off TV or fresh off a TV memory, which means, okay, they got buried, but they were still on TV from time to time, that's going to be a draw. So I walk that back and say, yeah, I like to see him.
Again, it's all about, like you said, the numbers at the end of the day. You know,
right.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of 80s legends there. I don't know as far as how big they're going to go with quote-unquote current talent. Also released, there's a couple of guys you may remember from 205 Live. Tony Nese, he competed at WrestleMania 35 in New York City. In his backyard, and Araya Davari, the younger brother of Sean Davari.
Well, Tony Nese, I'm surprised because Tony Nese was good. He was one of, if not 205's breakout star at one point.
Would you like to see him here in Boston wrestling?
Yeah, I would like to see him, but I would like to see him under the right conditions, which means with the right opponent, to really make an entertaining match. If we can figure that out, then it'll be a match people will talk about, and then they'll want to see him again.
Well, maybe he could work with Reese on his non-wrestling endeavor, and there could be Nese's pieces along with Reese.
Yeah, Reese's pieces.
The one that really, I guess frustrating maybe is the word more than anything, the Bollywood boys. Sunil and Samar Singh were released. They were the sidekicks of Jinder Mahal. Then when Jinder got injured, they turned him into these goofy Bollywood-type characters on 205 Live. But the problem with them, it had nothing to do with the work. I think they're stuck in Canada because of the virus and the border issues.
Well, let me tell you why I'm not surprised and why that's not a bad thing. Back in the 90s, and the reason why Mo got sent home, according to Vince, this wasn't true at the time, but Vince did give he did give the explanation that the tag team situation was too crowded.
Mm.
Now, that wasn't true at that particular time. There wasn't but so many. But it is true now. When the tag team picture up there in Connecticut gets to be so crowded, how many tag matches can you put on a Monday Night Raw, on a SmackDown?
You think
a live show?
You think the tag team division is crowded?
The tag team division is one or two slots too many.
Oh my! I couldn't disagree with you more. I think it's almost so thin. It's almost like it has AIDS. It's horrible. They only have 2 or 3 teams on each brand. It's terrible. They just throw guys together for no random reason. Then they break them up for no reason because we're going to talk about the creative before this episode ends. The creative is so out of touch with what wrestling fans want to see. I think tag teams are at a premium. With the Singhs, hopefully once they're able to get back into the United States, hopefully there's going to be a job waiting for them. They're very talented. They made Randy Orton look like $1 million when he had that championship feud with Jinder Mahal back in 2017. But I'll tell you this, out of all of them, the one that maybe hit me in the gut pretty hard, Oscar, was, I don't know if you've seen him on NXT at 205 Live, but August Gray, better known here in Boston wrestling as AG, All Good Anthony Green, who I don't think WWE ever let his true persona come out. He didn't really have a chance to. He was only there not even a year.
Yeah, but see, the problem is that, I don't know, there's not enough right now for your marquee talent to really do and shine. So, I mean, you got no choice but to thin the herd. I mean, there are people that I love to see. I mean, I think they done burnt Bailey out. They done burnt her out. There's nothing else for her really to do.
No one wants to see Bailey.
Yeah, so don't be surprised if she goes and goes quickly.
Well, we'll have to wait and see on that. I'll run through the rest of the list. I'm not sure how familiar you'd be with them. Some of them have had limited exposure on NXT. The tag team of Everrise, who never really impressed me at all, were released. Kurt Stallion, I have no idea who that is. Arturo Ruiz, no idea who that is. Marina Shafir, though, kind of an interesting name. That is the wife of Roderick Strong in NXT. Also a good friend of Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler. At one point, there had been a great talk about doing the 4 horsewomen versus the other 4 horsewomen, the wrestling version against the MMA version. And, well, not anymore, as she is no longer employed with the company. Tino Sabatelli, who had 2 different runs with WWE, a former NFL football player. And last but not least, Killian Dane, who was tag teaming with, what's the little British guy's name in NXT? Drake Maverick. Killian also was part of the Sanity faction. He had a cup of coffee in WWE when WWE wanted to get the big post-WrestleMania pop and, bring up some new talent. And then they did absolutely nothing with the Sanity faction. And now Eric Young is out of a job. Wolf is out of a job. Killian Dane is out of a job. The only member left from Sanity is the now Superwoman, what's her name? Nikki Cross. I don't know if you saw that this past week where she was dressed as a superhero, Oscar.
Yeah, I mean...
Were you impressed?
No, I
No.
mean, when I see you see a superhero costume, I see the beginning of the end.
Here is and I said that we did a Wrestling Inside a Stern but Fair Sunday night program, and this where I spoke with WWE this week. This is no insider knowledge of a conversation I had with them, but I think what you're going to see here is eventually, considering the mindset of the creative team they have now, I think that Nikki is going to try and use her newfound positive superpowers to unpossess Alexa Bliss. And I think it'll be horrible, but I think that's the direction they're going in.
I don't know. I really don't.
Could you see something like that happening, Oscar? Are you there?
It would be. It would be. It would be the dumbest storyline in a long time.
But that's not my question. Could you see it happening?
No, I hope not.
You hope not. All right. Well, we'll leave it at that. Before we go, Oscar, I had to ask you about this one. Did you hear about the new writer that was hired by WWE trying to be PC, adding another woman to the writing team? Kenise Mobley. She was on a podcast called Asian, Not Asian, earlier this month. And she discussed being hired, not being required to know anything about wrestling before being hired. Let me read you a couple of quotes, then we'll get your thought on that. She said, "Yes, I have just been hired by WWE. Given the things that you know about me and my entire life and what I'm into, yes, that's surprising. Yes, also a surprise for me. They did not require me to know anything about wrestling, but I do have a background in film and comedy writing, and they're like, quote-unquote, perfect. Come on in." So I am on the Monday Night Raw team. So there's Monday Night Raw and Friday Night SmackDown. And the people I know that are on it are Bobby. His name is either Bobby Ashley or Bobby Lashley, and I really should know that. He's like this giant black guy, and he and the people who are part of his crew, I know that they call, or at least as of last year, they called themselves the Hurt Business. The Hurt Business. They wear suits and they're like, quote unquote, we're cool. Your thoughts on this woman being added to the team to produce content that is drastically falling in popularity?
Yeah, I got a thought about that. He was there so little, I can't even remember his name. If you want to know how that's going to work for you, honey, ask, what was that announcer's name? We had that
Adnan Virk.
Ask Adnan Virk, and that's all I'm going to say about that.
Well, I guess the good news is she was released the next day.
No!
Once the comments came out online, she was brutalized on social media.
There you go. Well, there it is.
I mean, but here's the problem, Oscar. If this Kenise Mobley was foolish enough to come out and disrespect the company she worked for, disrespect the talent that she's supposedly writing for, that doesn't even know their names or their backgrounds, how many other Kenise Mobleys do they have that are employed by them right now?
No, I don't think they got. I don't think it's too many. I think this is an experiment that they try, and now with Adnan Virk and her, I would think that they are smart enough to learn their lesson. You know, I'm gonna tell you something.
Tell me, brother.
It really scares me.
All right.
With Vince not as hands-on as he used to be, I mean, really coasting towards retirement. If this is the direction we're going, and the moves we're making, somebody's in serious trouble.
Yeah, and as someone that owns WWE stock, I don't like it.
Vince would never, when Vince making all the decisions, the sole decisions, and he can listen to advice, but not run nothing by people. If this is the direction we going and the move we making, I'm seriously concerned. Because he would never do nothing like that. Ever.
I just think it's them trying to be PC. Let's bring all these women on board so we can say we're, friendly to women and so on. But you know
No,
what?
no.
You don't
bigger
agree
than
with that. Okay.
No, it's bigger than that. It's not a question of women or minorities or pride people or the LGBTQ community or nothing like that. It's a matter of getting seasoned individuals that know the wrestling business, that know how to make a Monday Night Raw, a SmackDown, and choreograph a live show into something fans want to see. Instead of all this, let's be politically correct. Let's bring this person in and try this experiment. Let's have the writers think outside the box and all this other kind of stuff like that. Because at the end of the day, it's not a TV program. It's a wrestling show. When you try to take that, when you try to turn a wrestling show into a TV program, then you want to wonder why Raw is only getting 1 million plus views.
Yeah, you're not going to get an argument out of me. I mean, they have too many people that aren't familiar with what it is that we do. And until that changes, I don't see the popularity turning around. I don't know what you think about that, but...
No, this is what I think.
What do you think, brother?
You sit Scott Steiner down and ask him, why did you torture Oscar for 2 years straight? You know what he'll tell you?
What would he tell us?
He didn't respect the business. Okay, if that's the answer to the question, I didn't respect the business, then what the hell are you doing with all these people now?
Again, what was that woman thinking? Why could you imagine just being new on the job to begin with, something you've admitted you know nothing about, but geez, ha ha ha, geez, they don't even require me to know anything about the show that I work for. Bobby Ashley's on it.
Because she didn't know no better.
Well, good riddance to bad rubbish as far as I'm concerned. She can go screw herself. And that may sound stern, but you know what? I really don't care. I take what we do in this business very, very seriously, obviously, with the time and care that we put into it and to try and give the fans a great product and experience. For her to disrespect the athletes in WWE, for her to disrespect the people that work behind the scenes in WWE, for her to disrespect the fans that are watching a show that are being produced impartially by a woman that knows nothing about what we do, go to hell as far as I'm concerned. Screw her. And that has nothing to do with her being a woman. I'd say the same thing if it was a guy.
That sentiment is shared to you by enough people that she's where she's at now. Fired.
Unemployed, baby.
Yeah, people who still have a stranglehold on the business share that sentiment, and you cannot come in and disrespect it like that, because people have worked too hard for too many years to build it up to what it is.
Exactly.
To let somebody come in and be disrespectful like that
and piss on them.
But she didn't know no better.
Well, you know what? I wouldn't do that with any job. Forget about just pro wrestling. I wouldn't do it with any job. I mean, could you imagine getting hired even at I don't know, Home Depot? I don't know anything about wood. I don't know anything about nails. I don't know anything about construction. I don't know anything about customer service. But you know what? They still hired me.
I'll give you another example.
Let's hear it, brother.
The day I came in and I had one of my first matches, my whole ideal and my whole idea was, okay, wrestling's not real. Wrestling's fake. This, that, and the other. I didn't say that out loud, but that's how I acted. Mm-hmm. That's how I did in the match. And you know who taught me better?
Oh.
Right, Rikishi. I went over by the head shrinkers as they was coming out, not respecting social distancing. I'll put it like that. and Rikishi will tell you, I came from Alabama, and he knocked me. I think he knocked me out because he hit me so hard. I saw a tornado and my dead grandma, and they told me, "Don't come near us like that again."
Now, what did you say? Do you remember off the top of your head?
No, I don't remember what I said. Didn't I tell you he almost knocked me out?
Well, it obviously pissed him off an awful lot.
Oh, I remember what I said. I said, I don't want to go to school, Mommy. I want to stay home and bake cookies with you as I was falling down.
Well, I don't know. But you learn your lesson.
Yeah, exactly. I learned my lesson. Unfortunately, they didn't give her enough time to learn hers. They just fired her.
Well, and honestly, she should have never been hired to begin with.
Nope, but somebody was trying to do a new thing.
Well, I just, you know what, they should send her, instead of sending her a bag of garbage, they should have put her in the bag of garbage and sent her home like some of the other talents had to go through. But it is what it is.
Garbage bags.
Oscar, what is going on in your world? I know you sent me an interesting video via text. I wasn't 100% sure what it was. I thought this might be a great chance for you to explain to the fans what you got cooking out in Indiana as the summer heats up.
Yeah, it's I'm on a thing called Celeb VM where you got all kind of celebrities, even big names, that will send you greetings. And what I'll do is I'll send you a rapogram. I'll send you
a rapogram.
Yeah, a birthday wish. It can be from somebody to somebody. It could be from me personally. But you tell me what subject it is. You tell me your birthday, your anniversary, your breakup, your divorce. You're just feeling good about yourself, and you want me to send a rap about it. I will do just that.
Wow. Well, wrestling fans, you heard it here. Oscar is a man on a mission that will directly send you a salvo via cell phone. How can the fans access this platform that you're on?
You go to celebvm.com and then you look up Oscar Men on a Mission, and it'll walk you through all the directions.
Celebvm.com?
Celebvm.com.
All right, we're going to have to add that to the graphics the next time we update them. We certainly want the fans to know that you're available to do these greetings. I think it'd be a lot of fun. I know how you can come up with things, raps right off the top of your head. Anyone that doesn't believe me, you know what, Oscar, I'm going to put you on the spot right now just to show people how good you are. Can I do this?
Yeah, go right ahead. Man.
All right. We did not discuss this before we went on the air, because I didn't even understand what it was that you sent me, so that would be kind of difficult. But let's say this, Oscar, come up with a rhyme about how we'd like to see Marty Jannetty a year from now.
I'm Oscar from the Mission, but they call me Casanova. The party with Marty right now, it's over. Marty came in, and he was a punk. He came in, and he was kind of drunk. Because kind of drunk, and that ain't right. And him and Marty, they got into a fight. But I'm going to say this, let me plant the seed. I'm really hoping that you get the help you need. I say it like this from the place to be. We love you, Marty Jannetty.
Hey, you know what? That was great. And again, we didn't go over this beforehand. I had no idea I was going to ask you to rap on this show, and I really was unfamiliar with celebvm.com, but that is the place to reach Oscar. He could create something magnificent in his home or wherever he may be on his travels. Oscar, anything else interesting coming up that you want to plug before we go?
Yeah, I got to get more information on it, but a couple of appearances coming up. October is going to be kind of a busy month. October 15th, I have a virtual autograph signing. Like I said, I got to get more information. It's going to be somewhere outside of Newark, New Jersey. I'll know more. And the next day, the 16th, in Milledgeville, Maryland, there's a Celeb Fest with myself, Brutus the Barber Beefcake, and a whole bunch of really, really, really great names are going to be at the Celeb Fest right outside Baltimore on October 16th. So we're all going to be there to have a good time. So we invite everybody to come out.
All right. Well, wrestling fans, you heard it from the man on a mission himself as we have a busy week ahead here in the world of Boston Wrestling MWF. Again, you can get early ad-free access to our in-studio Wrestling Insider studio shoot interviews over at patreon.com/Boston wrestling. Along with that early access, you get access to our world-renowned studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online, millions more on the Howard Stern Show because of Sheiky Baby. You get some Patreon exclusive videos and the knowledge that your fine self are helping keep Wrestling Legends working. The eBay store is open 24/7. You can find the link in the description box below. And if you enjoyed the great content on this program, the Super Chat button is open right underneath the premiere box where you share your thoughts on what Oscar and I are discussing. If you're not watching the premiere live after Raw, leave your thoughts on the show in the comments section below. If you could give us a thumbs up, subscribe to the YouTube channel. It lets the YouTube computers, algorithms, people, whoever runs YouTube know that you like what we do, and it shares it with more and more fans so we can continue to grow more and more. I'd love to have Oscar in the studio every week. I'd love to have all of these superstars in the studio every week. But again, with that comes the financial obligation, which isn't cheap, believe me. The airfares have shot through the roof since that gas hijack a month or so ago. And as a man that loves to fly, Oscar knows about these increased airline tickets.
Yeah, you used to get from here to Boston for $80 round trip. I looked at it the other day. It's $400 and something. I mean, just overnight.
You
just wake up and the airfare is like, you can't afford to go nowhere no more.
Marty's was originally going to be with us. I think it was Memorial Day weekend in May, but when that gas issue happened, the price ticket more than tripled overnight. We couldn't afford it, which is why we had to push it out to June, which God only knows what that might have turned into in May. But for my partner in crime on Monday night, each and every Monday night, we're back at 11 o'clock for the premieres. The fans spoke. They like the later night premieres of the show. If they choose to watch it the next day, a couple of days later, that's why we have the archives here on YouTube, because if you subscribe, you never miss an episode. They send you a little alert. So we plan on us being here every Monday night after Raw, whether it's good, bad, somewhere in between. You can count on Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission. Until next week, you and yours, be well, be healthy. We'll see you then. Good night. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Lowell Memorial Auditorium in Lowell, Massachusetts, Saturday, June the 28th, 1980. In the opening contest, Jose Estrada beat Duke of Dorchester Pete Doherty. Frank Savage with the win over Frank Williams. WWF Tag Team Champion Afa and Tor Kamato, who replaced Sika, retained the title over Rick McGraw and Johnny Rodz. Pat Patterson defeated Tor Kamato via countout. And in the main event, the WWF Intercontinental Champion Ken Patera retained the title over Polish Power Ivan Putski via countout. If you were in Lowell live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll Journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep Wrestling Legends working during the worst of times.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep Wrestling Legends working on eBay. Get this WWE NXT TakeOver War Games 2020 11x14 limited edition
Autographed posters signed by everyone on the event, number 23 of only 100 made. Include signatures from the Undisputed Era, Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Tommaso Ciampa, Timothy Thatcher, Io Shirai, Tony Storm, Rhea Ripley, Dexter, Loomis, and more. Comes with authentication hologram on the back of the poster. Also comes with mystery autographed 8x10 and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now.
Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. Don't forget that Oscar's Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission is back with brand new episodes every week in its traditional time slot of Monday night at 11 p.m. after WWE Raw. As we continue with Wrestling Insiders Week in Review, don't forget that the Super Chat button is open for business, and baby, we need all the help we can get after April and May. June wasn't anything to write home about either. Like any fine, upstanding human being like I know you are, tip the bartender, tip the waitress for hours of great entertainment tonight. It's truly appreciated with your viewership and being a friend to the show. If you missed the big news to kick off tonight's show, every dollar helps as we prepare to return to Tampa for WrestleHouse 2 in less than a month's time, as we try to find you a brand new co-host for Tuesday night since Tony Atlas chose to take the money and run. Speaking of old Tony, coming up next is a really good episode of Wrestling Insiders at Your House, is Tony Berry's fellow WWE Hall of Famer, George the Animal Steele, plus shoots on Superfly Jimmy Snuka, Bobby the Brain Heenan, steroids, and more. Enjoy the good old memories of Mr. USA.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another installment of Season 2 of Memories and Legends. I'm Dan Marati, joined by my paisan, my good friend, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas.
That's me.
Tony, I tell you, this season of Memories and Legends, we're making some memories with a legend. We've had a lot to talk about, and you love to talk.
More than I need to.
Now, what about John Cena Sr.? Is he having a problem with the peace? He's been MIA.
Well, I wish he'd come back because I see where his son get his great talent from.
Yeah.
John
Cena Sr.
Yeah, he's a very talented individual. And it's kind of just shocking to me that he never had a job as a broadcaster or ring announcer.
Cena, you mean?
Oh, yeah, it just looked like, it's just his mindset, the way he talked, the way he could think on his feet.
Man.
Very, very classy
man. Him and I, we've had our issues on camera and off camera, but he's a classy man, and he cares a lot about the charities.
And I can kind of see him sitting at a commentating table with a wrestling organization commentating the matches, because he's a man that seems like he loved life.
Yeah.
And he's very generous. He's very generous to people. And he raised a wonderful son.
He did.
I mean, to show you what a great father he is, you just look at his son. His son is a great role model for any kid to follow. I mean, he don't do drugs. There's no scandal. He works hard. He believes in his country, believes in his God, believes in himself. He just, you couldn't find a better role model for young people.
I'll tell you this, even though the John Cena that I know is, the public figure that we see on TV, I can see some traits from Johnny in him sometimes. Yeah.
What they say, the fruit don't fall from the tree.
Yeah.
So he raised a wonderful young man, and
all of his sons are all good eggs.
He don't ask his kids for nothing.
How do you know?
Well,
how do you know?
Because he does his own thing.
He does his own thing, but he could be, hitting for a little scratch. You don't know.
Maybe. Well, when he was young, Senior took care of Junior, so why not Junior throw throw a little bone to old pops every now and then. I know when my kids grow up and get famous, and I like them to throw grandpa a little something. I ain't gonna.
Well, it's
I ain't gonna turn it down now. You hear me, grandkid? Especially my Nicholas, when you get on that football team there, become pro, and if they start making them millions and millions of dollars, don't forget old grandpa here. I like to have myself a new Mercedes. Fix grandpa up there, young'un.
All right, Tony, come on. I got to reel you back in again.
Reel
come
me
on.
in, baby.
Come on, I need the fishing line.
Okay, I'm turning into the sheik on you.
Well, I tell you, John Cena Sr., some of his episodes that he does with us become newsworthy. He had a little issue with Matt Hardy. I think it was right around New Year's Day. He said that John Cena Sr. needed to be deleted after one of the videos. Well, John Cena Sr. did an episode of the show about what he thought about Matt Hardy's woken, broken character. And Matt thought that John needed to be deleted.
Wow.
What do you think of that? Should he be deleted?
No.
No, all right. All right, well, that's John Cena Sr. Tonight, we're going to flash
This
back.
is America.
Right now, WWE is getting ready for their Super Showdown in Melbourne, Australia, another giant stadium show that's going to be sold out in 2018, a testament to just how great the professional wrestling business can be when it's at its best.
Right.
WWE will be at its best in Melbourne. We're going to flash back to one of the episodes we did in Season 1 of Memories and Legends when Cecil the Lion, Dave Galini's good friend, Gary Michael Capetta, was with us in studio. And there was a little petting going on, but that's a different story for a different time. Gary was here for a series of episodes, the legendary ring announcer from the old WWF, and WCW. And we focused in on 3 of the all-time greats of WWF. We want to talk about these men as you had experiences with all 3 of them. From the time, the era of wrestling maybe that I loved the best, and unfortunately, all 3 of them passed away last year, which was part of the reason why Gary and I did that episode. So where you have so many memories of these legends, let's dig in. The man that was my first favorite professional wrestler, George the Animal Steele.
George Steele, and be honest with you, in the wrestling world, made more enemies than friends.
Now, why is that? You're not the first person to have said that. And I'm interested in your honest point of view. Because you're an honest guy.
Back in the older days, they would call a guy like George Steele to the wrestlers now. Their opinion of him was a cutthroat, a stooge, and a backstabber.
Really?
He hurt a lot of guys' career.
Now, why is that?
There's 2 ways of rising to the top in pro wrestling. You pull yourself up by your own merits. Well, there's 3 ways. Pull yourself up by your own merits. Know somebody. Or pull somebody down to pull yourself up. And a lot of guys done that. That's why they all got office jobs. They were stooges.
You think that's what led to Steele becoming an office guy after he retired?
Yeah. I mean, I never had a lot of experience with him because back in the old days, the baby faces and the heels didn't socialize. But then when I talked to Bill Eady and a lot of guys, and you know, he heard a lot of Chief Jay Strongbow told me that George Steele used to and Gorilla Monsoon used to cut my throat to Vince all the time.
Monsoon and Steele, really?
Yeah.
Any particular reasons for that? Were the
Well, no, they just, you know, to keep their job, they have to stooge on someone. If they don't have something to report to the office, Vince feels he don't need them no more. So to maintain their job, they was always looking for something they could report to hurt another wrestler. And unfortunately, George was one of them people. Rene Goulet, Tony Guerrero, they all were backstabbing, cutthroat stooges.
all the guys that wound up with the office jobs, huh? Really?
That's why you get it.
Huh.
I mean, why else would you have a guy in the office?
Well, good. What about
That's
Chief
why
Jay
SG
Strongbow? I've heard very different.
When Chief didn't get the recognition that the other guys got because Chief would never tell on you.
Oh, really?
No,
Okay.
Chief would try to tell you to do that. But Vince liked the Chief not because of his ability to stooge, but he was more like Pat Powder. He had a great head for the business.
Chief Jay
Yeah, so Chief was more of an advisor to Vince. Vince kept him along for his knowledge, and his loyalty, not so much for his stooging.
Yeah.
You know, because there was a lot of times that Chief said, he would tell me, he said, Tony, don't let the other guys see this because then I have to report it.
No, like what, for example?
Like if I was doing something, Chief would see me. I can't name a particular. Well, I can't because I can't think about it. I just could hear Chief when you started talking about what Chief was saying when I be doing something. The Chief would say, make sure that he said if one of the other boys hear about it, then I have to tell it. But he would always give you that little warning.
He tried to give you a little chance.
Yeah. He tried to give you a little chance. And he didn't get as as much money or stuff. He didn't. His career, they laid him off. But they take like Steele would make up stuff.
Really?
Oh yeah, he would go in for it making up stuff just to get them brownie points.
And we worked with George the Animal Steele the last weekend before I became crippled, WrestleMania 20 weekend in New York. I have memories of that. We got lost with him in New Jersey for 3 hours and didn't get back to the hotel till about 3 o'clock in the morning. But just based upon conversations I've had with different guys, for example, and you can tell me if this is true or not, George Steele is someone that would partake in a little fun after some of the live events with the boys back in the hotel, and then he'd be ratting them out that they were doing cocaine the night before.
Adrian Donnelly would do that too.
Really?
Yes.
Now, what do you think he got out of that?
Trying
to befriend the guys, be one of the boys?
That's how they kept their job, because their job was to stooge out the boy. So if they don't be in the office with a report, so every time they report somebody, Vince started thinking, oh, I really need these agents. I really need these guys, you know?
Well, if he was partaking in the same activity, how did that come across? Is it something the office didn't know about?
They bait you.
You think Steele was sent as this undercover operative?
No, Vince didn't tell him to do this. That was everything Steele did. Steele thought of himself. He would get you to do something. He figured
he'd go be one of the boys, go hang out with the boys, then he'd run to the payphone the next day.
I first got my lesson with stooges. I don't know if I got time to tell this quick story.
Tell it, come on.
I was in 1975. I was riding from Raleigh, North Carolina to Charlotte, North Carolina, 74 or 75, somewhere along in there. I can't remember the exact year. But I remember I was sitting in the back seat of the car, and they said, Tony, how much money you made? And I said, I made $1,500 for the week. And they said, well, Rufus R. Jones made $2,500. I said, oh, wow. And they said, wouldn't you like to make $2,500? Mm-hmm. And I go, yeah. The next morning, George Scott called me and said, hey, Tony, I hear you was complaining about Rufus making more money than you. They would bait you. But I was in the car with a bunch of stooges.
How long did it take you to smarten up to them?
Well,
you were naive to it at first. Everybody is.
I didn't smarten up, to be honest with you, until probably about 10 years ago.
It's an honest answer, if nothing else.
I didn't smarten up to it. That was the problem, you know. They would bait you. They would start a conversation about something, get you to feed into it. Then they would go and they would tell Vince, yeah, you know, I kind of worked that Tony. I kind of, you know, I said this just to see what he would say. What I should have said, oh, that's great for Rufus, but I'm very happy with what I got.
Then they'd have nothing to talk
about.
Then
they had nothing to debate. But I say, yes, I would like to make what Rufus make. And so when they tell the story, like Matt Darvashon said, if a story is worth telling, it's worth embellishing.
Embellishing.
Embellishing. Right. And Junkyard Dog used to always try to warn me. He said, you never talk to the horse's ass, you talk to the horse's head. So in other words, he would tell me, if you got any complaint about the business, talk to Vince directly.
Right.
Don't go and talk to an agent. Don't go and talk to another wrestler, because that wrestler gonna use that, what you said. And it's not just in wrestling, it's in any business. Like if I'm working with a company with him, and I want to move up the ladder, and then he trusts in me, and he would say something to me, well, now I got, he's giving me power to hurt him. He's giving me weapons to hurt him and power to help me. So I would bury him to motivate myself. Then the office look at me like I'm being real loyal to them. And they would get rid of, he would never know that, and they say, hey, see if you can find out what else he got to say. So then I started riding with him. And he started trusting me, he started talking, not knowing that if he got a complaint about, in other words, what they taught me and I didn't listen, when you're in the most dangerous part for a wrestler is in the car and in the dressing room. The safest spot for a wrestler is in the ring. For the ring is the only place a wrestler can protect himself. When you talk to people about the business, people will take what you say and use it against you. And you see the same thing on television.
Right.
A guy like Hogan, we just got through talking, same thing. They would take what you said and use it against you. So never badmouth your job on your job. Don't tell your co-workers what you think of your boss. Because when they go, like you may say, oh, my boss is a hard ass. When they tell the story, they're not going to say it where Tony Atlas said that you are hard ass. Tony Atlas said you had sex with your mom, you molest kids, you're wanted for murder, or you sell dope. They add to it.
They embellish it.
They embellish it.
You should hear what they say about me here at the studio.
Yeah, by
including this gentleman here in the front row,
and
William
you're not there to defend yourself. See, anybody that talk about anybody when that person is not present to defend themselves, we call a coward.
Yeah.
I was taught never talk about nobody unless they're in the room to defend themselves. And that's what these stooges do. They get you to talking, and then they would plant the seed. And if you're stupid, you fall for it. They say, oh man, they screwing us. Ronnie Piper put that in a book one time. I tried to stand up for the boys.
He did, yep.
It's in Ronnie Piper book about the meeting. Remember reading that? And he said all the boys.
So for the fans that haven't read the book, there was a talent meeting with all the stars of WWF.
Yeah.
And take it from there.
And what it was, before the meeting, all the guys all week was complaining about the houses going up, but not their paycheck.
Right.
How can we be selling out everywhere, but getting the same money if we got when the building wasn't selling out? So everybody was talking about it. So Vince asked, anybody got anything they want to say? So I looked around, and nobody. Tony Atlas had to open his mouth, so I stood up, and I said, Vince, how come when I wrestled last month, and the house was down, and I got this amount, now that the house is up, I'm getting the same amount? He answered my question.
What did he say?
He said, well, we got more expenses and it costs a lot more to produce the show. Before, when you was doing this, we didn't advertise. He started just went on and on with a whole bunch of lists of things. He said, it just costs a whole lot more to produce the show now, Tony. Is there any more questions? So I sat back down. A month later, I was gone.
Now, this was 86?
Yeah. I got on the shit list. And Piper wrote about it in his book. I forgot all about it.
Oh, really?
But that's how it is. That's just how.
Why were you the only one to stand up, Tony?
Stupid.
Stupid.
I was stupid.
Did you get a couple of pats on the back after it was over?
Yeah. Oh, great job, Tony. Speaking up for the boys, standing up for the boys. Yeah, you stand up for the boys. Yeah.
Well, it didn't do you all that good.
Yeah. I'm making a sacrifice for the boys. What I did.
You took one for the team, in other words.
Yeah.
Did you know, after you made that statement, did you ever hear about the pay going up a little bit?
Yeah, they all did.
Because I'll tell you this, one thing.
In Piper book, he said they all made money at the expense of Tony Atlas being fired.
Oh, really?
That's what Piper wrote in his book. Yeah. I got the book at home. Yeah, Piper wrote about it.
Well, he spoke fondly of you.
Yeah. Piper wrote about that. He called me the bodybuilder. He always looked at me. He didn't call me a wrestler. He said Tony the bodybuilder. Even in the book, Tony the bodybuilder.
Well, you were the bodybuilder.
Yeah.
Going back to George Steele, there was a guy that was a top guy for a long, long time. Do you think him being the Stooge is what helped him stay at that level? Or do you think maybe he didn't need to go the quote-unquote Stooge route because he was over? His character was over everywhere he went.
Everybody's over in the ring, but then we all know they're going to come a time you got to leave that ring. And he saw the new, fresh talent coming in. I mean, he was putting me over. In a steel cage match, I won. And he knew.
Oh, George Steele did jobs for you?
Well, I didn't pin him, but in the cage match.
You won the match, yeah.
Right, but I won the match. He put me over in the cage match. So he knew that he wasn't winning matches anymore. So he knew his time before he's in the ring. Because in the older days, when you get to that time, what they would do is send you to another territory. So you have two choices. Go to another territory, start your career over again, or try to maintain, stay where you at. And he wanted to stay where that. He was established. He had a home there. His family was there. He was established there. He didn't want to travel up and down the highways anymore.
Well, he was only working part-time for WWF. He was a school teacher during the week, except in the summertime. Do you think he was maybe insecure as a heel? And when he saw guys like you coming in as baby faces, where he didn't have much of a physique?
That was natural for any job.
Yeah.
I mean, when you see the young kids coming in, every time, see the way a wrestler dressing room look, you come in the dressing room, everybody would treat you, hey, brother, good to see you, hey, brother, the big hugs, the kiss and everything. And then everybody's thinking, I wonder who job he going to take. Because there are only so many slots.
Right. Well, I'm going to...
Let's say you got 60 slots.
Yep.
And 62 people in the dressing room.
Couple got to go. 2
people going to go. You don't know who them 2 are. So what they try to do, tell you a story that Piper told us. He went to WWE before.
Yes.
Before.
And you're talking like late 70s, early 80s.
Yeah, that was, he was going to get a break. They were going to push him.
He was really young.
He was young, but they wanted him.
Yeah.
And what the deal was, he's supposed to go out and play the pipe, blow the bagpipe, right. Yeah. One of the guys was afraid that he was going to come in and take his job, so he went and talked to Freddie Blassett about he was afraid of losing his job to Piper. Freddie Blassett saw the bagpipes laying on the table. He took toilet paper and stuffed it in the bagpipe. So when Piper go out to blow, no sound. So here this freaking kid, almost got
opportunity of a lifetime.
Opportunity of a lifetime. He's blowing on this pipe and there's no sound coming out. Embarrassed the hell out of everybody in the whole place started laughing at him. So he was a laughing stock. So Vince let him go. And he never.
Yeah, I heard that story.
He took that to his grave.
I could admit, who wouldn't resent that?
I mean, that was his, and then of course, his career went nowhere for a long time until he went to WCW, where they gave him another.
Oh, come on, Tony. What version of WCW are you talking about?
I mean, not WCW.
NWA.
NWA.
Okay, he got a great push there, yeah. In the early
then he
80s,
left and went down to NWA but he had to start his career all over. But he had his break right then.
He had the chance to do it earlier. I gotcha. You get me thinking as we were talking about trying to stay on by stooging. What would WWF have done with George Steele if they didn't do that babyface turn to turn him into a comedic character? If he stayed a heel, he probably would have hit the exit on the door at some point because
the business was changing.
Right. The babyface turn was the best thing that ever happened to him.
Yeah, but the business was changing.
Yeah. Did you like him as an agent?
No.
Same thing as Stooge?
Well, not on that. He was never nice to me.
Really? Why is that?
He tried to push my button all the time.
To piss
he
you
used to come
off,
up and hit me in the back as hard as he could, and every time I wanted to knock him on his ass.
Really?
But he wanted me to. He kept trying to get me to do stuff to get me fired.
Like what?
He was an evil son of a bitch.
Really?
He was a nasty motherfucker.
You can say it. Real George Steele, wow.
Yeah, there was nothing nice about George Steele, man. Nothing nice about it.
So you didn't shed too many...
Cutthroat, backstabbing, prick.
That's how you'd sum it up.
Yeah,
you didn't shed too many tears when we lost George Steele.
No. When he started pissing in that bag, everybody celebrated.
Oh. Tony, how do you really feel? What?
He was out there. You asked all the guys. You asked Bill Lee, all the guys that worked with that guy. Ain't no wrestler got anything nice to say about George Steele.
Well, that's why I love doing these shows.
He never helped nobody. Never did nothing for nobody in this business but himself.
You worked with the man.
Yeah.
You were around him.
What about that big piss bag hanging off?
All right, well, you're really into the piss bag.
All right, yeah.
It's a good thing that your foot friend wasn't around, or it could have been an explosion like a
took
water
balloon. You know what I wanted? I wanted to take a little needle and puncture that thing.
Wow. All right, Tony. Well, I guess that's a good point. We'll take a brief time out. We come back. We're going to relive Memories and Legends Season 1 with your old friend Gary Michael Capetta. His thoughts on George Steele were a little different than yours. We're going to continue.
They're both in the office.
Capetta?
Anybody that do ring announcer or referee is office. All WWE referees are part of the office.
All right. Well, you heard it.
The referee were the first agent. They were the agents before they got agents.
The refs?
The ref was. So if you see a referee, you see Vince.
Makes a lot of sense. All right, Tony, we're going to take a brief time out. When we come back, we're going to take a walk down memory lane, one of my favorite eras of professional wrestling. This conversation we're having right now, I can almost go back
No
in
more
time.
Steel, right?
No, we're all done with Steel. We'll go into something else hard. We'll take a brief time out. We'll be right back, folks.
Yeah, let them burn in hell.
Boston Wrestling Sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now.
Cheer! Why, hello! I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as
wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to another installment of Memories and Legends. I'm Dan Marati, joined by the two-time
Mr. USA, two-time Hall of Famer, bodybuilder, and WWE Hall of Famer, Tony Atlas.
A man that did not send too many holiday greeting cards to the Steele family.
No.
Let's talk about a man that you had a heck of a lot of history with, a man that headlined the first event in MWF history. I got to know him through Tony Rumble's Century Wrestling Alliance. And a man that seemed maybe at his best the last time I saw him when we had him in for an event in 2013 as far as his mental capacity went. The Superfly Jimmy Snuka.
Jimmy Snuka was ahead of his time.
Yes.
He was a phenomenon. You know, most wrestlers didn't lift weights, and Jimmy Snuka had a body of a bodybuilder, and guys didn't jump off the ropes back then in them days. I mean, there was nobody coming off the top rope. When Snuka stood up on the top rope, the whole audience would just stand up. You know, you got to realize Snuka was 275 pounds. He wasn't like, I mean, you got guys doing it now, but they weighed about 190, 200 at the most. But to see a man almost 300 pounds, and the way Snuka did it, it was amazing. You can see a lot of people jump off the rope. It looked like he hung up there for a while. It wasn't like a boom. When Snuka jumped, it was
he went up. He soared.
He soared. I've never seen that like if something would stop him in the air, and then he would come down and just really get to the bottom. Boom. Never seen nothing like it. I think he was one of the a great assets to the business. And as a person of experience with him, always treated me right. I don't have any complaint about Superfly. I mean, we got along good. We wrestled in Oregon together. We was out there in Portland, Oregon. I wrestled with him in Canada. I wrestled with he went to the NWA, Mid-Atlantic, back during the late 70s before he went to WWE. And when WWE, you know, he was a phenomenon. And even right now today, if you mention wrestling, people say, Superfly Jimmy Snuka.
People remember him 35 years after the fact.
After the fact, he would never, ever be forgotten in wrestling. He always going to be one of the, you know, he was the first big man to fly. And if you ever met him, a perfect gentleman. Just a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful individual.
I didn't realize you went that far back with him into the 70s.
Yeah. He started, he was in bodybuilding. A lot of people don't know. He was Mr. Hawaii.
Now, did you two have any little tension, but you both were misters? Who was the better bodybuilder, you or Jimmy Snuka?
Well, I beat him.
What competition did you beat him in?
He was in a Mr. North Carolina competition. Him and Ricky Steamboat, and I beat him in Mr.
You were in Mr. North Carolina?
Mr. North Carolina. Yeah, Mr. North Carolina.
Did you win the whole thing?
Yep.
Tony, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I learn fun facts about you every time you're here.
Yeah.
Wow, your bodybuilding accolades are something that I don't know that much about bodybuilding, obviously, if you take a look at me, but you know, you're just as accomplished in the world of bodybuilding as you are wrestling.
Where were the people, I can't take any credit for that, because the people that helped me, I would say the guy that helped me the most in bodybuilding was Lou Ferrigno. Because
really? You knew Lou Ferrigno?
Yeah, we were training partners. When I lived in Los Angeles, I trained with Lou. I used to meet him in the gym every morning, and we started the first set at 7 o'clock sharp.
What was Lou Ferrigno like? I don't know if his name is ever going to come up again on this show.
He was, I would say, 99% into his workout. Just to give you a prime example of how this man trained, I was in the gym, and we trained together for about a year and a half. And then one day, somebody came in the gym, and they recognized me. And they come up, hey, you that wrestler, ain't you? And I didn't want to be rude, so I said yes. And he said, oh man, do you mind if I get your autograph? So the guy, I said no. So he had a little booklet. I pulled it out, I said his autograph. I went back to do my set with Lou. And Lou said, the reason I like working out with you, because you don't talk. And he never trained with me again.
Really?
They were so serious. See, what I didn't realize, I was wrestling and bodybuilding. But with Lou, that was it. So you disturb his workout, you was, And Arnold was the same way. Arnold Schwarzenegger,
you knew Arnold well?
Yeah,
I didn't know that either.
Arnold Schwarzenegger was the same way. When he worked out, don't bother him. He was the exact same way because these guys did it for a living.
Right.
You know, and they didn't go to the gym to socialize. They didn't go to the gym to laugh and joke. They went there to train. And I remember I did legs. I worked out with Lee Haney, and I did legs one time with Tim. Tom Platts was his name. Had huge thighs like this, and we got through. And when you finish training legs, if you could walk out of the gym, you didn't do no legs. I mean, after the leg workout, we had to lay in the floor and just lay there until the blood would leave our legs so we could walk. We couldn't walk when we got through doing legs.
Wow.
I mean, we pushed ourselves to the max. And that's why the guys look like that.
Yeah.
A lot of people say, oh, it's all steroids, all bull crap. In my steroid days, I only took it 2 months out of a year.
I've been told, not your particular cycle, but I've been told by guys that there is a quote-unquote healthy way to do it.
2 months a year.
And I tell you this, those are the guys that are still alive right now.
2 months a year.
Yeah.
Here's the reason why. Let's say in September, I take the steroid in September.
Right.
It'll take a month for it to leave your system after you stop. So even though I took it in September, in October, it stayed in my system. So it ain't out of my system. Even though I took it for 1 month, I'm on for 2 months, no matter how you slice it.
Right.
It stayed in my system.
It's in your system.
Now you have to lay off twice the amount of time that you was on in order before you do it again. So if steroids is in your system for 2 months, you have to lay off for 4 months. So in reality, the only safe way of taking them, and the reason for that, your body only produces what it needs. Steroid is really what your body produces. It's called testosterone. It's a male hormone called testosterone. You produce it in your testicles. Now, when the body only produces what it needs, so when I'm taking an artificial testosterone, my body is not producing testosterone. That's why your testicles shrink, because they're not working. So for 2 months, it ain't working. You understand? So you have to lay off in order for your natural process to stay at work. You shut that system down for a long time. The body is like a car. You could buy a brand new car today, let it sit in your yard for about a year or two, and then go start it, it won't start. Where the body is no different. You shut anything down in the body for a long period of time, it have a hard time starting back. So what I used to do, I used to compete in 2 contests a year. I picked one powerlifting meet at the beginning of the year, and then I would go for a bodybuilding meet at the end of the year. So I used to compete twice a year. And that's the only safe way of doing it.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this, as someone that's kind of an
And what's good about doing it that way, when you come off, you don't lose everything. Not to put him down, but if you see y'all remember Alvin Puskett?
Oh, yeah.
The way he
looked. Oh, my God, yeah.
Alvin Puskett weighs about 120 pounds now.
I seen him. We had him here in the MWF. He was you wouldn't know that was Ivan Putski. He was Polish, but I don't know what happened to the power.
He was 260 pounds at 5'8". Now he's 5'8" and weighs 120 pounds.
Small
Don't have
guy.
no muscle because he stayed on too long. Superstar Billy Graham has got a lot of health problems now because he stayed on.
That's an understatement. Yeah.
Well, because when you come off, your
he never went off.
Right. Well, when you come off, your natural hormones were shut down for so long that they can't operate under normal capacity anymore. See?
And you need to get on the testosterone.
Yeah. You have to take it for the rest of your life because your body's not producing.
And for those,
and it's hard to get a woman pregnant too because you have a low sperm count.
Does the testosterone, when you take that after the fact, does that still help the guys when it comes to the gym?
Yeah, but you're taking a hell of a chance of burning out your liver and kidneys. And plus, it deteriorates the joints.
Yeah.
So instead, you're damaging your liver and your kidneys. It's very, very toxic. And the only way to you know, you have to drink so much water to keep the system clean, and you can't drink any other toxins. Like you can't be drinking coffees and sodas and other toxins.
Really? If you're taking steroids, you're not supposed to drink even coffee?
Where it's more toxic.
Yeah.
See, everything got some toxins in it. So the water helps flush out all the toxins in the body, and steroid just puts so much in it. You know, the pill itself and the drug itself is so toxic. And then the only liquid you take is other toxins. A toxic can't clean toxic. It's kind of like taking a dirty mop and mopping your floor. I mean, what are you doing?
Exactly.
You know,
All right, that's
you
a good
use
analogy.
dirty mop to mop your floor, you know. So, yeah, and you know, your organs can only take so much abuse. You see, we got in our body what we call antibiotics that is there to fight off things that don't belong in the body. And so when you put something in the body that don't belong, your antibodies work very hard to. That's why a lot of guys get what they call steroid rage and stuff of this week, because the body is going nuts because it's so toxic. They're trying to get rid of. Then we see guys like breaking out with zits because the toxins are looking for some place to go.
Looking a way to escape almost.
Yeah, a lot of toxins. Yeah, toxic. You're pausing in your body, you know.
All right. Well, we'll
because it's an unnatural. It's unnatural.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Back to Jimmy Snuka. How did you see the guy change as time went on? Happy Hawaiian when he entered the business, and
happy Hawaiian when he left. He
Well,
never changed.
he certainly had his fair share of problems.
Yeah.
There is a guy, and I'll ask you since you were there, do you think that Snuka was on par with Hogan as far as how hot he was at his peak in WWE?
If it was what now?
As hot as Hogan.
Could have been.
Yeah. And obviously he had a lot of drug problems, alcohol
A
problems.
lot of guys did, yeah.
Was he as unreliable as you became at some points, as far as no-showing dates? And
Yeah.
he was.
He missed a couple of shows too, yeah.
Do you think that Snuka could have taken Hogan's spot and has been as successful?
No.
Why is that?
Wrong nationality.
Hawaiian.
Yeah.
Now, why couldn't a Hawaiian succeed in Hogan's spot?
Because you got to realize what put Hogan where he were. The Our Total Homani made Hulk Hogan.
You love this story, yep.
And the Iron Sheik. They was holding the American hostages. And Vince got the bright idea to put the belt on an Iranian. And that's where it started. It didn't start with Hogan. And they needed an all-American boy. And a Samoan did not represent, during that period of time, what we consider an all-American. You know, he didn't look American.
All right,
So
fair
he didn't
enough.
have that American look. You know, he had an Allen look, but not what you call an American. Hogan was blonde hair, bronze skin, and blue eyes. I mean, you couldn't get more American, what they perceive as an American.
Right.
During that time. Hogan was the right, couldn't nobody have done it but him.
Really?
No, not during that time. Hogan was the only person who could have pulled that off.
So Snuka was...
He was a minority. And then from 1980...
Well, let me ask you this. Who was second on the depth chart when it came to the baby faces, Snuka or Andre?
Andre was a phenomenon. I mean, they couldn't put the belt
He was
on.
an attraction. He didn't need a belt.
Was an attraction.
Right.
Yeah. He was an attraction. You see, what a lot of people don't realize, from 1980 to 1985, all of your top stars in the WWE at that time was minorities.
It was a great mix.
There was all minorities on. Puerto Rican, Pedro Morales,
Yep.
Italian. Hogan was the first great white champion. That's why he popped so much. It's kind of like in boxing right now. Boxing, if you could get a white guy that could box, the last time and you could look this up, the last time outside of Rocky Marciano, who was Sicilian, outside of him, the last white heavyweight champion of the world was in 1910.
Wow, I didn't know that.
That's why boxing died. Once a book, and it's not racism, once a book been read, it's old. See? Yeah, if you think of all your champions, I mean, you start naming them and you put them up there, you know. You look at that, Ali, Norton, Farmer, Larry Holmes, Mike Tyson. What all of them got in common? They're minority.
Right.
And Hogan broke that chain. They had one Caucasian wrestler with Bob Backlund.
Right. Yeah. And he had,
but
not
he-
for nothing, he had a 6-year run almost as the world champion.
As world champion.
Right.
But they wanted to take the belt off, and the only reason he stayed that long because Senior just refused to do it. And even when Junior wanted to take it off of him, they had to take it off of him with the sheet. Backlund would not drop the belt to Hogan. And that all the wrestlers know that he was not going to drop that belt to Hogan.
And he didn't want to drop it to Bill Eadie either.
Right, so and he didn't want to drop it to Sheik. Skolnick had to throw the towel in. Bob was not going to let that belt go. The last big superstar, Caucasian superstar in the WWE was Gorgeous George.
What was the comment again?
Caucasian superstar was Gorgeous George.
He worked for the McMahons?
Well, it was WWF then. But he was the last big star around the New York area because superstar Billy Graham was Jewish.
Coleman is a Jewish name?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, superstar is Jewish. Yeah.
Well, we could talk a lot about Billy Graham off the air. It's a different story
But
for a
he
different
was not
time.
Caucasian, you see. And so that's why Hogan broke that trend. It's kind of like when the first, like, in other words, Hogan was like Jackie Robinson in baseball.
Yeah.
Or Tiger Woods in golf. Or the Williams sister. Or President Obama as president. He was the first in a long time. What a lot of people didn't realize.
Do you think it bothered Snuka that he could have been as hot as Hogan and he didn't get?
No.
Why is that?
Because we didn't see it that way. You know, we were not what we call glory happy.
Professional wrestlers had no ego and were not glory happy.
Well, we had ego, but we knew that was Hogan's spot. Nobody wanted his belt. I didn't want to do what Hogan did. Nobody wanted to do that. Hogan didn't sleep. Snuka went to bed.
You would have
that
had
night.
the Hogan money.
He made just as good as Hogan.
Snuka?
Yep.
All right.
He made good money too.
Well, you were in the territory.
Snuka was making in the '80s, brother, $8,000 to $10,000 a week.
Wow, and I know he did big in Japan too.
Yeah, why he's going to complain about what Hogan got? We didn't care what Hogan made. We was making money. See, when people, everything is like a cake. You got a big birthday cake. As long as I got my slice, I don't mind you getting a slice of that cake.
That's the way it should be.
That's how it was.
Well, wrestling can be odd sometimes.
Well, yeah, but I mean, we know we couldn't do. We knew by the fans.
Well, if Snuka was as hot as Hogan.
The houses didn't show that.
All right. Well, you were the one that lived it. You were there.
The houses did not show that. Snuka could take could go through LaGuardia Airport and get hassled a little bit. Hogan couldn't even go through the airport.
Right. That's a good point.
Yeah, it was a big difference, brother. Trust me.
What was the reaction to the? I don't know how exactly you want to label it, but when Jimmy Snuka's mistress died, and just right before his death last year was in court, possibly going to go to jail for murder. What was the reaction at that point? One of the top stars in the company. There was some controversy that went on that night. Jimmy Snuka.
They were talked about for about 2 hours.
Really? 2 hours? And do you think at that point the guys realized it was going to be a huge news story 30 plus years later?
There was no internet.
Fair point.
Nobody knew about it but the wrestlers.
And what was the talk in the locker room?
Nothing.
No one thought, was it an accident? Was it a murder? No one really talked about it.
They were talking about once they left that George Washington Hotel, that was the end of it, and it didn't come up again until Snuka wrote his book and put a different story in the book than what the prosecutor had, and the prosecutor reopened the case.
Right.
And that's how it happened, but it was not talked about for years, not even mentioned.
Interesting. Well, what do you think, Tony? Did it affect Snuka at all after it happened? He just went right on.
I think it affected him the rest of his life.
Right. Did it show in his work?
Well, that's where he got really, not in his work, but that's where he got really, really involved with drugs.
With the drugs.
I think he used drugs to drown that out. I think it tore him, I think he was deeply in love with this girl, and they just had a squall, and something happened, and she ended up dead. And I think it was something he took to his grave, and he was never the same after that.
Do you think it could have been a case of roid rage? We mentioned that just a little while ago. Jimmy Snuka wasn't a natural man.
Wait, see, a man should never touch a woman.
Correct.
Especially one as strong as him.
Correct.
And when you drunk or high, you could just do like just a little regular slap and hurt somebody.
Like getting hit by King Kong.
Yeah, man. You know, one time I got mad one time, this guy kept messing with me, and I just turned this open hand slap, and I slapped him and knocked him out.
Open hand slap?
Open hand slap, but I had a 650 bench.
Right.
And I remember, Chief was in the room there. Chief says, a good thing you didn't punch him, you would have killed him. That's what Chief Stormer told me. Say, if you had punched him, you would have killed him. But we had so much power.
Right.
You know.
What about when he got hit in the head with the coconut?
Then they cracked it on his head.
Well, and everyone's laughing, but I mean, you see it nowadays, things are gimmicked and whatnot, and tried to prop, so to speak.
It split him open.
That wasn't a propped coconut.
No,
that was, you went to the supermarket, bought it, and Roddy Piper bashed it over his head and it exploded.
He had a 3-inch cut on his head from that.
I'm sure that, and Roddy Piper has said that he felt
I'll tell you something
that did something to
I'll tell you something else a lot of people didn't realize. When he fell into the thing, he was out.
Out?
Piper knocked him out.
Unconscious, yeah.
He was out for real.
Wow.
That's why he lay there like that.
I mean, it led to a tremendous feud and did some great business, but at the same time...
You know he wasn't supposed to lay there.
He was not?
No, he's supposed to get up and do the thing and scare Piper off and challenge him. He's supposed to cut a promo. He was out like a light, brother. Piper knocked him out with
Were you there for that TV taping? Yeah, I thought you were.
Yeah, me and Rocky was tag team partners there.
Okay, yep,
That's
exactly.
Right. Because we did Piper Pit right after that.
Oh, did you?
Me and Rocky.
Yeah.
That's right. We was on the following Piper Pit.
Wow.
Right.
I just, you know, what Roddy Piper said about it afterwards really makes you think. Of course, it was one of the great angles in wrestling history when Piper did that. Everybody that watched it remembers it. Everybody, you know, people in the audience now were laughing about it.
See, what a lot of people didn't know, the wrestling was trying so hard back then to legitimize themselves.
Right.
They wanted it to be legitimate.
And I don't think either Piper or Snuka were worried about someone laying it in.
No.
No, not at all.
No. In fact, they got mad at you if you didn't.
Hey, now you're talking. Did you see any difference in Snuka after that happened? Was he a little...
He became a lot more humble and a lot
after
more
he got
stoned.
hit with the...
Well, he was never sober after that.
Really?
Never sober after that.
Do you
girl
think
died.
maybe there was some pain that went on that he didn't want to talk about with other people?
Right. Yeah, of course he will. Come on. I mean, you know, you got a woman you love and something happened and she ended up dead. I mean, he had to live with that.
He never spoke about it.
No. Nobody ever spoke to him.
Do you think he made a mistake putting it in the book? I mean, look at what it turned the end of his life into when he was battling stomach cancer.
What happened was when people write books, they started asking you questions and, you know, you want to be accommodated as possible. And then he couldn't remember what he told the cops.
And then I'm sure you've heard the story that...
But he wrestled that night?
Vince showed up at the police station with a mysterious briefcase. And then him and Jimmy left and nothing more was said about it. What's that again?
It got buried.
It got buried. And I wonder what was in that briefcase.
Yeah, nobody knows. It got buried.
No one knows what was in the mysterious briefcase in Pennsylvania.
No.
Well, all I can say, Tony, is that I like Jimmy Snuka. I thought he was a heck of a nice guy.
Like I said,
phenomenal talent.
We all, sometime in our life, make one stupid mistake. In the Bible, judge not yet ye be judged. Because he who is without sin cast the first stone. We all have sinned. We all have did something that we're not proud of.
Yeah.
And for us to ignore our wrongdoing and then try to make ourselves holier than thou by putting down someone else and criticizing someone else's mistake. We got to stop doing that. We have to start looking at what we could do to improve ourselves. You can't improve your life by destroying another person's life. If a person is down, don't kick him, help him up.
That's a good way to look at
See?
it.
Let's go back to the Hogan thing. I don't appreciate anybody bad-mouthing this guy for a mistake he made. Out of so many years of doing good for the fans and for the company and the sacrifice, none of them guys that say anything about Hogan ever put in the sacrifice he put in. They wouldn't do it. They would quit the company if Vince worked them like that. That man sometimes
Not everybody could live up to that schedule.
They
You're right
live
about
up to that schedule.
Right.
He did it, and he did it, and they did it without
great.
complaint.
He did it well.
And did it without complaint.
I lost track of Jimmy Snuka. I know what I wanted to ask. Did you run into Jimmy at all? And I'm sure you probably did, towards some of his final years before he got stomach cancer.
Yeah.
I found Tony, and I knew the man, like I said, from the mid-'90s with working with Tony Rumble, and then his early appearances in the MWF. I couldn't believe how clear-headed he was in 2013.
Yeah.
It was a different guy.
Yeah.
You think it was that he was off the drugs? Do you think it was he stopped drinking?
Yeah.
What do you attest it to?
His wife.
She was a nice Carol was a nice lady.
You know, I wish my wife had came because we always talking about the wrestlers, but our lives are so easy compared to the lives of our wives.
Think of what they have to deal with at home. Yep.
When I first met my first wife, we used to be I worked for Mid-Atlantic, and I stayed in Charlotte. So we wrestled in Charlotte on Monday. Tuesday, we left and went to Raleigh. We stayed over in Raleigh to do TV the next day. So that's 2 days he didn't see me. Then I left for Raleigh on Thursday and went to Norfolk. Then I left from Norfolk and to go to Richmond on Friday. Then Saturday, I was in Charlottesville on Roanoke. So here's a brand new bride that seen me 1 day a week.
Right. And then you throw into scenarios where
Rufus Freight Train Jones was wrestling in Charlotte, North Carolina. His family was in Kansas City, Kansas.
Oh, wow.
He saw his wife at Christmas time. She went Bret the Hitman Hart, when he lived in Canada, his wife was in Canada. He was entertaining the fans here in the States. And he saw his wife maybe, if he was lucky, 1 day a month.
Wow.
And these wives stick with the guy. When we saw...
Then you throw kids in.
Yeah, we saw...
Even worse.
Yeah, we saw, like a couple of months back, you saw me. I threw my back out, a sciatic problem, I couldn't sleep. I couldn't even get up out of bed to go use the restroom. My wife went through all that with me.
Good lady.
When these guys come home injured, the wives are right there with them 100%. The wives go through so much. Well, take like, for example, the late Bruiser Brody. If you talk to his wife, he was very rarely home.
Yeah.
She didn't really have a life with him.
Right.
He was always gone. He saw his wife maybe, if he was lucky, once a week. Now imagine a woman getting married and you only see your husband in a whole year, maybe 10 days a year.
But I'll tell you this, I bet they had a nice wedding with our good friends at KL Wedding Planners. Great job.
A lot of guys would have their wedding and leave that night.
Right, and I've heard of that, yep. They get married and then they have a show the night of the event. Isn't that something? Did that happen with you when you got married?
Yep, I wrestled that night.
Where did you get married?
I got married in Georgia, my first marriage.
Yeah, and you wrestled that night where?
And that night I went to, what's the name, Macon, Georgia.
What did your wife think? Instead of going on a honeymoon, you went to Macon, Georgia.
Yeah, to wrestle.
Did she go with you?
No.
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 She went home.
Well, she had they had a reception and
and you just weren't at the reception,
Right,
I see.
She was there by herself.
Wow.
No.
It is a life that you have to live it to truly understand.
Like right now today, any woman that married a WWE wrestler, she would see that guy 2 days a month. 2 days a week.
And that's great compared to the old schedules.
That's a good schedule.
That's a good thing,
right,
yeah,
right,
compared to what the olden days
So for
were
5 days a week, she don't see her husband.
Right.
5 days a week.
Well, Tony, in the end, how do you think Jimmy Snuka will be remembered by the fans? How should he be remembered by the fans?
As a WWE superstar, one of the great assets to pro wrestling.
Where Hulk Hogan was just reinstated into the WWE Hall of Fame, do you think Jimmy Snuka will be reinstated?
I don't know.
Yeah. And that's a shame.
That's a tough one.
That's a shame.
I know.
If only there were definite answers about what happened.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I can see both sides of the coin.
Big corporation, see, everything is about lawsuits now. So a lot of corporations, anything that any legal matter come up, they did disassociate themselves with it, sometimes unjustly.
Yep.
But nevertheless, well, the same thing in any business now. I mean, you get one little scandal and the company.
That's it.
You know, it don't take a lot now to destroy your career. It used to be you have to do a lot to lose your career. I mean, you don't have to do a whole lot.
All it takes is a couple of tweets, and that's it.
It don't take
It's a crazy
much
time.
Yeah. You got to be so careful in what you say and what you do today, because any little thing, you know, could cost you the rest of your. What perfect example is Roseanne.
Well, we talked about Roseanne.
Yeah, but
back when it happened.
Be honest to you, to me, she ain't saying nothing all that wrong.
All right. Well, this is a segment about the Superfly Jimmy Snuka.
Yeah, but that's my point. I mean,
I got to get the fishing. I got to get the fishing reel up.
Yeah, but it's pretty much the same thing to me. You know, it's like something.
Well, to me, it sums up simple. If he's innocent, he should be right back in the Hall of Fame where he belongs, and whatever royalty.
Well, how are you going to prove it now?
That's what I mean. And
both
whatever
parties, the only people that was in the room, they're both dead.
Whatever royalty money he's owed, I think, should be repaid too, if somehow he was ever found.
No, they keep that. You know.
I know. Well, we do know that.
It's kind of like Social Security. You die before you receive it. The government keeps it.
All right. Well, Tony, we're going to take a brief timeout. We're going to be back to wrap up the show in our final segment as we flash back again to season 1. Gary Michael Capetta was with us on these same topics. A good friend of Cecil the Lion. We'll be right back.
WWE is coming home to Kansas City with Monday Night Raw. WWE is back with Monday Night Raw in Kansas City, Monday, July 26th. Tickets on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insider's in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now. Boston Wrestling Sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family
at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, it is a big weekend here in the world of professional wrestling. WWE's having a super showdown, and we have here the Hall of Famer himself, Tony Atlas. We're reliving some fun we had with Gary Capetta last fall. Not as much fun as Cecil had with him, but we talked about Jimmy Snuka, a man you had a lot of respect for. We talked about a man that you don't have much respect for, George the Animal Steele. Let's talk, last but not least, about a guy that I have so much admiration for and so many positive feelings, both as a talent and when we had him here in the Millennium Wrestling Federation, the man I consider to be the greatest manager of all time, Bobby the Brain Heenan. Oh, okay. This is going to be good. All right, come on, Tony.
Well, see, the reason I smile.
All right, come on.
Come
on, he's getting buried now.
Well, this is the reason I smile. If I add up every conversation that I ever had with Bobby the Brain Heenan,
yeah,
it would come out to about 2 minutes. He never talked to me.
Well, you were a peer of his for a long time. You wrestled him in the ring a few times even.
We never had a conversation.
Never?
Never.
You know nothing about Bobby Heenan?
Nothing about
Good,
Bobby
bad,
Heenan.
or somewhere in between?
He's like a stranger to me.
What did you think of him as a talent?
Hell of a talent.
Hell of a talent.
He was a phenomenal. But I tell you this much, I got to know Bobby the Brain Heenan, believe it or not, at the end of his life.
Now, how's that?
Because where he had throat cancer.
Oh, absolutely. What a horrible, horrible thing he went through.
Throat cancer.
Yeah.
But I used to go to events, and I would see him sitting there, and he'd speak to me, I speak to him, and I watch him, and the strength he showed. I mean, it's phenomenal. The phenomenal strength. For the man to sit there and half of his face is gone.
Half of his face was taken off.
But still is able to meet
still going
and
out
greet,
and meet and greet.
Still go out to make his appointment and meet the greet. I never had much to do with him because I was in, when I first started my career, I was wrestling I wrestled Nick Bockwinkel. So I don't know how that happened, because I think Bockwinkel used to travel a lot like Harley Race did.
He used to do Houston an awful lot, I know that.
It probably was
Houston?
Texas
Yeah.
or Houston or something. But I remember I wrestled him that night, and we were dressing upstairs. And one of the old timers said, well, don't forget to thank him for the match. It was just courtesy to thank your opponent for the match. So I was waiting at the top of the steps for him, and Bobby was fussing at him.
Bockwinkel?
Well, fussing at Bockwinkel. He said, you gave him too much.
Talking about you?
Talking about me. Mm-hmm. He said, you gave him too much. And Bockwinkel said, well, he's a young kid. I'm trying to show him something. He said, oh, you should have squashed him. That's what he was telling Bockwinkel.
What was it like to work with Bockwinkel?
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
He was such a non-selfish in the ring, that even though he was world champion, he tried to make you look as good as possible.
And that was really the world champion's job. Make the guy as believable enough to think that you really could win the title.
I remember Bobby used to fuss at him about that. That's what I remember the most about Bobby Heenan.
He didn't like that.
He didn't like that.
No, you didn't like that.
Well, it's not that I dislike it. I just remember it. I had no feelings about it. I just remember him coming up them steps. He said, you gave him too much. You should have squashed him. He's just a kid. He's just a beginner. you the world champion. He just trying to, I guess he was just trying to pump him up. And then I think me and Bobby may have had maybe one or two conversation. When he was announcer, he shitted all over me.
Well, that was his job. He was a heel.
Not just in the ring. I mean, not just on broadcast.
No, what do you mean he shit on you?
Every see me in the dressing room, make remarks and
What
shit.
would he say?
Dumb, that word.
Say it.
I ain't going to say that word. I don't
Well,
like
we
that
know
word.
what you're talking about.
I ain't going to say
Bobby said that to you?
Oh, yeah.
Did he?
Yeah. So I didn't have much for them guys.
But you got to know him a little bit after the fact.
But I just admire his strength when he got cancer. I mean,
Anyone,
I kind of forgot all the past, and I was just looking at him as a man, and I had a lot of respect for his strength. But when he was working with Monsoon and them guys, he treated me like I was a piece of crap.
Really?
Yeah.
From a non-personal point of view, where would you rank him amongst the great managers in wrestling?
Oh, for his talent concerned, I mean, he was the best.
Yeah, I think so too.
I mean, above all of them, Freddie Blassie, Wizard, Captain Lou.
I wasn't around for the days of Wild Red Berry, but from everyone I've seen, the best.
No, he was the best. I mean, he was one of the most talented, and they never were able to redo Monsoon and them guys. You see the reason a lot of guys they talk to me about, a lot of guys that you guys know, and I said this when I did Legend House, and all the wrestlers say the same thing. That was the first time they gave us a chance to know each other.
Right.
See, wrestlers really don't know each other. They have what they call cliques.
Yep.
You know, and I was black. I couldn't hang out with them white guys.
Your clique, as you said, was pretty much S.D. Jones.
Ain't no white guy was going to ride with no black wrestler back in the 80s.
Well, I just...
in the 70s, just give you an example of how things was, not just in the wrestling, but in the... I used to go to restaurants in the 70s now, and they would go in, they sit down at the counter, they eat. And they had to bring my food out to the car because I couldn't go in that restaurant.
Really? Wow.
This is in the 70s. I mean, there were no signs that said you couldn't go in, but it was well known you wasn't welcome. You know?
Well, I got to say, Tony, I was really looking forward to this episode, but it was a real downer.
Well, yeah,
but it's the truth. It's an honest episode. Do you have any funny stories about any of those three guys?
No, because
Jimmy Snuka, did you travel with him at all? Did he do anything humorous coming from the Fiji Islands in Hawaii? Anything about Jimmy?
No.
You know, you make me dislike Bobby Heenan now. And you
pretty-
reaffirm stories I heard about George Steele.
Bobby was a great guy. It's just that I wasn't part of his clique.
Right.
You know, he had...
Well, I don't like how he disrespected you.
Well, they all did. That was the business.
Yeah.
Vince Jr. changed a lot of it. But even now today, it ain't changed as far as cliques. I mean, when I was with Mark Henry in 2008,
yeah.
Guess how many people I hung around in 2008?
You said just a couple. Him, Teddy Long.
That was it.
Yeah. All right. Well,
I mean, the Miz didn't want. I mean, I whipped the guy for 2 years. I couldn't tell you not one thing about any WWE wrestler. Not even the Miz. None of them.
Did you have an instance with the Miz, or you just didn't know?
They say hi to you when they see you. That was about it.
So these are people you'd say hello to every day.
And just keep moving.
Would they give you the shake?
And then you keep moving.
Yeah. They
wouldn't talk to you. None of them guys socialized with me. The only way they socialized with me was I got Shelton Benjamin.
Shelton's a great guy. Former MWF heavyweight champion.
VIP.
I just texted with him the other day.
Yeah, VIP.
MVP.
John Morrison.
Yeah.
John Morrison talked to me occasionally. That was it.
You're an interesting guy to talk to. I don't know why they didn't take advantage of that.
I sat in the dressing room all day long. They wouldn't say 2 words to me. I did it for 2 years.
You and I have said more than 2 words.
Yeah. But it's like that now. It's always been very cliquish.
Yeah.
Now when you see them on TV, yeah. But as soon as the match is over, everybody go there.
All right. Well,
and I'll tell you something else that is different between the guys today compared to the guys back in my day.
What do you got?
Today, in the olden days, if you break down the side of the road, the wrestlers would stop and help you. Today, you break down the side of the road, they pass you right by.
They keep going.
They sure will.
Did that happen to you?
Yeah, it happened to me and Mark Henry.
Who drove by you after you were broke down?
All of them, except for two guys.
Who?
One of the guys is back, and one of them, he's the son of Terry Gordon.
Oh, okay. He's not with them anymore.
No.
But Ray Gordy is his name.
Right.
He was
Terry
with Festus
Gordon's
and
the other guy.
Anyone remember Festus and what was the other guy's name?
Lou Gallis.
Luke Gallis is Festus, but his partner was. No. This is Festus and Terry Gordy's son. Who? Jesse.
Yeah.
He wins the prize.
Yeah.
Jesse and Festus. Yeah.
Yeah, but
he stopped to help you out.
But Lou Gallis and Lou Gallis and Jesse.
Yeah.
They stopped to help us.
They did.
They sure did.
I think Luke Gallos is a pretty good guy.
Luke Gallis is a great guy.
Yeah.
I love
very
Luke
friendly
Gallis.
guy too.
He's a wonderful guy, and they stopped to help me and Mark Henry.
Who drove by you and kept going?
All of them.
Who? I want names.
Well, it was the whole
Who?
show. I mean, they all beat the horn.
But are you sure that it was wrestlers that didn't stop that drove by? It was a highway
we
at
were
night.
leaving the building.
Oh, this was right at the building.
Yeah.
Okay,
We only like the.
Now, see, I'm picturing some deserted highway.
No, see, most buildings is like right by the interstate.
Right.
So we was in Alabama, and we pulled on the interstate. We was on 85. We was only maybe 10 minutes from the building. So all the boys was leaving the building, and they saw me and Mark there. Mark trying to wave people down, and they just waved us and kept going.
Tony, these are always.
And then when West Virginia came by,
he's got more. What do you got?
Where they're not friends. People don't realize wrestlers are not friends. They always think and see a wrestler. The best way to describe a wrestler is that John Cena is Burger King, Undertaker is Wendy's.
That was his nickname.
Who?
Undertaker.
What?
Wendy.
Come on now.
Swear to God on the kids' lives.
I wouldn't say that to him.
Undertaker was Wendy and Paul Bearer was Pooh Bear.
Oh, come on now.
Swear to that were their nicknames.
What they're talking about.
Swear to God. Mercy, strike me dead if I'm lying. Those were their nicknames.
Well, see, the problem with wrestlers, they're not bad guys, is that you got to realize they all independently employed.
Right, I understand
it's not
that.
A
I
team.
understand. I know.
That's the problem, and that's why there's no emotional contact with nobody. Because just stop and think about it. When a wrestler died, it's like nothing.
I dislike that.
It's like, great, more room for me.
They lost Masa Saito, who played a big part in the early 80s.
Anytime a guy could fall from the ceiling and splash his guts all over a ring, and the wrestler get mad because he's holding up the show, and they can't do their thing. That's wrestling.
Is that a true statement?
That's wrestling.
Is that a true statement?
Yeah, with Owen Hartfield, nobody cared.
You don't think anyone cared?
No.
Well, I don't
they
know
went on
about
with
that.
the show. Like
They went on with the show.
Brother, and the same with Brody. I seen it. I saw the wrestlers after the fact.
All right, well,
nobody was sad.
Someday we're going to have to...
The only one was sad was Brett.
Someday we're going to have to do, and he was in a different company. We're going to have to do a show about wrestling's greatest scandals, maybe. That would be an interesting one.
Every time one happened, it's like nothing.
All right, well...
The show goes on, and then after the show, they're in the bar drinking and laughing and joking, talking about their match.
Well,
not even talking about what happened.
It sounds like what I'm going to do with Kowloon in about 15 minutes. But, Tony, this was a downer of an episode. We got some great insight on George Steele. Jimmy Snuka is someone I think everyone's going to remember. And Bobby Heenan, you admired the man at the end, which I think can be nice.
Give you a prime example.
All right, what do we got?
What happened with Snuka's daughter and son? Anybody trying to help them?
Well, Snuka's daughter is still with WWE.
What's she doing?
She wrestles.
Where?
Well, she's injured right now, yeah, but she's been with
How long has she been injured?
I don't know. Quite a while.
How long has she been injured? That's a long injury.
All right, Tony.
Was she having pregnant? I mean,
no, she's not a young kid. She's older than me.
Oh, come on now.
She is. She's older than me.
Come on.
Look it up. All right, Tony. This has been mind-blowing. If you fans want to talk about mind-blowing, wait until next month, Survivor Series week. We're going to have not one but two specials. Tony and I actually taped this episode earlier today before the one we're doing now. My mind was blown. The topic of conversation is what Tony did from when he left WWF in 1986 through the time he became homeless. The trip down memory lane this man took us on. You will never forget this episode. Plus, we're hoping to have, for a big WWE pay-per-view weekend, 2 episodes, another surprise for the fans. So Thanksgiving week in November is going to be great for the fans. We have the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive to look forward to. And as always, every WWE pay-per-view weekend, you and I are going to get together at least through WrestleMania and have some fun with the fans. Hopefully you don't need David Reese's psychiatry profession after this episode, as it was kind of depressing, Tony.
What do you think?
It was honest, though.
What do you think of having sex with baboons?
With baboons?
Yeah.
It never really crossed my mind, believe it or not.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, for the Hall of Famer, Tony Atlas, I'm Dan Marati. Anything else, Tony?
No, that was it. I was
right,
wondering about the baboons.
Well, he's wondering about the baboons. I'm wondering about Chinese food. Until we speak again, you and yours be well. Tony, I tell you.
The World Wrestling Federation was live in Bakersfield, California, Wednesday, June the 29th, 1994. In the opening contest, Nikolai Volkov beat Virgil. Sparky Plug with the win over Louis Spicolli. The Smokin' Guns defeated Tom Pritchard and the Barbarian, who replaced Jimmy Del Rey. Duke the Dumpster Drosy victorious over Adam Bomb. Mabel beat Bam Bam Bigelow. IRS with the win over Tatanka via disqualification. And in the main event, Razor Ramon defeated WWF Intercontinental Champion Diesel via disqualification. If you were in Bakersfield live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports and the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet?
No, not yet.
Okay.
But you will be.
Yeah, I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer, yeah.
There you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your
No,
help.
because they got to pay me.
Okay. Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep Wrestling Legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE Champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal Champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all 3 men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now.
The Indiegogo campaign for WrestleHouse 2 in Tampa next month is open for business, where you can help create our next Tuesday night tradition. It's fan interaction, fan ownership at its finest. Green Bay Packers, eat your heart out. Again, fans, we can't have WrestleHouse without you. Until the new co-host is selected every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after WWE NXT, join Tony Atlas as we relive some of his greatest hits on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Along with giving tonight's supersized Wrestling Insiders Week in Review a thumbs up, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Again, folks, it's absolutely free with access to over 2,000 1,000 free videos. It's the best way to show YouTube you guys are interacting and enjoying what we do. Leave your thoughts in the Premiere chat and some comments in the comment section below. Again, that shows YouTube that you are engaged and interactive in what we're doing. As noted, the Super Chat button is open for business. It's that gray $ symbol. Just like service, when you get a meal from a waiter or a drink from a bartender, recognize the great entertainment. Again, every dollar raised helps us keep the lights on and brings you more great talent to share their stories as we prepare for WrestleHouse, the first week in August, as I am going to be losing my mind all over again. Coming up, it's our Wednesday Night Wrestling Insider Special Edition with the return of one of my favorites, my longtime close personal friend. I'll talk about it more in the video itself. Demolition Smash Barry Darsow, as he continues to look back at the World Wrestling Federation in 1987, including thoughts on why so many of his friends from when he was young in Minnesota became top superstar professional wrestlers. Haku and Tom of the Islanders, Bobby the Brain Heenan, Mean Gene Okerlund, Andre the Giant, Road Warrior Animal, and tons more. I really enjoyed this episode. I hope you do too. Wrestling fans, welcome back to another Wrestling Insiders. Dan Marati, very personally happy to be joined by my friend Barry Darsow, known to you as Demolition Smash, known to me as, you know what the story reminds me of?
What's that?
I did some work with, you remember Red Cohen, right? In WWF live events.
Yeah.
He told me to try and get Warrior back for WrestleMania 8. He had to go through like the mountains of New Mexico to try and find him or something like that. And my story to try and find you from 2004 to 2007 was took just almost as long.
Well, I'll tell you, Dan, it's great to be with you again. You know,
I love you. We have a lot of fun.
You know, I love you.
We don't even change our clothes.
No,
my zip is down.
But
I'll take care of that.
But I'll tell you what. When you came and found me, I was done with wrestling.
You didn't want it.
I didn't want anything to do with it. I just was going on with my life. And thank you for finding me, because now I'm with my friends again and saying hi to everybody. And so.
And honestly, think of the literally thousands of fans that have got to meet you over the past 14 years. They're so happy to.
You know what's crazy is when you were wrestling, you never met any of the fans, because you always tried to, kayfabe everybody.
Yeah.
If you were the bad guy, you didn't. No way talk to anybody. And I couldn't believe there was a market out there that people wanted an autograph from you. It's like, you love those fans. And I never got to meet them, and now it's huge to meet all those people.
Meet and greets really weren't common back then.
No,
It was, I've never met a pro wrestler. The first wrestler I ever met was Jimmy Snuka when I was in the 8th grade. He did a local autograph signing, and I thought it was the biggest thrill in the world just to meet, a superstar. And then little did I know, because of the work I did at the TV studio, once I went down there where I was a freshman in high school, Boston bad boy Tony Rumble had a fundraising event coming up in the next city over. He wanted to promote it. He saw all the TV equipment. It was like, wow, why don't you guys come and tape this?
Right.
Can I please? And I'm in the 9th grade now. So
man.
I'm in, you know what wrestling is, but even though you know what wrestling is, you're not 100% sure.
Well, back then you didn't know. You knew, but you didn't know.
Well, I'm a 13-year-old kid, and I'm in the locker room. Tony Atlas is there. The Sheik is walking around naked. He sent some random kid to get him a Snickers bar. Tommy Dreamer, before he was a big star, was on the show. Taz, before he was a big star, was on the show. Little Louie, the midget, who you probably remember, was on there. I couldn't believe at 13 years old I was able to do this.
Yeah.
Then at 20, Tony Rumble died when I was 19, 20. We were going to start this promotion then, and then I walked into that opportunity with Ed for almost a year, so I got to learn from the guy who, along with Howard Finkel, were the first two people hired by Vince and Linda when they took over the company from Vince McMahon Sr.
Right.
So how lucky was I? That's a college education.
Unbelievable.
And now for 20 years, I've lost my mind doing things on my own. It's a lot easier doing it for someone else than doing it on your own. Let me tell you.
You got a good gig, though, going, boy, I'll tell you.
We've had a lot of
Good for
memories. We've had a lot of memories. A lot of memories, a lot of legends. But again, I've said it, one of the best things I feel like I've ever done for wrestling fans is to get you and Barry out there together again.
Me and Bill.
Fans,
I should wear a name tag.
Really? Yeah. My name is Barry.
I call him Barry so many times, and then if you ever watch an interview I've done with X, I call him Barry over and over again. The Killer Bees. You know what? Maybe they should have repackaged you as that.
Yeah.
You know, with the Killer Bees, I'm sure you've seen poor friend Hossein Khosrow Vaziri, a man that has great hatred for Brian Blair and wants to anally violate the man. I mean,
see, I don't know why'd that ever happen.
I taped the interview that became legendary. It was one of the first videos on YouTube to go viral. Then Howard Stern's people found it and were playing it every day for a year and a half about him wanting to rape Brian Blair's ass and make him humble. He just didn't like his attitude, I guess. Wow. But I mean, at first...
Was it a work?
No.
It wasn't. It was real.
When we did, this was the first...
You know, it's funny because in fact, I just talked to Khosrow. It must have been probably about 3 or 4 months ago.
Really?
Yeah, and...
I talked to his daughter not too long ago.
Yeah, he got on the phone, and when we talked, it was the first time he really didn't really want to talk. You know, he was so happy that we called. You know, Bill and I both talked to him.
And I bet it was short.
It was short. Yeah. He just... And I think he was about ready to have tears in his eyes because somebody called him and talked to him, you know. And, you know, he's got a lot of heat with a lot of people and everything, but he was always good to me. I don't think there's not a person I don't like. You know, maybe Jimmy Crockett in the time, but other than that, I've loved everybody, and Khosrow was always good to me.
The best and the worst thing that happened to him was getting sober. Because now that he's sober, as good as it is for his health, he's in so much pain. You know, I think, you know, he was in that accident I was in with me.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you've seen him, but the way he walks, his foot it's like he walks on the bottom of his ankle.
It's like Marty Jannetty. I heard
he just had the reconstructive surgery.
Thank God. Every time I watched him walk, I just wanted to cry.
Did you know Marty's on weekly with us?
No.
We have, it's called Party with Marty every Thursday night. He likes to talk
Marty
about...
I said hi.
Well,
I love
tell him.
Marty, hi. I love you, man.
Do you know who we talk about an awful lot?
Who's that?
Did you ever stay at the Hilton in Boston?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember Annie the Ass Eater?
Yeah.
She has become quite the phenom to these fans that have never seen her before. Now, I tried to explain to them. I don't know what they're envisioning. Maybe like how you explained your wife. I said it was more like Adrian Adonis before he dyed his hair blonde.
You know what happened?
Marty's going to get a kick out of this.
You know what happened at the Hilton one time?
What?
I was sicker than a dog. I mean, I had a fever. It was one of those deals where you're on the road for about a month at a time. And so I go to bed early, and all of a sudden there's a knock at the door. And I'm going, oh, who in the heck's at the door?
Oh,
I said, go away. I don't want you. You know? Well, all I hear is, get up. And I thought, damn, it's Andre the Giant. I'm getting up. So I got dressed. I said, Andre, what are you doing? I said, I'm sicker than a dog. I got to get some sleep. I've been up every night. We've had long trips. He says, you need to come to the bar. You know? I said, Andre, please. He goes, you come to the bar. And I said, I'll be at the bar, right?
You couldn't say no.
No. So I get dressed. I'm hacking and coughing. I get down to the bar, and there's Glenn Campbell. He introduced me to Glenn Campbell.
What was he doing there?
He was just did a gig
staying
somewhere.
There? Oh, really?
Introduced me to Glenn Campbell.
Isn't that weird? I bet you weren't expecting that when you got the knock at the door.
You know, we play cards all the time, and then Glenn Campbell coming. I always say, he's my favorite. I love Glenn Campbell. You know, I'm the lineman for the county. You know, all this stuff, and he just laughed. Well, he knew Glenn Campbell, and he introduced me to Glenn Campbell.
And he just happened to be in Boston the same night as you guys.
Yeah, and Andre was there, and they were drinking together, and he came all the way up to get me to meet Glenn Campbell.
Isn't that thoughtful?
Is that unbelievable?
That's what a life you've had. I don't know why you haven't ever tried to put together a book.
I can't remember all the stuff, you know.
Well, it probably takes a lot of
But when you said
prodding.
Hilton, I just went, Andre the Giant. How do you forget Andre the Giant banging on your door?
Right.
Get up, you know.
I thought you were going to go in a different direction with it. I mean, if Annie tried to do that to Andre, it looked like she was going into a cave or something.
Oh, man.
Oh, Marty, you're going to get a kick out of that one, I know, buddy. But how the hell did we have... Oh, we started with the Sheik and Brian Blair. But, you know...
And that was a real deal.
Yeah, he hates Brian Blair.
Well, and then the Ultimate Warrior. He hated the Ultimate Warrior, too.
You know, I hate to say it, but where WWE is so PC, I don't know how they haven't come across the clips of the interviews he's done with us and not thrown him out of the Hall of Fame like they did Hogan and whatnot, just
Right.
because of the language and the topics that he's used. You know what I mean? He wanted to rape Hogan. He wanted to rape Warrior. He wanted to rape Brian Blair.
I'm glad he didn't want to do that to me.
He wanted to, as revenge, I don't know if you ever saw the video, but an autograph signing, the Sheik has his little handlers and whatnot, and they thought, oh boy, we'll make a little extra money if we get a picture of Sheik and Warrior together. Well, Warrior saw him and wanted absolutely nothing to do with him.
Right.
So the Sheik got pissed, slapped the guy that brought him in for the autograph signing, and wandered away. Well, the Warrior went online and said the Sheik hit like a woman and so on and so forth. Then the Sheik said,
I could see the Sheik just turning red.
When your daughters turn 18, they're going to tell the Ultimate Warrior, I have a 10-inch Iranian prick. And I said, oh. And with him, though, you'd either have the most fun you'd ever have, or if he was in one of the moods, it was a nightmare. There was hit or miss. When he was in a good mood, he was so much fun. When he was in a bad medicine or whatever.
I believe it. Or no medicine. That's probably what it was.
But when we did that interview that I talked about that became such an internet phenomenon, it was the first one we'd ever done. It was the night after a live event. So he went missing, first of all. He was a missing Sheik because he went out with one of the indie guys that got him the medicine.
Right.
And they put the room under his name.
Oh.
So then I eventually remembered that they were together. I said, you know what? Let's call some of the hotels. I'm not going to say the guy's name, but let's ask for his name. And that's how we found him. So he came down 2 hours late in this baby blue USA jumpsuit with fake Olympic medals on, a USA bandana, and underneath the hoodie, I think it was a Kurt Angle t-shirt. He didn't have any teeth in. And first it started as a reasonably interesting interview. I'm sure you know about his past. Bodyguard of the Shah of Iran.
Yeah.
He talked about how it was like a test from the Iranian government. They brought him out to the middle of the desert, and I think it was his cousin, they killed him with an ice pick and threw him in a ditch. And that's what got the Sheik to leave Iran and his 2 sons that he hasn't seen since. I mean, it started off as a very powerful interview, and then I brought up WrestleMania 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and it was, I had no idea. I didn't even know what humbling meant at first. I didn't know what he was talking about. And then I learned in Iran, that is a form of punishment. I don't know what sin you have to perform or what law you have to break, but it's not considered to be a homosexual act if you're the one doing the humbling. So he wanted this revenge on Brian Blair for whatever misdeed that Brian Blair did to him, which I still don't know what it is, other than he felt a little slighted at some point. But I mean, to me, that would...
It had to be something they did in the ring.
I would really have to dislike someone to want to do that.
Right. First time I met Sheik was when I was in the Atlanta territory. We were making
was he
the
Iron
trip.
Sheik then?
Yeah.
Okay.
We were up in Ohio or something, and I met him, and because I grew up with Brad Ringlands and everything, immediately I became friends with the Sheik.
Oh, he loves him. Yep.
Yeah, so, the conversations back and forth to Brad about the Sheik and this and that, I was kind of the middle guy. So that's how I got to be friends with Sheik to start with. And he was great.
Yeah. The funny thing is...
And was he in shape back then?
Oh, my God.
Oh.
He was a machine.
Oh.
He was a machine.
Yeah.
You talk about a shooter or a hooker, him in his prime, no way.
Yeah.
I got to know the wife very well with all my adventures with him over the years, and she said up until he got involved with the Ortons and that Mid-South crew down with Watts, never did drugs, never drank, nothing. But it was just like, all right, come on, Sheik, be one of the boys, Sheik, be one of the... He became one of the boys, all right.
Yeah,
and it's too bad.
Bad temptations.
There's so many people that would, almost like with you, there's so many people that want to see him, but it's just so hard for him to get to move around. Yeah. You know what I mean? His he's almost 80 years old at this point now.
Yeah, and he just doesn't want to talk to anybody now, I don't think.
And the funny thing is, the fans still come across the interviews that we did daily, and they want more of them, but they don't understand the Sheik of 2021 is not the Sheik of 2004.
So does he come out at all anymore?
No. Well, you know what? If he gets a big, like a 5-digit booking at one of
Yeah.
those, like a WrestleCon, WrestleMania weekend,
Then he would.
they'll coax him out. But I mean, he can't. His family has to go with him.
Well, he can't walk anymore.
No. And it was what great was the last time they did WrestleCon, where it was canceled last year. But in 2019, we were leaving. Tony, and funny enough, I mentioned my first show that I ever worked back in '93, Atlas and the Sheik. Tony was with us, and the WrestleCon brought in the Sheik, who did $50 autographs for 2 days nonstop. The money they made off of them. But Tony and I went down to see him. They stopped the line. He teared up. I mean, it was a very, very nice moment. And to me, it meant a lot just because those were the two guys that my first night in, those were Tony Rumble's two headliners. And funny enough, both of those two guys were on the very first live event I ever attended as a little 6-year-old, me at the Old Garden.
Something?
So it's interesting how it all works itself out sometimes.
You've had a good life.
I've had an interesting life.
Yeah.
I could have done without becoming blown up and handicapped at the age of 24, but you know what? I look at it like this. Would I have rather it have happened to me or the kids? Right. If I could take one for the team over them, I'll take it every day, is the way I look at it. But that's a different story for a different time as we continue the journey down professional wrestling. You mentioned how much you enjoyed the Boston Garden. Your very first Boston Garden opponents were a team that I considered to be very, very underrated. I don't know what you think, but Haku and Tom of the Islanders.
Oh, they were a good tag team.
Yeah.
They didn't get the push like I thought that they should have gotten.
Yeah.
Because they were a good tag team together.
Yes.
You know, we had some good matches with them. In fact, I wanted to work with them more, and we ended up, I can't remember who we worked with after, but I wanted to get a long run with those guys.
Yeah, there was never like you had a feud or anything with them. They were just house show matches.
It was just a house show match that you had, and I wanted to continue that. But, you know, back then, it was kind of nice. You worked with everybody in house shows. And we got beat, they got beat, and it was just good matches until you did an angle on TV and then took it all the way around. That's when it got really serious, you know.
Yeah.
And with those guys, it just never got to that point. And I don't know if, you know, maybe they didn't think that we would have good matches or what back then. I don't know. But
I enjoyed it.
But I was,
if that means anything.
You know, but Bill and I were really good friends with Haku.
And you go on to have that much bigger run in 1990. Yeah.
Yeah.
But as far as at that point in time goes, no, I just think not even with Demolition, just in general, I thought the Islanders were a very, very good tag team. I would have rather have seen them than Rougeau's or Killer Bees or a team like that. I enjoyed the Islanders.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't know. Usually there's a story behind why they aren't pushing them to get titles and everything, a tag team.
They did wind up turning him heel a little bit later in the year, and they did the gimmick where they kidnapped Matilda, the Bulldog's dog.
Right.
And then, you know, Bobby Heenan was carrying out the dog collar with no dog on it. But Tama was gone within the next year. I don't know.
Was Bobby Heenan unbelievable?
Yeah. Must have had a lot of laughs.
He was the best.
I wish we had him for some live events and some of his books that he wrote to promote them. But we never did an interview like this with him.
Oh.
And I think we would have had so much fun.
Oh.
Because just my conversations on the phone with him, as you know, Bobby was a man that enjoyed a cocktail. And I don't know how many times we spoke on the phone. He'd go, hey, you want to know what I think of Tony Schiavone? I go, what, Bobby? And he'd go into the bathroom, flush the toilet.
Did I ever tell you a story about me and him going to play golf?
Bobby or Tony?
Bobby.
No.
Gosh, it was funny. We were down here in Tampa.
Oh, really? Oh, you live down here? Yeah.
So I flew down. We were doing something, and so Bobby called me. Hey, Barry, let's go play some golf. I said, yeah, let's do it. I said, who are we going to play with? And we played with Louie, Pat's husband.
Oh, the Baba. Yeah. Okay.
Louie, and then Gene Okerlund. So
wow, what a foursome!
God, it was funny. So we're at Bobby's house and everything. We're running a little late, and he says, I'll drive. So he's got this Mercedes, and he says, hey, why don't we go buy a 12-pack of beer or something? You know, I said, Bobby, let's go do it. So we go to a liquor store. We get out of the car. I go in and buy a couple beers. He buys a 12-pack. We get out to the car. The car's locked. He left the keys in the car.
That's what I'm going to do tomorrow with my luck.
He looked at me, and he goes, Repo Man, get into the car. I said, Bobby, you're the brains of the operation. You get in the car. And he goes, no, you're the repo man. I go, no, you're the brain. And we went back and forth, and people were gathering around, and we were laughing our heads off. The brain locked the key in there, and the repo man couldn't get it. We had to call a tow truck to come in and get the...
Did you ever wind up playing golf?
Yeah, we played
golf.
Oh,
that's
we
good.
got,
At
we
least
got
you
the
didn't
game
lose
in.
the whole day.
Oh, gosh.
You know what?
But you had to be there at that time, The brain
Bobby
and the
was
repo man.
hysterical. Bobby was hysterical. And like you just said, Bob, the brain of the operation, and the repo man couldn't even fix the problem, and he had to wait for the tow truck. Well, I'm sure Mean Gene probably slipped a couple, but that's all right. Yeah. Any memories of the late, great Mean Gene Okerlund? Who knows if he might come up again in our stories.
I'll tell you what, Gene was the
Minnesota
guy,
right?
Minnesota guy. In fact, when I got up, and I met Gene before on the road a few times, but when I got up to the WWF, you're doing interviews, and you do 15, 20 interviews with him. Different interviews for each town. Mm-hmm. So I got to know Gene pretty good fast. And he said to me, he says, you ever go up to Big Sandy Lake? I go, oh yeah, I go up there fishing all the time. He goes, I got a place on Big Sandy. He says, I got a key that I'm going to bring you next time, and I would really like you to go up there anytime you want.
Wow.
You and the wife go there, go for the weekend, go for the week, whatever you want to do. Just make sure and put the beer back into the refrigerator, whatever you drink. And he says, and I got a lady that comes in every week and redoes things, the linens and all that. Don't worry about anything. And I said, well, I'll mow the lawn for you. No, do not do anything. You just live it up. And I said, Gene, I can't do it. He goes, no, I really would like you to do it because there's nobody that goes there, and I need somebody to be there, and you'll have a good time. That's how good of a guy he was. Brings me a key to the cabin.
His home. Or a second home, yeah.
Unbelievable. Who would do that?
I'd do it for you.
I
don't think you want to come to Boston.
But, he trusted me too, You're
a trustworthy guy. No, but I mean, everything he did, every interview he did, would bring credibility to that person, I thought.
Unbelievable.
With a capital C.
And it's funny you say that because there's people who interview people that want to be the star, and there's other people who interview who are stars that want to make stars. And he was one. It's like what you're doing right now. You're wanting to make people stars. You're not trying to be so much above
no
me
one cares
when we're
about
talking.
Me.
Well, they do. Otherwise, you wouldn't be doing it.
They laugh along with me sometimes, but in the end of the day, it's not about me. It's about you guys. It's your stories, your experiences, your life, making those people relive the good old days in theirs.
But that's how Gene was. He was Gene Okerlund, and he made you a star when you're doing your interviews, just by his looks, the way he asked the questions. That when we did all these interviews, it wasn't a set thing that we would say. Vince would come and he'd say, all right, you guys are going against the Islanders.
155.
Tuesday night. You got a,
minute and 55 seconds.
55 seconds. Yeah. Go to do it, And so then you do it. But Gene, he would ad-lib in there with you on those promos. But when you think about it, he ad-libbed with everybody. Can you imagine how tough a job that was?
Hundreds and hundreds of interviews he would do.
Oh,
and I
my
tell you
gosh.
This, when Jesse Ventura sued them over the royalties that he felt he was owed from the videotapes, it came out how much him, Bobby, and Gene made because they were considered not just regular talents, but for the commentary work they did. And Gene's salary came out, which was extremely significant, but I think he earned every penny with the amount of work he did for literally every live event, every TV show. I mean, literally every WWE production had a little stamp of Mean Gene somewhere on it. You know what I mean?
Well, and what people didn't know is, you're on the road every day for a month. There's 30 days in a month. You got double shots on Saturdays and Sundays. So you needed to do a promo for every one of those towns. So the Demolition would do 36 interviews. Well, if the Demolition did 36, then the Islanders had to do 36. Hulk had to do 50, and these are all with Gene Okerlund.
Yep.
And a lot of times he would say, yeah, this is Hulk Hogan, and then Hulk would talk for the whole time. But a lot of times he was interacting with you. Unbelievable.
He knew how to set the table. He knew how to set the table.
Worth every penny they paid him, and they should have even paid him more.
And you know what's sad? Another one, not too long before he passed, we had discussed bringing him to the studio.
Oh, Gene?
Yeah, but we were never able to have him.
Gene would have been great on here. You would have been laughing your head off.
I tell you this, did you ever see the reality show they did in WWE, Legends House?
Never saw it.
Just imagine him and Tony Atlas as roommates for 8 weeks. I asked Tony, I said, imagine Gene enjoyed a cocktail or two, and he said almost by the hour.
So it was real. They were in there for that long?
8 weeks, yeah.
They didn't come out?
No. They let Piper, I guess, had some big money autograph signings, so they let him go a couple of times. But other than that, they would they weren't allowed to watch TV. They weren't allowed to make phone calls. Well, they would just film 24/7. They had like cameras hooked up to the walls.
Were they ready to kill each other? I never saw it or anything.
Dude, the only time there was any real tension was between Tony and Duggan. Their personalities clashed a little bit, but there's a lot of drinking, a lot of card playing. You know, they did a lot of nonsense that you see on reality TV. They took them from California to the house to Las Vegas to do a Chippendale show where they dressed them up like idiots and things like that. But the premise of it was awfully fun.
Right.
And just knowing Tony as well as I do, another one of our weekly cohorts, to imagine living with him for 8 weeks. Oh, I can't take 8 hours sometimes. Never mind. But I said, what was Gene's favorite drink? He said a wet one. So he said Gene was very clean, though. He said he kept their bathroom very clean. And if you ever come across it, I bet you'd probably have some laughs at it, even though, like a lot of those reality shows, there's some encouragement.
Well, to make it exciting, they must have worked it.
Yeah, well, encouragement, I think, is how they try and set, imagine this one. They're going to have, there were 8 of them, and they put them in 2 groups to make TV commercials. I mean, what video production background, other than maybe Gene and Jimmy Hart, did any of those people have?
Right.
Tony's lucky he knows how to cook dinner. Never mind produce a TV commercial. You know what I mean?
Right.
But again, the premise of it was fun. I liked it. But folks, I'm getting the signal in the back. We're going to take a brief timeout. We'll be back to wrap up the show with future WWE Hall of Famer Barry Darsow. Demolition Smash.
Boston Wrestling Sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as
wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. Wrestling fans, welcome back. I'm with a guy that I wish was with us every week, but he's moving further and further away from us. We might have to go up to...
No, I'll be closer to you from Boston to Michigan.
But the airport is a little...
Yeah.
What's the name of the airport again?
Traverse City.
Traverse City?
Yeah, Traverse City is a really nice city in Michigan. It's on.
I have a feeling that's not going to be a cheap flight, though.
No, it's a small plane, and every plane will go to Detroit, and Detroit to wherever.
So you're probably talking like a 30-seat plane or something like that?
No, I would think even a smaller plane.
Oh, really?
Who knows?
Wow.
I don't know.
You don't even know. You haven't done it yet.
Traverse City is a really nice city up in Michigan, and it's on Lake Michigan.
Have you done the flight when you've gone to see your son before, or do you drive?
I drive. It's 10 and a half hours from Minneapolis to there.
Well, so you stay for a while then.
3-4 days at least. But it's not a bad trip anymore.
When do you make your official move?
I'm hoping to be in Michigan in June.
We might have to try and see if we can get you to the studio before that. Then
no, but how far is it from Detroit to Boston?
That's not. No, I'm talking.
Is it 12 hours?
In a car? Yeah.
See, and I'm retired. My wife will be retired, so
you want to drive out?
We'll be making fun trips out around.
All right, well,
so that would be a good
anytime
trip.
You're in the Northeast, you know you have an open invitation to our studio. There is so much content with you to cover. If you saw the notes that I have here, that we're not even going to come close to hitting, which happens every time because we have great conversation when we.
You know, the last time I was in Boston, I was a little disappointed in you.
Why? What happened?
I didn't get any lobster rolls.
Well, I didn't have one either, if it makes you feel any better.
All right, so we're even then with the twins.
The
twins and the lobster rolls are the same.
I don't think I ever offered you the lobster roll, though. You offered me the Twins game. Maybe we'll have to go and see a Red Sox game and meet in the middle. Did you ever go to Fenway?
Never been to Fenway.
And you want to, I shouldn't even say it on camera, but because of my physical issues, when I get there, you go to the guest services and whatnot, and they put me in, not the stadium seats, but in, almost like a folding chair, right up against the bullpen. So you almost feel like you're in the bullpen.
And anybody who's with you can go? I'm coming to Fenway Park with you.
It's really cool. I mean, you feel like there's a little tiny fence, but I mean, you can hear them talking and going back bullshitting with each other, getting ready for strategy for when they go into the game. You don't know necessarily where, if you're going to be in front of the away team's bullpen or the Red Sox bullpen, but that's where they put the handicap people. So it's really cool. That's about one of the only good things that's
I feel like I'm handicapped sometimes. I got to say,
and I'm not trying to be cruel, but you could probably pass.
Yeah, thank God I can do everything, but
I know Bill likes to do that little angle with the plane to try and get on.
Yeah, I don't do any of that because I can still do it.
And you should want to. There are a lot of things I wish I could still do, but I need help. I hate to say it, with the airport, they were a great assist to me to try and with all the luggage we had, especially.
Yeah.
You know, I get.
I can't believe you guys didn't drive here.
It's such a long ride.
Yeah, but
and
you
we'd
rent
have
a
to
van and you stop halfway, and then you come the rest.
Yeah, but it's just, you know, these people work. Not everybody.
They're young.
Well, I don't know about Glantz is a professional video person, so he probably couldn't make it work. But Dave is he runs a that was the word I was thinking of. He runs a landscaping gig up there, so he, you know, his team needs him, you know.
Yeah.
But we're happy to have him when we can, and we're having a great time down here in Tampa. We hope you guys are having a great time watching this footage when you get a chance to see it. But again, to me, Demolition just one of the great parts of one of the great eras of wrestling. And and please don't take this the wrong way, but there's so many of the Brotherhood that we've lost, that we've been in the middle of telling their story, or we never had the chance to sit with them and tell their story. Bundy was another one that we were talking to not too long before he passed, and we're never going to get to tell those stories again.
No.
For all that can be said, WWE sucks, Demolition's not in the Hall of Fame, blah, 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 blah. At the end of the day, they own the libraries they own. They bought the video libraries they want. They can tell the history any way they want to. They're entitled to do that.
They can do whatever they want.
But at the same time, there's a lot of room in the world for content like we produce.
Right.
And there's a lot of fans that want to see it. There's a lot of fans that want to remember Demolition. They'll never make a Demolition 3 DVD set documentary.
No.
They'll never do that for someone like Bundy, who has passed away. There'll never be a Mean Gene DVD set. And that's sad, because there's, just think of the fun we've had of all the brothers that are gone. I mean,
God,
look,
can you believe the last one, Animal?
well, let's talk about that for a minute. I mean, that was a guy that he was, I imagine, pretty close to family to you. He was a Minnesota guy.
Well, yeah,
we broke in right around the same time.
We broke in the business together.
Together, okay.
Together. In fact, Eddie Sharkey broke us in, and it was Animal, Hawk, myself, and Rick Rude. It was us four in the camp, and we were trained in on an old boxing ring that was rock hard, and we killed each other, and we didn't know better. We thought wrestling was real. I'm serious.
No, that's the way it was
Eddie,
back then.
And Eddie Sharkey, he never really smartened us up. And, you know, then after a while, then we said, Eddie, come on, show us how to do this. And then he punched one of us and was like, that's all that this is? Here we're killing each other, trying to make it look good. And in wrestling, when you really tater somebody, it looks terrible because the person can't sell it correctly.
Yeah.
Boy, he hit you, and it was like, holy cow, is it great. So yeah, I broke in with, you know, those guys, and unfortunately, all three of them are gone.
Isn't that something?
Yeah, and I grew up 3 blocks away from Rick Rude, so I knew him all the way back in elementary school.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I met Hawk right after high school, and I met Animal right after high school.
What was it about you Minnesota guys that all wanted to get in so bad? Or
Well,
were you
I think.
recruited, or?
Well, I think Larry Hennig, you know, with Kurt Hennig, and we all went to, you know, I went to school with Kurt, and so did Rick Rude. But I used to train with, you know, Kurt all the time in the gym, and I always said, Kurt, you got to get into wrestling. Well, you know, his dad never smartened him up or smartened their family up either. And Kurt, his goal was to become a professional wrestler. And he finally got in with Vern Gagne and got into wrestling. So all of us were kind of like, you know, oh, Kurt's in wrestling. Let's, you know, wouldn't it be great to get into wrestling? But when we all started bouncing at the bar, Grandma B's, then Eddie Sharkey was a bartender there.
Oh, okay. See, I didn't know that part. Okay.
So, you know, and we were all...
he was probably frothing at the lips. Look at all these 6'4", 6'5" guys.
Yeah, fighting every day in the bar, you know, throwing people out and everything. And so Eddie says, hey, I'm going to have a camp. You guys want to be in? And right away it's like, darn right we want to be in. So that's how we all got trained in. So Animal, I was very close to him and his mom and his dad and his brothers, because we used to go over to their house all the time. They had a pool. We'd swim every afternoon after wrestling camp. And that's
I like John a lot. He's a good guy.
John's a great guy. And Mark, the other brother, unbelievable. Mark looks a lot like Joe.
He does. I've seen pictures.
Where John looks nothing like either of them.
You wouldn't even think they're related. Yeah.
Yeah, and then, you know, their mom passed away way too young.
I didn't know
Just
that.
a beautiful lady, yeah. But yeah, you know, just breaking in the business, and then, wrestling them in the NWA and, talking to each other back and forth, different things, because we were all close. And our goal was one day to all be in the same territory, and we all were.
Yeah.
Road Warriors came up to New York. Rick Rude was there. Curt Hennig was there. Brady Boone.
It was a very, very brief period because Rude wound up leaving right around that time. Just a few months after the Road Warriors came into WWF, but it did happen.
Yep, Brady Boone was there. Yeah, all of us were in wrestling together, so it was a great time. And then Joe ended up moving and married, and the only time we'd ever see each other is on the road doing these things,
conventions and Fanfest.
And I just talked to him not too long ago. He actually came in my shop one day, and he was going to buy a bunch of safety vests and everything for some of the stuff he had. But anyways, we'd talk at a lot of the conventions, and we were just getting ready to start having, Animal and the Demolition together in pictures. We started doing a couple of those, and it was kind of a good combo to be out there for everybody.
Fun for the fans.
And then when I heard that he passed away, it was just unbelievable. That was one. Bill and I, we were on the road, and we couldn't believe that happened because we just talked to him not too long before that.
You want to know something that really sucks? I think you recall that you and Bill were booked as part of our Back to the 80s event back in April of last year that's been postponed now all the way out through November of this year. But Joe was featured on that and was going to be with us in the studio.
So you never had Joe in the studio? Oh, he's a good one on these things.
I think he was interested in trying to come up with a way where we, like with Marty and others that do it weekly, we tape blocks of episodes at a time because it's the only way we can afford to do it. But he watched some of the shows and he was really interested in doing it. And then to have him pass like that out of the blue was really sad because we were in regular communication trying to figure out, we talked about even having him come in advance at the same time, promote the live event, start to tape the talk show series, what I mean?
Right.
And it's just, he went on that anniversary trip with his new wife, Kim, I believe is her name. And
unbelievable.
Never came home. Did you know of him to have any ailments or anything?
He did, but he kept everything to himself, and I really don't want to get into that. But, when you looked at him.
Can I ask you this? Was it a complete shock?
Complete shock.
Oh, okay, so it was.
Complete shock. Last time I saw him, I looked at him, I said, Joe, I've never seen you look so good. He was like 250, ripped to the bone, just looked great.
And with the face paint on, he didn't look...
Right.
He could have still fit the bill if he was on TV,
He looked fantastic.
He just, I think, well, at least in my conversations with him, he felt like he could still contribute to WWE as a coach, a trainer, something down in NXT, or maybe even one of the other groups that are coming along, like AEW.
Right.
For him to be sitting on the sidelines like that, to me, he seemed frustrated with that.
Yeah, and not to take away from all of my other friends that have passed away too, but, there's been so many of them. It's almost like when somebody dies, it's like, oh my God, another one died. It's like, why is everybody dying so young?
How does it feel to be one of the last of the Minnesota boys?
It's unbelievable.
I mean, you think of Curt Hennig, I don't think of him as a 60-year-old guy. I think of the blonde-haired Intercontinental Champion from the 90s. And you just mentioned Rude, who has passed away.
Yeah.
I think of the guy, doing the hip gyrations back in the 80s.
And what's so terrible is everybody has kids. And they, it's just like me with my grandkids. They would be the greatest grandfathers out of anybody, all these guys. They would just love to be with their grandkids. And it's just like me, it's incredible.
Thank the big guy up there that you're still with us, and hopefully for a long
time, hopefully.
I'm trying to think Nord, he's still with us.
Nord's
but
still
were you close with him?
Yep, close with Nord. Wayne Bloom, I talked to Wayne quite a bit.
They were a little younger than you guys, though, right?
No, Wayne's the same age.
Oh, he's around the same age as you?
He went to Cooper High School, and I went to Robbinsdale.
Oh, okay.
And we were big rivalries.
I keep forgetting how young you were when you were in WWF compared to Bill. So there'd be an age difference with him.
Yeah, and those guys all came in way after I did. So it seemed like I was kind of the old-timer then, But being around Bill and Fuji and all those other guys, I kind of felt like all my friends were older friends.
Yeah, right. What about Nails? He was a Minnesota guy.
Nails, I talked to him not too long. What a great guy Nails is.
Now, why won't he come out? I mean, I feel like he needs the Barry Darsow treatment from me.
You know,
what do I got to do to get Nails out and get to the studio?
Nails is like, he doesn't want anything to do with wrestling.
It did him that wrong? In his mind?
Well, no, I don't think it did him wrong. I just think that he's got another life.
Yeah.
And whenever you talk to him, he's always in a great mood. And,
really?
And, I bought a cargo trailer from him about a year ago, and we sat and talked, and it was just great to see him again.
Yeah.
Phenomenal shape. He probably weighs 270, not fat at all, just ripped and looks good. And he's a tough son of a gun.
That's what I've heard. I tell you.
I'm glad he's friends with me.
We'll get to 1992, hopefully at some point. But they were just getting ready to do him and Undertaker, and the fans were... they were hot for it. They, just as he had that incident with Vince where he attacked him in the locker room, that month on the WWF magazine, that was the cover, Nails and Undertaker face to face.
Right.
I think that would have made for,
right.
At a time when business was down because of all those scandals in 92, I think that would have been a feud that would have really helped the house shows, if nothing else.
What would somebody pay Nails to come in?
See, that's the thing. I mean, I'm sure for him to want to leave the house, he'd want a significant sum of money. At the same time, on the superstar poll, I mean, where would he rank? I mean, just look at the Minnesota guys. I mean, would you put him on par with someone like Berserker as far as star power? I think more people in this day and age would remember Berserker. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I think if it was the right situation, I think he'd make some really good money.
I do too.
It's
I don't know. Someone gave me his number at one point, and this is 5-6 years ago, I'm thinking, and I sent a text message and left a voicemail, and I never heard back.
Yeah, he hears from a lot of people.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And we just laugh about it. I said, Kevin, you got to get out there. Shit, I don't want to get out there. Why do I want to go out there?
Well, you know what? The one thing
money
I can
doesn't
say
mean
is,
everything.
Tell the man that there's just, for whatever reason, and there's a lot of guys when they look back. I hate, Kamala was one of them. They look back on their career and maybe they wish they never got involved in it. But, I mean, is there anything wrong with leaving the house, going on, what can be almost looked at as a little mini vacation from life, getting a nice payday, and having people tell you they love you for a couple of hours? I mean, there's worse things in life.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know why.
It must have made you feel good once you hit the road again.
It does.
Many people tell you they love you.
Yeah, it does, and, I'm very humble about it. Cause,
not like the Sheik.
Because, not like that, no, but, I just don't, to me, it's, I look at myself as Barry Darsow, and then, then there's the star wrestler. I keep it separate. So sometimes it's hard that people want to pay to get your autograph. It's weird to me.
You almost,
you know what I mean?
And this
you know
is,
what I'm saying?
You almost, to me, and this is, you hate to look at the business aspect of it, but you almost hate to have to charge the fans. You know
I do.
I mean?
I really do, but you have to.
You have. It's the only way to make the money back from the investment to bring the talent in, the airfare, the hotel, the printing.
You hit it right on the nose. I'd rather just meet them and shake hands with them.
Run into them on the street or something.
And just say, I don't sign autographs, but hey, I'll give you a hug. And then you don't have to charge anybody.
It's too bad it wasn't a little different, but I mean, that's just kind of how, what it's evolved into, nostalgia-wise, with the legends and so on. It's just for the fans, you know what they are? They're so happy to meet the legends that, it's a good thing.
I've been very lucky with my outside business.
You did great for yourself.
That I haven't had to have the money.
You don't need to do it.
I don't need to do it. I want to do it. When Bill said, hey, we're going to go do something with Dan, it was like, let's do it. Because I don't do this for nobody.
Oh, well, thank you.
Hannibal, I like Hannibal. I've done a few with Hannibal. A lot of people probably don't like him, but Hannibal's always been...
a lot of personality.
Yeah, but
it's like a rice cake.
But when you talk to him, he is a nice guy,
He seemes like a very nice human being.
And
it's like...
He's really the only one I've ever...
Who was that guy? What was that movie? Bueller.
Yeah. Well, he's not, though, when you really talk to him,
He has a little more personality?
Oh,
I guess I haven't seen enough of him.
Oh, yeah.
I've never met the man. I don't know.
Always been good to me, and he's really... you and him are the only ones I've really done any DVDs for.
Oh, well, this isn't a DVD, but that's
Or what is this now?
It's a talk show.
Yeah, but what, you put it on a DVD?
Well, no, people online can get it, but we could make a DVD of it. Well, that's right. Remember, we did the first time you guys came. We made that DVD. And You took like 10 of them. You were passing them out like pieces of gum at one point.
Everybody's going, God, he's a star. He is a star.
And it was a nice looking cover.
Yeah,
it was a really nice looking cover. I remember. Who the hell made that cover for us? Well, whoever it was, they made a nice DVD cover.
But that's I've been very lucky. I mean, I've worked hard, but. You know, and
you earned what you have.
Yeah. And there's some luck in there with everything, and so
it's just what I think. Yeah, a lot of these weekends, these reunion weekends and such. Imagine if so many of the guys that are gone were still here with us. Imagine the fun we'd be having. We'd need to have it'd need to be a longer week.
You know, and this is where I'm disappointed in Vince. I have always thought Vince should bring, even guys he hates or doesn't want you around or whatever. Somehow get the guys together once or twice or 3 times a year and have a signing for everybody. And, it's quite the club to say that you're a professional wrestler and you were on his TV. You would think it would benefit him, and it would benefit a lot of the guys, because it does make you feel good when you see your friends that you haven't seen forever. And it's not like you're just going to get a plane ticket and go visit somebody.
Yeah.
You just don't do that.
I think
so. I don't know why he just, I don't know.
I think if they had, aside from WrestleMania, if they had just maybe pick some time in the summertime per se.
That's what I'm saying.
Further aside from WrestleMania, just nothing to do with the current product at all. Just some kind of a Legends weekend.
Yeah,
look at how they do the Hall of Fame inductions in Cooperstown for baseball,
right,
and in Canton for the NFL Hall of Fame, and they draw huge crowds. Imagine if they tried. And you know what? I know. Well, I mean, there's a lot of reasons why the attendance for the Hall of Fame ceremony had been down the past few years, but this year alone, I mean, they put 2 classes in the same night in a building with no people. So I mean,
I would just think if they're already running a town, and you bring in 10 guys or something.
Yeah.
Just to sit out in the lobby and meet people, shake hands, and don't charge for pictures. Pay a guy some money, and doesn't have to be a lot. And then those guys are shaking hands with all the fans and everything. I think the fans, it would only help his product out. So,
and it might bring back some people that
left. It might bring back some people to watch the wrestling. And you do that in 50 towns with different people.
You're keeping guys working. You're helping them generate an income. What's it going to? What you just described. What's that going to add to the overhead of a show? 10, 15 grand combined.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And you make guys happy, and you
make the fans
you make them
happy.
feel good. You make the fans feel good, and then it should make him feel good because he's helping out a few of the guys
that made him a lot of money.
We could use the
money.
Made
him a lot of money in his billionaire status.
So that's kind of where I'm disappointed in their product, and but I think different than they do, and
it's their company.
It's theirs.
At the end of the day, it's up to them.
It's them.
We've seen firsthand with the different adventures we've had over the past 14 years. There's a huge demand and a huge interest for the Legends.
Well, and then
but like we said, so let's say I'm taking the little one to the show. He's a fanatic now. He knows. I told you, saw you guys from YouTube, video games. He's got the action figures. My father hated taking me, but let's just say he was a fan. It's like, Dad, Demolition is coming. Jake the Snake is going to be there. Hacksaw is going to be there. Do you want to cut? It's a current 2021 show, but they're doing a big ceremony with all these legends. I think that would do very well as far as recruiting people that say after the 80s or maybe even after the 90s boom that said, I don't want to watch this anymore. And maybe it might be just one night you get some of the old fans to come back, but at least you get them to come back for something.
Yeah, I suppose the problem would be, though, is one guy needs to make more money than the other guy and the other guy. And
no, that's why you don't have to discuss that, I guess.
So I can see why you're not doing it, Vince.
Well, no, unless it was someone extraordinary, I would just have a flat fee for everybody.
Yeah,
if you want to do it, come on in.
You could say, hey, Jim Duggan, I'm going to bring you out 4 times a year. Here's what I'm going to pay you. Do you want to do it or not?
Yeah. I think it'd be a lot of fun. You know,
I think
you'll never get to relive the memories, but at least
No.
we can, like I said, that's what's great about these shows. We keep
Right.
talking about it. And if you, I know you're not a big internet guy, but when the show premieres live online, there's a little box to our right, and the fans, you know, they type in their comments, their thoughts. Sometimes they think they're live and they try and ask questions for interviews that would take
Right.
months in advance. But anyway, you know, just their love of these eras. Even sometimes all the fans going all the way back to the 70s. Just they
Right.
loved it. The 80s, the 90s, the Monday Night Wars. And it seems like, to me, the death was when the bell rang at WrestleMania 17, which you were actually on when you went back and did that gimmick battle royal as Repo Man.
Oh, yeah.
When they turned Austin heel and they bought WCW and ECW at the same time, the XFL was a flop. It's like the entire company went from here and it's never recovered. And that's 20 years ago, this WrestleMania. One man's opinion. But I was working, doing stuff with Ed Cohen back then, so I knew what the numbers were.
Right, right.
And after that Austin heel turn, and they had the ability to book the greatest feud in wrestling history, WWF versus WCW. And I don't think they could have possibly done a worse job because they didn't want to spend the money.
Right.
I mean, WCW could still be going now,
Right.
you know?
Right.
Think of all the extra guys that could be working and earning an income right now.
And getting good.
Yeah. Well, at least there's AEW now. I mean, at least that's another outlet for guys to earn a living. But it's certainly not at this point what WCW was. You know
Right.
how you
Yeah.
went back as Hole in One. You know how
Yeah.
hot it was during the Monday Night
Yeah.
Wars.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But
Yeah, it was good. I miss those days. But, you know, when I went to WCW, I had a guaranteed contract. And I got paid really good money for not wrestling. And that was when I really hated wrestling.
you wanted to work.
I wanted to work and I wanted to be involved in something. And, you know, I wasn't just a guy that just wanted to be around and, you know, I needed to work for my money. And
They wouldn't even fly in.
Well, no, I'd come in and I'd see all the guys and everything and, you know, Eric, I'm ready. I think we'll just, you know, just take it easy, you know. And it was hard. You know, instead of saying, hey, I'm just going to take the money and run, you know.
It was like Lanny. He was under contract for 6 years because of Randy, and he had one match in 6 years. He had a lot of time for himself, but we know that story.
Yeah.
The service, but
Last time I was with you, you brought that up. Yeah, you did.
Well, you know, the good thing is, did you know Lanny moved to Ecuador?
I heard he was going. He did.
He said more private time, I guess. But he said, before he left, he said to me, the one good thing is, even when I had to quarantine, I was never alone. So I... All right, wrestling fans, before we lose our minds here, we're just wrapping it up. I can't say enough how nice it's been to see this guy.
Oh.
If you ever have a chance to meet Demolition at a personal appearance, you say, sometimes you hear, don't meet your heroes. These guys are worth every minute of your time and your expense to actually do it. Top-notch people. I look forward to having Demolition Axe, Bill Eadie with us again soon. Barry, like I said, maybe before you make the big trip up to Michigan, we can get you to Boston so we don't have to break the bank completely on the airfare. But
I'll tell you, I would love to. I love Boston, and I really do want a lobster roll. And,
do you?
And maybe way back then, 20 years ago, I thought it was the greatest. Maybe it's not that good anymore.
Kelly's?
Kelly's.
On
Is
the
that right on
beach?
Revere Beach?
Yep.
On the corner.
It's still there.
That's still there. Oh.
You know what? And Teresa's more than welcome to come to it.
Oh.
But whether she's there or not, we'll go to Kelly's on the beach.
I would love to.
Unless it's changed due to coronavirus, it's open pretty late.
This coronavirus is going to be gone here in the next 4 months.
I'm glad you're so confident.
I had one shot. The 26th of this month, I get the next one. But then they told me that now the first shot doesn't work for 2 weeks. I don't know how true that is. Well, I don't have it. I need to be doing that from you guys.
I'm teasing.
But anyways, I would think that pretty much everybody's going to have shots, and this should be gone.
Let's just hope. Is this wood? Knock on wood that by the time November 13th comes, we can have our big live event.
We're going to have it
in Boston.
It's going to be
You're
wide
confident.
open. Oh, it's going to be wide open.
All right, well.
We're going to be able to go to different countries and everything, especially with the shot.
Glantz, what do you think? November 13th, are we going to be able to go live at Memorial Hall?
Yeah.
He says no. So.
How could you not go in November? That's like 2 years of having this. There ain't no way.
Massachusetts has been
I heard July.
Yes.
I heard July everything's going to open up.
Well, the Texas Rangers had opening day, full capacity, 43,000 people.
How many
Sold
people
out.
got the virus, I wonder?
I have no idea. I didn't.
Did they hear anything on Daytona Beach and all that for spring break?
I don't know.
Or Miami? You haven't heard anything bad.
There's been no negative news that I've heard.
That's what I'm saying. So either they're hiding it,
yeah,
or it's not happening.
Let's hope it's not happening.
I don't think it's
I
happening.
just want to get back to life.
I don't want the virus.
I don't want the virus, but I want to get back to life. You know what I mean?
But I got to say thank you to all the fans. Fans are phenomenal. I can't wait wherever we go to shake your hand and meet you. And, now it's got to be, and I used to be the hugger and hug, and, now you really can't do that. But I'd love to see you. And Dan, thanks for having me.
Well, hopefully again we can have you in Boston sometime too, fans. We're running out of time here again, which is always a shame when we have great conversation going. For my good friend Barry Dasso, I'm Dan Marati. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours, be well, stay healthy. Good night.
The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Baltimore Arena in Baltimore, Maryland, Friday, June the 30th, 1995. In the opening contest, Skip beat Doink the Clown. WWF Women's Champion Alundra Blaze retained the title over Bertha Faye. The Smokin' Guns victorious over the Blue Brothers. Sir Mo defeated the 1-2-3 Kid. Bam Bam Bigelow with the win over Jean-Pierre Lafitte. WWF Intercontinental Champion Jeff Jarrett retained the title over Adam Bomb. Hunter Hearst Helmsley beat Aldo Montoya. Savio Vega victorious over King Mabel via countout. WWF Tag Team Champions Owen Hart and Yokozuna retained the titles over the Allied Powers. And in the main event, WWF World Champion Diesel retained the title over Psycho Sid inside a steel cage. If you were in Baltimore live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
The Undisputed Era kicked ass and took no prisoners in WWE NXT. Now you can own this limited edition collector's autographed art print personally signed by Adam Cole, Roderick Strong, Kyle O'Reilly, and Bobby Fish. Also signed by the original artist, Rob Schamberger, one of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Help keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your collection now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. We open tonight's Wrestling Insiders Week in Review with news that the first week in August, we're headed back to Tampa for WrestleHouse 2 to find the next great co-host for our Tuesday Night Wrestling Insiders program. The Indiegogo for this expensive proposition is open for business, where you get to help us bring the show to life. Forget about watching the show. Be a part of the show. It's like one of those immersive rides down at Universal Studios that John Cena Sr. and I are always talking about. As always, you never know what to expect on Wrestling Insider Special Edition every Wednesday night at 10 p.m. after AEW Dynamite. A lot of great content is headed your way this summer. Please make your plans to join us, folks. We love having you with us. If you are looking to add great merchandise to your wrestling man cave or collection this summer, the Boston Wrestling eBay store is open 24/7 with great collectibles from superstars of every era. Along with your purchase, helping keep wrestling legends working, you get an on-air shout-out from one of our featured Wrestling Insider superstars as our thanks to you for helping the team. You can find the link to our eBay store in the description box below. Up next, put the women and children to bed, as it's that time for Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty, as no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll look at the 80s and 90s continues this week. Marty returns looking at the World Wrestling Federation in the year 1990, including the Royal Rumble being in his backyard of Orlando, Florida, a babyface Big Boss Man, the Rockers' feud with Warlord and Barbarian, the Powers of Pain, the Rougeau brothers departing WWF, Bob Orton's non-return, and more. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders. We had fun catching up, I guess, in a supersized episode last week. Jackie was very upset with me. He said every 15 minutes we're going to cut this week. So, Jackie, I apologize.
Oh, that's a new format?
What's that now?
New format?
That's what they asked me to try and do here at the studio, so we're going to do our best. And Jackie is the man to lay the law down.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if he entertained you with some of his jokes earlier. But
I think they're funny.
yeah, all right, well. Anyway, how many pairs of glasses do you own, Marty?
I don't know. And none of them work.
All right, well.
Where's my phone?
Oh, here we go with that again. All right, wrestling fans. The last time Marty was with us, we cracked 1989. We finally made it through that great year. We just kicked off 1990. And we talked a little bit about Tugboat. We talked a little bit about the landscape of the company in early 1990. We kind of got distracted, though, with what I found very interesting was one of the top heels in the company went babyface, the Big Boss Man. After less than 2 years on top as a heel, they decided to take a much slimmer, in better shape Boss Man and make him a babyface. Do you think that was the right call, especially where you had Ultimate Warrior getting the belt that spring and not having many heels to work with?
Yeah, I don't know. Boss Man, the losing the weight, no, I think he did on his own because he was heavy at one point.
Really heavy.
And, and he started looking the better the part. A lot of times the fans determine what you're going to be, baby or heel. And in that time frame, it was just starting to go, well, it was getting closer to a few years after that where they started just loving bad guys. You know, you're out there trying to make them hate you and they're cheering you. And then sometimes no matter, how much you wanted them to like you, they couldn't stand you,
Yeah.
I think of a few examples there too. But I think it was, I'm not sure if his was so much I think it was a combination, getting a little thinner and then the fans, their reaction. But it was probably smart, like you said, because that was needed. It helped out a lot, especially with Warrior.
Well, no, it didn't help Warrior because it was one less opponent for Warrior to work with.
Yeah.
But we're going to get there once we get to WrestleMania 6. But do you think overall, during his run, Boss Man was more effective as a heel or a babyface? He had that great run with Hogan, one of Hogan's all-time greatest drawing heel opponents, as when he was on top as a bad guy, but he had a long tenure as a face.
I think Hogan liked working with him because I don't know if I can. I'm trying to think, did I ever work against Boss Man? I know I tagged with him once, but for some reason it was just like, I feel like there was one, I don't know, maybe I was working with him and just the tag was stiff, but it was.
Well, you worked with him at WrestleMania 5.
Oh yeah, that's right, that's what it was. And he was, as a big man, he was a bit stiff. But I think they were nervous, but I don't, again, I don't want to say what I don't know,
Well, from your observations, do you think, if you were the booker, would you have used him as a face or a heel?
Again, it would have been going. I would have been seeing what the crowd, what they were, which way they were leaning. Because they're the ones, after all, they're gonna. You can't let them call all the spots, but they're still gonna be the ones that, as some people call them, the ticket buyers.
Well, yeah, there you go. Right around the same time, you were involved in new angle, fresh angle with the. Are those real glasses or are they for
They're
decor?
reading glasses.
Oh, they're reading glasses.
They're just trying to match the pants.
Oh, all right. Well, you're going to kill your eyes, I think, if you do that.
Yeah, looking at the cameras, there's 6 of them. And I know we only have 3 in here.
You were in a fresh program with the Powers of Pain. You did interesting, in an angle that only aired in select markets. You were on the Brother Love show, and you guys did a stretcher job for the Powers of Pain to set up 6-man tags. I think it was you and the Rockers and Jim Duggan against the Powers of Pain and Mr. Fuji. Why was that something that was only, do you know why that was only, didn't go national, was only in select markets? That was kind of odd.
The 6-man, you mean?
No, the angle, the stretcher job on the Brother Love show.
I mean, because I don't even remember, so it must have been uneventful. But I'm trying to think, would they beat us and had us taken out? That's a lot of wrestling. When you've had so many matches that you don't remember something like that. Because I remember they one of us once, but that was Madison Square Garden. I think they beat up on Sean, and Fuji got involved with the cane and all that. And but us both getting wheeled out, huh? Damn. Should have done something, but I don't know. I don't have an answer for that one.
Well, your memories of the program as a whole with the Powers of Pain.
I loved working with them. Everybody was like, as far as the boys, this ain't gonna work. You got the 2 biggest, strongest, badass looking heels tag team against the cream puff, little long-haired, cutesy, rockery, 220 and 230 pound guys. This ain't gonna work. Man, we had the best matches. I think we worked with them like 3 months, and it was great every night. I know it was like we had 1 break, maybe 2 breaks, keeping us going from 90 straight days in that particular run, because they kept us on the road back then, and if you're going to work with a couple of big strongs, both of them 300 pounds at the time, muscled up. For 90 days, pretty much 90 straight days, and come out the end of the 90th day still feeling pretty good, not hurting, man. It must have went pretty good, because if it was a horrible, like everybody thought it might be, they would have cut it off short. But and it wasn't even really supposed to go long, a month or so. But it was so good that we kept running and going with it. But man, I loved working with them. That stretcher thing you're talking about must have been when what we did to go, or was that just for that 6-man tag?
Well, the 6-man tag, it was never even on TV. They would just, in some markets, you guys would work regular tags with Powers of Pain, and other times it would be you guys and Duggan against Powers of Pain with Fuji. You kind of varied a little bit.
I guess he just.
Do you remember having any 6-mans?
Oh yeah,
with Duggan.
With Duggan, I remember us, yes, but I just didn't, know which. I think we tagged with him more than once.
Yeah. You guys, for that early period in 1990, it was almost the flip of a coin, depending upon where you were.
Yeah, because we all rode together at one point, Sean and Duggan, and that was, we were going around the loop with the 6-man. I just can't remember who it was. You remember, man? We got like done 4,000 at least. You know, I tried to count it out after a 35-year career. I mean, 3,500 matches is a lot. I mean, you know, in the first half of it, this is not trying to be ugly or anything, but you tend to forget the extras, the enhancer guys that come in, because there's so many of them, and you only see them once. You know, so you tend to forget after a while. You know, after a year or so, you don't. But I was so good about seeing the guys again, and, you know, saying, "Hey, thank you, that was a great match back then," and they would even be surprised, like, you remember. And I thought, you know, why wouldn't I? Then a few more years went by, and a few more, and then I am starting to forget them. I'm like, oh no, you know, the memory. And so that was back, you know, what, mid-90s. now I'm forgetting a lot of stuff, because the six-man tags, what we're talking about right now. I do remember us doing them, you know, with Duggan, because we had some crazy times, you know, with our road trips. I just can't remember hardly any of the matches ourselves, though, you know. And this was where are we at now? 90 or 89?
Early 90s.
Early 90s, yeah. Yeah, man.
But Powers of Pain, they weren't bad to work with. They were smooth.
No, I loved working with them. I mean, I would have suggested we kept going. It was that, you know. I mean, now bump-wise, you're going to have to bump. But that's what you're in the game for. You know, myself, the garden match I was just talking about, I had to go. There's impact moves and there's high impact moves, and I was counting them, how many I took that night, because I did that for pretty much for 90 days. I think it was high impact, which means like Warlord throws me in the ropes and gives me that front push, you know, from the hips, and him pushing me around here and me pushing off his shoulders. Man, I'm a good 10, 12 feet in the air and come down pancake, you know, flat. That's for the front side, and then a backdrop off of him. If you push, you're getting way up there. Another one to the back side, and then Barbarian could catch me no matter how hard and high you jump. He's so strong, and there's 225 pounds at the time, and he catches me, wham, power slam. You know, he was strong enough too on the outside. And when he'd run me into the post, like giving the post legs, he's got me a long ways. You know, when you run a guy into the post, the post don't give. The bodies are what it give. And he would, to keep it from being his weight and my weight, you know, going against the post, he would throw you so just your weight hits it. And man, he could throw me like a good 2 feet. I mean, I was feeling push. And almost like I'm waiting to hit the post. You know, he could throw you 230 pounds shove like that in the air, like he's got your whole body sideways. It's pretty impressive. But yeah, there was all those crazy bumps like that for like 90 days in a row. Some of the bumps I took one night, you know, because sometimes you get so into it, you get lost. You just do it. You're here in the crowd, you're feeling it, and you get lost in that moment. You just keep going and keep going. And Sean was on the side of that. That's enough, guys. That's enough. And, you know, once I got to see the tape of it, I was like, damn, man. To think 90 days of that. But I was going to say, on that particular one, you know, where it had to be about 12, 14 bumps in one quick little sequence. And so I said, Sean, you want to do that the next night? He goes, you take over. He goes, hell no. I'm not doing that. You know, I'll do some of it, but not all of that. But I think, and a lot of the boys agreed, we had some of the best matches. On paper, just looking at it, you were, this is never going to work. But then after you saw it, you're like, God, that's a good one. Keep going with that. Loved working with them. And both of them well, you know both. Have you met Barb?
Very little.
Well,
Warlord was here in studio with us back in December as part of the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. I think the world of him. He was fantastic, good soul,
yes,
good, honest man. You know, we love dealing with them when you can get our hands on someone like that. I'd love to have the Warlord back now. The fans really like the interviews with him. It's another reason for you folks to head on over to patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Join the Boston Wrestling family. Get early ad-free access to all of our great Wrestling Insider shoot interviews and programs like this one. Help keep the wrestling legends working. Access to our DVD library that's been seen by millions online and millions on the Howard Stern Show. Again, Marty, I would love to do this every weekend if the fan support was there. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
we wouldn't have to tape so many episodes. You guys have no idea. Forget about Dr. Phil doing episodes 5 days a week. If you guys knew how many episodes we had to tape in a day and over the course of a weekend, because it's the only way we can afford to do it financially. You know what I mean? But again,
this is showing what
this is July 1st.
This is July 1st.
It's a new month, baby.
Not in Jacksonville yet? No, not yet.
No.
But they, the next time I'm here, so you'll have to see this fat belly because we got 15 weeks. We'll probably get 15 weeks this weekend. So what's that? 3-4 months? It'll be 4 months for you to actually see me looking different than what I do right now, except for a change of clothes. Did you wear that last week?
Yeah.
Week 4?
Week 4, yeah.
But yeah, man, I mean, we enjoy doing them, of course.
It is a lot of fun, but you know, sometimes it can be a long day, and they can be tiring days. So that's why the more fans that help with Patreon, the more fans that head on over to that eBay store and check out all that great merchandise we have with superstars of every era. The Super Chat button during the premieres, that helps a lot. You know, it's like when you go to a bar, tip the bartender $1 or $2. You know, it doesn't have to be large denominations. If everybody did a little, it would help a lot. And again, even the simple things that cost nothing. Give us a big thumbs up. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. If you do that, it lets YouTube know that you're enjoying what we do, and they showcase what we do in our videos to fans that aren't familiar with us yet. And like I've said, Marty, I continue to believe there are millions of lapsed fans from the 80s. There are millions of lapsed fans from the 90s that gave up on it after the Attitude Era and the Monday Night Wars, that they may not watch WWE and wrestling today, but they'd love talk shows like this talking about the quote-unquote good old days.
Definitely. I mean, there's a generation out there for everybody. I mean, I like the new stuff. I still love it, you know, what today, but I see how the people who, loved our stuff kind of drifted out of
right. And why?
The ones, a lot of them too see the stuff today and look at our old stuff and like, so it's just, I think it's where you caught it in your life. If you caught it at a younger age, that's going to be you forever. You know, if you, might be.
Yeah, someday there are fans that watch now that may say this is the best era they've ever seen.
Yeah, and to them it is because they didn't grow up on the other.
Right.
To them, okay, let me see this old stuff.
All right. Before we go to the commercial break, any final memories of Warlord Barbarian in the ring, out of the ring? I know you took some big bumps for some big guys.
Yeah, I mean, I want to put them, me personally, I want to put them as some of the best matches we had.
Really?
I felt like me and Sean had good matches with everybody we worked with. I can't think of a team that was like, we, kind of, go in with,
the Bolsheviks?
Yeah, well, they might have been, damn, why'd you say them? I forgot about that.
Well, that's kind of...
That was only because, Nikolai couldn't bump so much.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. But I understand Mrs. Volkov could bump. Mrs. V, yeah.
I didn't know. I don't know when you want to ask. Morris was great.
The Bolshevikettes, they could take some bumps.
There was who were those Rosales? Who were
the Rosati sisters?
The Rosatis. Were they with? No, that wasn't them.
I don't know. No. But I thought you got to know the Bolshevikettes.
Unless I saw a picture of them. What was the deal? They were cheerleaders or what?
I don't know if they were cheerleaders,
Sidekicks.
but they
perks.
I don't know how to describe them. You knew them much better than I did, but I never saw the Rockers and the Bolsheviks. I don't think those were probably your better matches, but if you look at '89, my gosh, you had Brainbusters for most of the years, then you went on to the Rougeaus for the second part of the year, and then you kind of ended it with the house show loop with the Bolsheviks, and then you went on to the Powers of Pain. Certainly a very different teams.
Did all those in 1 year? Because we did a little story, or somewhat a storyline.
Bolsheviks, you really didn't have a storyline with. You just did a house show loop with them, yeah. Powers of Pain, there was a story, but that went into '90. But just very different teams, the Non-Intelli and the Rougeaus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They, And Bolsheviks, I mean, they were easy enough. It was just they weren't going to have the crowd stand on feet. And Boris, Jim, we'd worked with him a lot in AWA days. So.
Oh, that's true. I didn't even think of that. Yeah. So you had a rhythm with them already.
Right. And he'd bump his ass off. He would bump. And I love Nikolai to death. God rest his soul. And him, it was embedded in his mind that big guys, he was a big old boy, and the big guys don't bump for little bitty guys. So even as he got older, that was embedded in there. He wasn't going anywhere towards the floor. We used to say his bumps looked like a kickstand off of a bike that went in sections, because he'd go down to a knee, to a hip, and then it'll roll down. And then
they weren't pretty.
Yeah, they weren't often either. And then you almost didn't want them to go down, because you got to look around at the crowd like, there's 15,000 people. If somebody's going to see me, you got to help him up a little bit, because he was getting the ropes. And who was like that, of course, and his off topic was Andre. When he go down, he was like, oh no, come on, because you're going to have to help him get up. He used the ropes as much as he could. But that was a big go. His thing on biography, we was talking about that last week, I think. His thing was, his and Macho Man, and Bret.
The Andre one was kind of old. That was from a couple of years ago. That's not fresh.
But that's the one they just been showing recent?
They have showed it recently, but it came out the weekend of WrestleMania 34 in New Orleans, because I remember I kind of had to rush home from the airport. It was on HBO originally, and now I guess it's WWE took ownership of it.
Yeah, maybe that.
Yeah. But excellent piece of business.
Man, all of them are. I didn't see. Only one I wasn't crazy about was Warriors, because they kind of, it seemed like they focused more on the business aspect of, who was cheating who, but money-wise, and they did go into Jim's personal life, but not that much, and I think I know why there too.
Did you see the Dark Side of the Ring episode about him?
I don't know if I've seen. When you say Dark Side of the Ring, what was the one with Bret? Was that Dancing with Shadows or something? That's the only dark.
Wrestling with Shadows.
Wrestling with Shadows. I keep thinking of that when I hear.
Well, that came out in like '98.
Well,
so
I don't know if I've seen a single episode, but everybody seems to love it.
I'll have to send you some links once you get the internet back up and running again.
Yeah, everybody.
We got to get you caught up first on our shows, and then you get caught up on all those biographies and whatnot. Wrestling, but let me ask you this.
Yep.
Do you think Mrs. Volkov enjoyed your matches with the Bolsheviks more than Nikolai?
I don't know. He enjoyed them.
Yeah. All right, wrestling fans, we're going to take a brief time out.
Sucker me in, don't he?
Check out some of the great folks that make things happen. WWE is going back live on the road. It's a crazy time in the world of wrestling. Thank you for being a part of what we do. We'll be right back.
WWE is coming home to Kansas City with Monday Night Raw. WWE is back with Monday Night Raw in Kansas City, Monday, July 26th. Tickets on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insider's in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose
for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. Thank you to our friends at Red Rose and our friends at Noel Salon. I can't believe it. They're moving. They're moving even closer from their old location in Malden. They're going to be here in Melrose. It'll be great for me to go and see my good friends.
I can get my haircut?
If we set things up ahead of time, I'm sure they could take good care of you. It'll be easy. And let me tell you this, folks. If they can make me look semi-decent with this dilapidated body, imagine what they could do for you. Visit noelsalon.com and their new location, not too far from this studio, in Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, where Saturday night, November the 13th, not only do we go back to the 80s for WrestleFest with some great legends of the 1980s, but it doubles as our 20th anniversary show because of all the delays with COVID. You talk about a night with so much energy, Marty. We have these great 80s legends that are going to be there. We have the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow competing in ring. We also kick off our Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive in mid-November. So, I mean, it is just going to be a night of combustible elements. It's going to be interesting to see, maybe if you're there.
What's the date?
Saturday night, November the 13th. We'll have to wait and see on that. Check the calendar. But we're going to have a lot of fun. On July 4th, we want to let you know, myself and John Cena Sr., we're going to have some very interesting announcements for you guys in regards to the Back to the 80s WrestleFest event. Unfortunately, we've lost Road Warrior Animal. He has passed away. He won't be able to join us.
Was he going to?
He was, yeah, and he was going to come to the studio. He wanted to try and test the waters like what you do with the show. Lanny Poffo has left the country. He's wanted to service himself on the beaches of Ecuador and will not be in the United States for the event. Tony Atlas decided to steal.
What kind of service?
First class. Okay. First class. Solo, though. He likes the privacy. Tony Atlas decided to steal the money he was given for the event. We highly doubt that sack of shit will be with us, but you know what? Things could change. We don't know.
Not now.
And Brutus the Barber Beefcake is not going to be with us either because of his wife's birthday. So,
Melissa?
Yes. So a little disappointed in that, where we had him booked for the original event and an airline ticket, but
he didn't know
birthdays come up.
He didn't know that was her birthday when you booked.
Well, but that's not his fault, because you got to remember the original date for this event was April of 2020. Okay. We would have liked to have had a little bit of strutting and cutting, but you know what? That just gives us the opportunity to make the event bigger, better, and badder is the way I look at it. And that's what we're going to do for you guys, because we love you. Again, July 4th, we're going to have some information with myself and John Cena Sr. as we celebrate the birthday of the greatest country on God's green earth, the United States of America.
And it's getting better.
Yankee Doodle Dandy, baby. All right, Cowboy Bob Orton was talked about coming back. He was advertised on some events in early 1990. Obviously, there must have been plans for him to return, but he never did. Any idea why?
Back then, I'm still listening.
No, not with this. No, we're talking about 1990 again now. Any idea why the Cowboy was slated for a 1990 WWF return after 3 years off? After that issue with Morocco and Piper, where the car on the train tracks kind of blew up, and
well, I heard,
that was before you had time, though. That you weren't there for that one.
Yeah,
the car kind of the rent-a car broke down, and the train hit it, and it blew up, and they just kind of walked back to the hotel. And what I thought was even better from that story was when the police finally showed up at the hotel, they got Piper in Morocco, and Orton could hear the noise, and he was nude. So he was kind of reaching out, looking out over the balcony, kind of ribbing them, and he was holding the door open with his foot,
but he went too far, and the door shut.
Oh, well,
and, he was stuck out in the hallway naked. But anyway, you don't remember any of the chatter as to maybe why Orton was going to come back and he didn't?
No. And I don't want to, even guess because it might be way off. Because I was generally, it's negotiating the money thing. It comes out in that. But back then, there was only a select few who got to negotiate. You got what they told you. Wherever you were on the card and however good the house, the numbers were. You get paid by the house.
Yeah, but he didn't come back at all.
Yeah, but he might have been one of those ones that you negotiate a flat fee. And I don't know.
Okay.
But I don't know that. Everybody's different. I heard so many people saying that, Anvil, the whole thing with them dropping, the title to us, was the contract didn't like the numbers or whatever. Which,
well, you know what? Actually, that's going to come up later in the 1990 because I know I did a tremendous amount of research on it. I want to see what you think about it once we get to that point. But
when was it? 91?
No, that was later in 1990.
Same
so
year,
we'll get there in this year. But you know what? I think Bob Orton was very underrated in his prime. I think if you go back and watch Bob Orton now,
I liked
he
him
was
pretty
very,
good.
very smooth.
Yes, he was.
Very, very smooth.
We worked with him as the Rockers worked with him.
AWA?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A couple of times, and man, it was, he's a big boy,
He is, and I got to tell you this. Wrestling in-ring aside, just a treasure to deal with when we've worked with them before.
Yeah.
I mean, if everybody could be that easy. We've had a lot of fun with Bob. My gosh, not only here in Boston, but New Orleans, Dallas, Texas. We've traveled with Bob quite a bit. I remember I sat with his dad
one year. For WrestleManias?
One of those WrestleCon conventions,
okay.
yeah. I sat with his dad one year at the Cauliflower Rally Club because he was friendly with Ox Baker.
That's right.
And you would think their voices were twins.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you do. I thought Bob was just showing up to join us. But the dad sounded just like that. Yeah, how you doing? Yeah.
That's funny. That's
and I remember
they're born with that.
if I'd love to see if I could insert the picture over it, but when we were the poor bastard, when we were in New Orleans, his back went out. And I mean his back went out bad. But again, we've talked about it before. Unlike sacks of shit in Maine, we deal with a lot of professionals in our industry that keep their word. Bob showed up at the convention and he was in horrible shape. And guess who came to his rescue?
Who?
In a picture that almost looked like sodomy,
oh my God.
Bob was face down on the floor flat as Al Snow went to work on his lower back.
You let me find that picture.
Well, let me tell you.
I got a new rib for Al.
Al worked magic on him, and Bob was
in
Bob was in much better condition after I think Al. I don't know if Al's wife is a chiropractor but she does something like that because I know she had to go through his new wife.
He learned, he was pretty good in martial arts, and
Al.
he got involved. They got things where they make the body loosen and different pressure points and all that. He would second what's his name from Michigan, Dan Severn.
Dan Severn, yep.
For a while at the Ultimate Fights, and Al told me one time, he said, well, I started thinking it was a work, when I had led Dan, told him each different style, because he knows Al's real good with it. He knows how the guy's going to come at you according to what discipline he's learned. And Dan listened to him all the way up to the finals. And he tried to tell him this guy's going to come out fast and do something or something. And he said, Dan says, stop it. So let me do what I got to do. And then Dan went out and got beat. And he goes, yeah, there was something up to that. But we don't know. That was just Al. But
an observation.
Yeah.
But I was very impressed that Al had that kind of technique in his brain where he could help Bob like that. Just another story from memory lane for the book, I guess. I'm actually in Al's.
Why did that look like sodomy?
You'd have to see the picture.
Oh, he's scoot way back?
Well, no, Bob is, he's flat on his chest, face first on the floor, and Al is on top of him doing the
I can see
The
that.
back
But you
work.
have to have your mind somewhere to think that, though.
This is, I'm trying to think of what hotel it was at, but I do remember it was in New Orleans. That was number 2, Jackie? Oh, my dear Lord.
Is it all right?
We're flying again. All right, wrestling fans, as the joke man makes his way back to the control room, we're going to take a brief time out, and let me tell you, it is no joke. We've got some great merchandise in that eBay store, folks, and the Patreon. We need you. We need you not just to be friends, not just to be fans, but to join the Boston Wrestling family. We'll be back after this brief timeout.
Boston wrestling sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It was all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now, available on eBay.
As the Demon, he became the first WWE Universal Champion at SummerSlam 2016. Here's your chance to own this limited edition collector's autographed art print, personally signed by Finn Balor, one of only 50 made, direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your wrestling collection now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders as we slowly kick off the year 1990. Marty and I usually do that as we like to go in-depth on some of these stories.
Yeah, evidently.
January the 21st, not too far from your own home, it was Royal Rumble 1990.
Yes, sir. Oh, man, I wish I got them somewhere. I'll send you the pictures.
Of what?
Because, you know, you'll insert for the show.
Oh, you have some pictures?
Yeah. Well,
oh, cool.
That's when I was, no, that had been 96, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So this one, because there was a Rumble there, I think it was 96.
96 was in California.
Rumble?
Yeah.
Okay.
But in this one, you came in.
It was in Orlando once, maybe twice, or just once. A Rumble.
That you would have been around for?
Yeah.
Just one time. They came, I think they were there in 2016 for the Rumble when AJ Styles debuted and Triple H won the title in the match itself. But as far as your tenure, 90 would have been the only year it was in Orlando. It was in Miami one year, too, when you were around.
That's probably where I'm getting confused, yeah. 'Cause I know when it was considered like, your home field advantage.
Right. You entered number 3. You were eliminated in short order by the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase. Any memories of the match itself? It was the night that they kind of kicked off the tease for the Warrior and Hogan at WrestleMania 6. Any memories of the Rumble in Orlando?
The fun part of it, the best part of it, was I only had to wait till the last minute. My house was probably 10 minutes from the old arena, and it's like I said, it's like a home, like for sports. It's home team.
Nice to be in your own bed while you're on the road.
Yeah, you know, and all your friends are going to come, and I didn't really have family there, but all my friends coming, and I can't remember who we wrestled. This is 90,
no, you were just in the Rumble. Yeah, you didn't tag that night.
Oh, that's right. Rumble 91, I guess.
That was when you had the classic. We'll talk about that one in the future. That's worth talking about.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites.
Any memories of that night though? Having Ted toss you early on in the match?
I think I was so excited about being tossed out so fast with all my friends. Home field advantage, huh? You can get out of here. Here, take this briefcase with you. Yeah, not really, because
No.
in the Rumble, for me, the biggest thing about a battle royal is be careful, because that's where I think where the most injuries over all these years I've seen come from are battle royals. Just, you're leaning, whether you're leaning on top of the guy against the rope or you're the guy leaning back on the top of the rope. The guy next to you falls in sideways just a little bit. I mean, you don't know where anybody's coming from. That's why you don't see a whole lot of bumps until the end, because if you go down, you better hurry up and get up because somebody's stepping on you, and sometimes on purpose. But so many injuries can happen in battle royals. Really don't like them. Even though I'll say the ones with WWE, I don't know why. Maybe because the guys are a little bit better than other places. Because when we was in AWA, somebody got hurt every night at a battle royal, and if you're one of the big bunny guys and you get hurt in a match like that, I don't even know, do fans love those anymore? Do they love
The Rumble? That's
but battle royals in
a
general.
regular battle royal. I think as a rare attraction, they can be fun to watch. As Gorilla Monsoon used to say on commentary, and he made me believe it as a kid, the most dangerous match in professional wrestling.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it really is. And then we had this guy who's just shooting back now real quick. I'll do it fast. I think it was 1986. Silo Sam was his name. He was about 7'1".
What was his name?
Silo Sam.
Is this AWA?
Yes.
Okay.
We're going back to 86 real quick. Just because of the Battle Royal thing, and it was funny. He was a big old boy, and he thought he was all that. And Battle Royal time, Kurt came over to me, and he goes, "Get him, just tie him up in the corner. Just hold him right there in the corner, just for a minute." And he was like a country, where the heck you would get overalls to fit a 7'1" guy? I mean, he was tall. And I liked him, but some of the guys he rubbed wrong. Because, I mean, he was really sort of a doofus. I hate saying that, sorry.
Well,
I don't even know if he's still alive, but he's not. Sorry for saying that.
He's
But
a deceased doofus if he's not with us.
What's that?
He's a deceased doofus if he's not with us. Yeah.
And it was funny to me, but he talked about the women he had, a girl at every port, and you look at everything. Now that's where they get the bad reputation of being called ring rats. You got with that, But and then he thought he was kind of, I guess, being that big and seeing everybody else look like ants might play on your psyche. I'm a bad boy. I actually played with him, wrestling.
Oh, okay.
Not like
okay.
that.
Right. Thought we were talking a little Can-Am connection for a second. All right.
I know you was going back to Andy. But I remember taking him down in the dressing room once. Not ugly, not being mean by it, but it was just like, and most of the wrestlers are pretty badass and have a wrestling background.
Mm-hmm.
Silo had nothing. He was just a big boy. And Vern wanted this novelty looking,
I don't remember him.
I'm surprised because
he
he wasn't in, but he probably was in for 3 or 4 months, and it was for the Battle Royals mainly. It was like his idea of Andre.
I started watching wrestling in '86, so maybe he was just finishing up as I started to watch it in the middle of the.
You never saw him anywhere else. I
Yeah.
mean, nobody
No,
else.
I never even heard of him.
Silo Sam. But Kurt says, get him locked up against, just get him in the corner, just hold him there for a minute. And I'm like, okay, why? He goes, you'll see, you'll love it. Oh, man, what's he going to spray some shit on him, make him stop? I had no idea. Kurt was always funny. But so got him locked in the thing, and he didn't mind. He's sitting there like taking it easy for a minute. And it is video. I'll see if I can send that to you. Maybe you can insert a B-roll right there or something. But it is funny because I've got him hugged right, and there's about 3 more feet of human above me standing there. But I back off, and Kurt goes up and says, let's all chop him. I'm like, okay, join in. Everybody's taking turns. And he was like, and he just stays there, so everybody comes and chops him. Damn it. And Kurt had locked his strap to the belt, to the to the rope. He took a lock. He wrapped him around there.
He had a lock?
He locked. He got locked to the top rope.
So how did you eliminate him?
He didn't.
Oh, he had to win?
He might have been going over. I can't remember if he was going over anyway. But
he loved his locks.
No, but they had to go out there with lock cutters and get him off. Yeah, it was a lot
That's
of fun.
funny. That's funny. But going back,
that's battle royals are dangerous.
going back to the Rumble in '90, though, what I find interesting: 17 individuals as of now are WWE Hall of Famers out of 30. That was a hell of a Rumble.
Damn.
17 out of 30 and counting.
Wow.
Well, you're awfully impressed by that.
Well, I just, like I said, I've seen too many of the guys. Couple. Kurt got hurt in one.
Did he?
That's not karma. You're gonna say that's karma. No, and it was the very thing I was talking about. You get hit in the side. I mean, your knees are very vulnerable in those things. And there's nothing you can do. Like if you're pinned up against a rope right here, and somebody falls, gets shoved by. There's people shooting at you from everywhere, and one trips over another one's heels and falls right into there, tear it right out. And
Did Jackie give us the signal to take it home? I don't even remember now at this point.
What?
Jackie, did you give us the signal yet, brother?
No.
No, he didn't. Okay. No, all right. Well, thank you for that. All right, well, thank you even more for that.
Are you seeing ghosts?
Well, he's a joke man. I don't know. Sometimes we lose track where we get so in depth. But let me ask you this one. Royal Rumble 90, early on in the show, it was the Rougeaus and the Bushwhackers. It was the end of Jacques and Ramon in the WWF at that point. Yeah, do you remember why the Rougeaus left in 90?
I know Jacques always wanted to, he was just, I love Jacques to death, Jacques Rougeau. I think he was just, he would go through spells of getting burnt out, wanted to take a break. It could, because he had done that several times before in the short time that I knew him.
Well, they were there for 4 years at that point when they left.
Yeah, and I'd met him first, one of the first matches ever was in '84, somewhere, and he was just coming back from taking a hiatus. Is that what it's called, hiatus? Mm-hmm. And man, what I use words I can't spell. But anyway, he was just coming back because he was getting burnt out, and he'd have to take a month or 2 or 3, and then come back, refreshed. Remember, he came back. He was the Mounties, right?
That was a year or so later.
That was later on.
Yeah.
Was he gone for that?
He was gone for about a year. Yeah.
He used to tell us there's other things besides wrestling in life, guys. This is not all there is. And he was trying to start a business. Might have been to get his business going. I don't know.
Well, you think maybe he was right?
Yeah. And Raymond went on to do the French. The French.
He just got canned not too long ago. So I mean, he had a hell of a run doing the French commentary.
He'd been there that long? Wow.
Yeah. Not to be confused with our friend in the front room, the French douchebag. But
I still don't know.
You know who I mean, the older guy.
Up there now?
No, he was already gone. He left in the French mobile.
I was just saying hi to the guys up front.
No, that's not the French douchebag. Don't worry about that. But were people sad to see them go? Were they generally liked? Were they? Yeah.
I don't think they ever played the baby. Were they at one time babyface when they first came out?
Yeah, when they first debuted, from '86 to early '88, they were faces.
Oh, they had a 2-year.
Yeah.
Because I think as soon as we got there, they were going.
They got a better push as heels, though. That's for sure.
Yeah,
when they put them with Jimmy Hart.
They're giving it so easy to hate.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, Raymond just had a habit of wanting to. He had to take breaks. Not a week off. It'd be 3 months, 4 months, maybe a year. He said it was a year for.
Yeah. Well, at least I don't know what he might have done outside of WWF. Maybe he did things up in Canada. Or,
and I think he was running his own thing. This is as of recent, a few years ago. But I remember him coming back maybe as the Mountie, happy about his break, taking the break off, and talking about, told you guys, so he was doing something with a business. I don't have no idea, a restaurant or what it might have been, but some kind of business. I mean that he felt like there's something else besides wrestling in our lives.
Well, you know what? Good for him if it, was able to provide an income.
It
failed?
For sure. So, but he never heard him talk about it again, so he figured it faded away or something.
Well, did you care that the Rougeaus were gone? Were you friendly enough with them that you'd miss them?
I love them to death.
Oh, you didn't?
Yeah, well, you don't have time to really miss anybody because one leaves, here comes another
Yeah,
one.
here comes another one.
You got to focus on what's in front of you.
Do you think it hurt the division to see them go?
Well, I guess back then, unlike now they're starting to come back to it, but your tag team looks like a tag team. In other words, they look like a team, dressed like. Back then we kind of did. Bulldogs looked like two guys. The Rougeaus looked like two guys. We did. Then they went through a phase where you just had two people thrown together.
And they don't get over.
Yeah, they call them a tag team and then the champions. And they have a few now they're starting to look at it again. Or no?
No, not
the
especially.
Young Bucks, but they were like the new era rockers with AEW.
I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far.
They do.
Well,
I love them to death. I mean, because they showed the most respect when I'd seen them, and I'm sure Sean. I've never been around them with Sean at the same time. I'm sure he loves them to death too, because they got the Christian thing,
I'd like to see them just maybe slow down a little bit and sell a little more and do a little less. And I think I would enjoy what they do more. Because they're outstanding athletes. What they do is incredible. But it's just too much every match.
And I've told them that since 2011, 2012 when I first met them. I said, you were doing so much good stuff in one match. So you could space out. You have 5 different matches out of that one match.
Right.
And you could make the moves you do. They're so impressive, so much more impressive by letting the fans have it, meaning let them soak in what you just did. I mean, if you do a backflip into a double super kick and then flip forward and do another one, I mean, what the hell was all that? I mean, just give them one pretty thing and let the fans have time to go, wow, did you see that?
Let it sink in.
The super kick. Did I just slap myself?
Yeah.
Did that habit?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah.
But, and that almost sounds, I guess, what I said, almost like an insult, but it's more of a compliment that they can do so much.
Oh, they're great.
But they don't need to do everything they know in every single match.
And I'm sure they'll come up with more, but that's beyond the point. The point is you're stealing from yourself and you're stealing from the fans. What I mean by stealing is you're not giving up. The eyes have to keep up with the action, the brain's got to keep up with the eyes. If you're doing one beautiful super suplex off the top rope and you stepped up on your partner's head to do it, that should be enough for everybody to go, oh my God, he stepped up on his partner's head and gave him a superplex. But you give him the superplex and pick him up and double super kick him all in one. I mean, you're stealing from your own self. You just said something great, but the fans didn't really get time to soak it in, and you're doing something else. The only thing they're going to remember is the last move, whatever that might be. All those ones that you did in between, you did like 4 finishes in a damn spot.
And it's incredible that they can do what they do. They're amazing athletes.
Yeah, oh, great.
Like I said, I think
Japan ruined them.
I would personally enjoy it more if there was less in each match, I think.
Oh,
and I think it would make every match they have that much more variety to it. But let me ask you this.
And extend their career because everything wasn't seen in one night.
Right. Well, I know Jackie the Joke Man gave us the signal. Before we go, I want to ask you one more thing.
Yes, sir.
Well, since we got off topic, how would you compare the Rockers to the Young Bucks at this point? They've been around the national landscape now for over a decade. How would you compare the Rockers to the Jacksons?
Probably equal for the time frame. They are us for this time frame because they're not the only ones that do that. Mm-hmm. I still love and enjoy watching even the matches that do too much, but this is not necessary, and it's like I said, it cheats yourself and the fans. But they're the Rockers of today, I guess, kind of thing.
And they're beloved. I mean, they have a fan base that will not quit.
Yeah, I heard that too.
They've had great success in AEW.
Good guys.
I've only met one of them, but as nice as can be.
Yes.
Jay Lethal, when they were all in TNA together, was trying to set them up with us. It didn't happen. I don't know whether it was just because of the dates or whatever it was, but Nick was an awfully nice guy. I've never met Matt, but wrestling fans, unfortunately, it's that time again.
It was that time about
It's that time again. We got to go. We hate to go. We'd love to sit there and talk with you all night, but if you want to make sure we have more great talk shows like this, there's many ways you can help. Give us the big Hacksaw Jim Duggan-like thumbs up. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's absolutely free with over 2,000 free videos. You can share the links to our great interviews all over the internet, all over social media, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. Well, you can't share it on YouTube, but Reddit, Facebook wrestling groups, wrestling websites. Anywhere there are wrestling fans, let them know what we're doing so they can check it out. In addition to that, be a good soul. Don't forget to tip the bartender. The world-famous Super Chat button is open during the premieres. Send us a little tip so we can afford to bring more great superstars into this studio for you. As we've noted, you can find the link in the description box below for our eBay store. We have great wrestling merchandise of superstars from every era. Every purchase helps keep Wrestling Legends working, and it gives you that on-air shout-out that you see from time to time from the legends themselves as our thank you for helping the team. And the main event, most important, as Marty is hulking up over there, the Patreon. Because if you're on part of the Patreon, you're not just a fan, you're not just a friend, you are part of La Familia, the Boston Wrestling family, at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Early ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider weekly shows, including New Jack, the final interviews. You have access to our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online, millions more on the Howard Stern Show. We have Patreon exclusive videos, and just as important, you help keep the Wrestling Legends working. Again, patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Link can be found in the description box below. For my partner in crime, Marty Jannetty.
And I'm going to give them a little spoiler for next week's show.
What is that?
I'm going to give you all this, but I should let you be surprised. Dan will be wearing the same thing right there.
You never know. You never know. For Marty Jannetty, I'm Dan Marotti. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours be well, stay healthy. Good night.
The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Wheeling Civic Center in Wheeling, West Virginia, Wednesday, July the 1st, 1998. In the opening contest, WWF Light Heavyweight Champion Taka Michinoku retained the title over Brian Christopher. Draws beat Savio Vega. X-Pac with the win over Dustin Runnels. In a street fight, DOA defeated LOD 2000. Jeff Jarrett victorious over Steve Blackman. In a submission match, Ken Shamrock beat Owen Hart. Bradshaw with the win over Mark Henry via disqualification. WWF Tag Team Champion Road Dogg defeated The Godfather. Scorpio victorious over Mark Mero. And in the main event, The Undertaker, Farouk and Vader beat Kane, WWF Intercontinental Champion The Rock, and D'Lo Brown in an unsanctioned match. If you are in Wheeling Live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep Wrestling Legends working during the worst of times.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin, Jey Uso, in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made. Includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo in an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now.
Marty's back every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after Impact Wrestling. Don't miss an episode. As we noted, we need your help in creating our next Tuesday night tradition. Indiegogo is the place to go. You can find the link in the description box below as we return to Tampa for WrestleHouse 2 in less than a month's time to tape episodes with 9 featured superstars with some great perks and rewards for you to immerse yourself in the Boston wrestling experience. Keeping Wrestling Legends working is a great passion of ours, as you know, which is why we implore you to join the Boston Wrestling MWF family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Again, the link can be found in the description box below. For example, when Marty Jannetty is here, it turns into 3 very long days of tapings, but it's the only cost-affordable way to do it. Imagine if we could afford to bring Marty in once a month, even once a week, in a much more relaxed environment. It would make great programs even better, in my opinion. Let's make these wrestling greats' lives even easier with a platform like this to simply fly in, share their experiences with you for decades to come, and then go home. That's why we continue to push it and plug it, simply because we need more fans to interact on the Patreon. Or again, we risk not being able to do these talk shows anymore, or at least do them as we do them now. On Patreon, we give you early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders, access to the acclaimed Studio Shoot interview DVD library as seen by millions online, and millions more on The Howard Stern Show. This week alone, we added a brand new Iron Sheik Studio Shoot interview DVD for you to dig into. You get Patreon exclusives, plus you help keep those Wrestling Legends working. Again, patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. The link scrolls throughout the program. Plus, again, you can find it in the description box below. Join the Iron Sheik, Paul Bearer, Kamala, Vader, Demolition, Harley Race, Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff, and so many more wrestling greats telling their stories. Up next, we wrap up this week's Wrestling Insiders Week in Review with John Cena Sr.'s Fabulous Fridays with the always honest, and according to Majo of Ms. and Mrs. fame, the always debonair John Cena Sr. shooting on the Bella Twins and Chyna's situation this week, Marty Jannetty's on-air meltdown, plus an extremely sad Paul Orndorff YouTube video. Here's the father of Boston wrestling. Here's Johnny.
Wrestling fans, welcome to another all-new, well, depending upon when you're watching it, Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays, at least as we premiere on July the 2nd. Dan Marati along with John Cena Sr. Johnny, we're all green this week, baby. That cash is flowing out of your pocket left and right, even into the lights.
Buddy, nothing but money. Go big or go home.
Well, we understand that on Sunday, July the 4th, we're going to be having some big announcements in regards to Back to the 80s WrestleFest Saturday night, November the 13th, from the historic Memorial Hall right down the street here in Melrose, Massachusetts.
Indeed, we are.
I think the fans are going to be frothing at the lips for this event once they hear about it.
All I can tell you is, having been in on the discussions, having seen what you're going to say and do and been part of it, do not, and I mean this, do not miss this.
Well, even the amount of tickets that were sold prior to the virus, when the event was originally slated, our biggest advance in company history with still 5 weeks to go. And you are a smart man. You know usually the most amount of tickets are sold in the final 3 weeks heading into the event. If we ever had that event when we were going to back in the spring of 2020, it could have been a big night. But what with the time we've had to try and pause, rewind, fast forward, and reflect, I think it's going to be even bigger and better. Because it's going to be our 20th anniversary, baby. And if we're going to have a 20th anniversary, I think one thing you and I can agree on, amongst our many disagreements, is that it's got to be big. It's got to be not just a show for fans to go to. It's got to be an event that they're going to remember for eons to come.
Go big or go home, and you know what? I hope you're going to have an anniversary cake there.
Push your face in it. Then once you
Cam
pull it out,
Sagami.
we'll see if the...
Let me tell you, everybody talks about that, and I defy you or anybody. I say it's real, you say, and these other clowns, okay, whatever you say, you know what? I'm all done.
Well, you want to know what, Johnny? It's almost interesting. People who've moved on from your piece, and now they're talking about something a little different out in Las Vegas. Apparently, David Reese has been talking about investing in a gentleman's club called Reese's Pieces.
Only in Las Vegas, it wouldn't be the chocolate candy. It'd be candy.
Johnny, you want to talk about a couple of pieces of work. Your almost relatives are back in the news again, Nikki and Brie Bella. Video surfaced from when they were on E's television show, The Fashion Police, several years back, where they mocked the late, great China, who I, to be fair, also thought was a nice person, but business-wise was a challenge to deal with. And they held up photos of her saying they didn't know if she was a man or a woman. Now, 8 years after the fact, Nikki's very apologetic towards China and her family for these statements. I don't understand why it took 8 years for the apology to come.
Nor do I. All I can say is this, that if you're apologizing, I don't know how else to say this. What is it you want?
Yeah.
What is it you want? Why now? Why not after you did it, 2 years after, a year after, 6 months after, you realize you did the wrong thing? It wasn't part of a storyline. It wasn't it wasn't more like a shoot. Why did you do it? Why? I think you need to say why. Why you did it, we did it, why you said what you did, and now all of a sudden, why do I feel the remorse and the need to apologize? So what's in it for me?
Well, the late Joan Rivers was also part of the fun. She has now passed, so she can't apologize, but she said that it looked like China's vagina had a penis during the same clip. So a lot of bashing went on China on this episode, but let's flip the coin, Johnny. Let's say, a quasi-celebrity like the Bellas went on a television program like that, and they ran off the Bellas' history a little bit, and they said, geez, Nikki, Brie, Bella, the mother, oh, geez, on a piece of paper, they look like a group of sluts trying to pile on to 6- and 7-figure men working for WWE. Do you think they'd want to wait 8 years for an apology?
You know, I always say this. Every time I said it last time, I'll say it again. The good Lord made a statement. What did he say? Before you try to take the splinter out of your brother or sister's eye, go home, look in the mirror, and take the beam out of your own. Talk about false things. Talk about things that aren't real. Talk about all the stuff we need to make us look good. Don't throw any rocks, ladies. Do not do that, because karma is a bitch.
Well, you know, it was hurtful to China's family.
It was very hurtful. It was not necessary. You know, to come out...
She was alive when this statement was made.
I understand that.
Okay, all right.
And why on God's earth would you do this? It wasn't part of any storyline.
I think it was supposed to be, you know, slapstick, ha-ha comedy. Like I said, Joan Rivers was there talking about her female parts.
Well, if it was a China roast, then I understand it. I apologize if it was a China roast.
No, it was a show called The Fashion Police.
I understand that.
Okay.
I understand that. But it wasn't a roast. It was just people making ludicrous, dumbass remarks. And you know what? God rest her soul. If somebody had made a comment about Rivers' family, she'd be all over like a duck on a June bug. The Bellas the same way. Wonderful kids, don't get me wrong. But if somebody had done that, I'm telling you, the mom would have been like, whoa, more TMZ. From an unknown source would come the words, right? You know what? I'm sorry. 8 years later, you're apologizing. You know what? You're begging for forgiveness from who? The young lady that you're asking for an apology can't even hear you. She can't accept what you're asking for. What's done is done. Again, what are we looking for?
And she talked about what a great pioneer China was for all the women in WWE, like she's now all of a sudden some kind of wrestling historian. Give me a break. I wonder what PR firm wrote that tweet for her.
You know what? Do me a favor. I have the utmost respect for both those young ladies.
No, I'm losing it.
The family. No, but hear me out. but I think what you've done is you're degrading yourselves by what you're doing. You know what? You had a great run. You did what you needed to do. You got
sure.
Yeah, but you got where you wanted to go. You know what? Let's leave well enough alone. There is life after professional wrestling. And I said it before and I'll say it again. I hope the board of directors, I hope talent relations says no to the return for the Bellas for WrestleMania, the next two.
Oh, that was also in the news that they continue to directly say they're coming back for those women's tag team titles. And they think the ratings are bad now.
You know what? Daniel Bryan's looking at moving on. The Bellas should look at moving on. It's done. It's over. You did well while you were there. You had a lot of people behind you, literally.
And in the front.
Oh, okay. But my whole thing is, you know what? Leave well enough alone. You want to help out? Come on back at WrestleMania, get your asses beat, and put over the young talent. Do what's right. Forget putting the belts on, because you're not going to draw 10 cents. Nobody gives a damn whether you win them or not, and what kind of storyline you're going to write. Who's going to want to watch it for 2 years? I'm being real, ladies.
Can we find Gilligan?
Who?
Gilligan.
Gilligan.
Put him on the 3-hour tour and have him
There you go.
vanish for a while.
You know, I love those girls. I love those women, I should say. I have respect for the whole family. But there are some things I dislike, and I'm very vocal about it. I get in a lot of trouble sometimes for being vocal, but I'm saying it like I see it.
Well, it is what it is. Johnny, you want to talk about another disaster of a situation that took place right here in this studio. Very unfortunate. We had several days of tapings with the great Marty Jannetty a couple of weekends ago by the time this episode airs. The Friday and the Saturday, Marty was here. He was unbelievable. He was in great spirits. He was fun. He was engaging. He was interactive with the fans. And then what happened on that Sunday, fans, if you haven't seen it already, I made a video to try and explain it. We'll try and give you the Cliff Notes version. I guess the best way to put it would be that Marty showed up in no condition to perform. In an effort not to humiliate and embarrass him, we did not record anything until we spent the better part of 4 hours trying to sober him up a little. We taped a couple of episodes that were so-so. Then, because it was Father's Day and all of the people here at the studio were aghast at what showed up, they went home. So he had no technical help. So guess who had to do everything all on his own, include host? That would be this buffoon right here that actually wanted to try and do everything we could do, because again, you know, it's quite the investment to bring these talents in. Just as we were getting ready to go live for the autograph signing, the Make-A-Wish raffle, and the Hell in a Cell watch-along, Marty was gone again. So I panicked, not knowing what was going on. He lost his phone, so I had no way to call him. He wound up having a great soul, one of our great super fans. He said he needed to go to the store. Unfortunately, it was the liquor store. And Marty decided to have a few beverages unbeknownst to me before we went on the air live for the Hell in a Cell watch-along. And what turned into about a half an hour or so into it was a complete and utter disaster. For the first time ever, and this is coming from someone that dealt with the Sheik at his worst, first time I've ever snapped on the air, I got so angry. To the point where I took his envelope, so to speak, that he claimed he wasn't going to, he thought it was all, that I didn't want him to do the shows earlier in the day, not because of his level of sobriety, but because I didn't want to pay him. So I left the set, I went and got his envelope, and I hummed the thing. But you know what, right now we're getting a cue from the back fans. Take a brief time out, let that digest if you didn't see it, and we'll be right back with more here on Wrestling Insiders. Stand by.
WWE is coming home to Kansas City with Monday Night Raw. WWE is back with Monday Night Raw in Kansas City, Monday, July 26th. Tickets on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insider's in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. Johnny, I'm telling you, baby, every time I see that Red Rose commercial, I think of our visits with Jack Sy and his little sidekick Kingston.
I love that.
I want some Chinese food, baby. I'm hungry. I'm just like the fans are going to be when they get that announcement Sunday about Back to the 80s with the superstars coming in. I want some Chinese food, Johnny. A little Red Rose. RedRoseMA.com. Right down the block from us here in Main Street in Melrose. Great people. People that may have a little bit of the good stuff coming their way soon, from what I'm told.
Really?
But anyway, back to a man that we wish settled for Fabo Pop, Marty Jannetty. Johnny, you know, what it...
You know what? All I can say is this. Marty was an outstanding performer. Marty Jannetty has a great history, has a great mind for this business. He went through a lot of shit. It's the only way I can say it on air. Unfortunately, Marty has had some surgery. Marty has had some unfortunate things happening in his life. The unfortunate part of a portion of this business are the demons that invade the individuals, some of them who are part of it. I can only imagine the pain and the suffering that Jannetty is going through with his two ankles. I can only imagine the disappointment and hurt he's going through with his mobile home being sold and now living, thank God his sister took him in a small bedroom. It's got to be degrading. It's got to be hurting. A man of this stature to be brought down to, kind of like the Iron Sheik. The Iron Sheik, who in my opinion will always be a superstar. Whatever happens, Sheiky baby, you'll be remembered not for the ankles, not for the wheelchair, the medicine. You'll be remembered for who you were, the best in the business when it comes to the villain, when it comes to the Sheik. People know, love that character. And Marty Jannetty,
he'll be remembered a little bit for the medicine.
What's that?
He'll be remembered a little for the medicine after Howard Stern.
Well, but you know what? We all have things.
He had to be somebody to be remembered.
That's exactly right. Yeah. And so, you know, I look at Marty and I say, you know what? Understand it. I'm not in his shoes. I have no idea why he did what he did or how he did what he did. You know, it's kind of the situation where you're on a diet and your friend brings you to a buffet and you say, nope, no, I can't. I'm just going to have a salad. Then he brings you a steak. It's protein, no big deal. Okay, next thing comes fried chicken, and you eat that. You're off the wagon. Somehow we fall. Why he fell that day, I don't know. Only Marty knows the answer to that. I am sure, knowing the wonderful human being that he is, that having heard what you said and what transpired, I'm sure there's some remorse.
Absolutely.
There has to be.
Absolutely.
There
And I
has
do
to
want to
be.
state that every conversation that we've had since has been positive. There was some pot stirrers on the internet. You know, there was another talk show that wanted us to hint, because out of respect to the real Marty, the person that I know is a great human being that right now is recovering from not one but two reconstructive ankle surgeries in 2021, lives in pain 24/7 from the abuse his body went through in the King of Sports, someone that has battled major concussion issues. I mean, that's why I can't be mad at the human being. I'm mad at the situation, obviously. And, you know, what turned into a fiasco and a waste of a day, and lost time, similar to what happened in February at one point. But I cannot be mad at the human being, because, again, he's a good man. He means well. He has a lot to contribute to professional wrestling in the right state of mind. He has a lot to contribute to life in himself in the right state of mind. And that's the Marty that I want to see every time we see him.
And he will, I really believe this, he will get to that point in his life where he wants to be who he was. That whatever the demons are, look, if Jake the Snake Roberts can do it, if Scott Hall can do it, you know, I can go on and on. If the Iron Sheik can do it, you continue to rattle these off. Marty is in a place now where it's difficult. It's difficult. And soon he'll find the spot, he'll find the help he needs, and he will be the man that we all know and love, that I loved with when he was with Shawn Michaels. Those two guys were just crazy. I waited for that. So hats off, Marty. Things happen. We accept that things happen. None of us are perfect. It's unfortunate from what you say, the way it worked out, but it'll all be back soon. Take care, brother. Look forward to seeing you sometime.
Since I do respect your opinion, Johnny, I would say this. Under what conditions could we have the return of Marty?
I think like any other place.
Because I want to stress again how great Marty was on Friday and Saturday. We taped outstanding material for the fans. If we could just get that guy every day for every visit, we'd be golden. But now we have to have this in the back of our minds, and we can't risk scaring off the studio. Not that he scared the studio staff, but making the studio staff want to leave for the day.
Yeah,
and things like that. You know what I mean?
It becomes a point where, you know, it's not professional anymore. And knowing Marty, the professionalism he brings to the business, or brought to the business, and still does, I'm sure people were fed up with that. They couldn't take it. You know, I'm sure that they were back there going, what the hell are you doing?
It was a holiday. It was
Why are you
Father's
having
Day.
this?
Yeah.
We're knocking over this. We're knocking over that. And I'm sure he didn't even know he was doing it.
And
no clue.
The fires that I had to put out here at the studio after the fact, you
And I can
only
believe that.
imagine.
They don't want him back probably, only because
Well,
of
not
this.
exactly in those words, but, you know, they want to have some conditions to it. So.
And I would agree. I would definitely agree to that. I think when you reach this point of falling into hell, that's the only word I can use, when you fall into hell like he's done, and a lot of other superstars have done, I think that you have to put stipulations on that. You know, Vince McMahon, Cody Rhodes, Tony Khan, AEW, TNA, they'd all do the same thing. In order to get back in, show me you're clean. Show me you went to rehab. Show me you came out. Show me that you're not doing this anymore. The danger always exists. And I say this to everyone. The danger always exists that somebody's going to push that little button and you're going to fall off the wagon. The situation when that happens is getting right back on the wagon. And I think that's what happens. So I would think that whatever stipulations the studio wanted, I would think if I were the promoter, I'd say, show me proof. Have you gone through it? Are you clean, brother? Are you ready to do it? Are we not going to have any situations we're going to involve the audience or the people that are here? If I can be assured of that, then I think it's time to party with Marty.
I'll say this, and this irked me, because it did happen during one of the premiere chats. I guess a fan that wanted to be divisive goes, oh, well, you'll sit here and praise Marty Jannetty after what he did last week, but you'll bash Tony Atlas to no end. Well, I look at these as two very different situations, Johnny, I should say. You know, with Marty, he's overcoming again, and there's plenty of photos of it on Marty's social media. He's recovering from 2 major reconstructive ankle surgeries this year. He's in pain 24/7 on top of a body that wrestled in this business since 1984. On top of that, he battles concussion issues. What Tony did was intentional, deliberate theft, taking cash money for a live event appearance, podcasts that he never did, in drawings that we did one of the 2 drawings, I should say, and for a drawing. He's ignored dozens of texts and phone calls. That was done with intent because he has a partner in crime up in Maine that he thinks his $200 Joe Biden Chromebook is going to make the millions up there. And they did a live video on YouTube, on Facebook, that was viewed by 30 people. So I don't know how much success they're going to find up there with it. But I look at them as 2 different situations. That's why I am angry with Tony. And with Marty, I'm very angry at the situation. But I think the world of the human being, because I know what Marty can be when Marty is in a good place. I'd like to think I knew what Tony would be when Tony was in a good place, but...
I can only say this. I don't know Tony Atlas's side of the story. Not that I doubt yours, but there are 2 sides to every story.
Well, I was only giving him $55 apparently when he was coming down for 4 years.
Well,
so
that's okay.
that's a tough night to live on, I guess.
Well, but you know what? Knowing the gentleman the way I do, Tony Atlas, I've done a lot of shows with Tony. We've become very close friends. Something had to transpire for that type of situation to happen, because that's not Tony Atlas.
Well, if in reality he was only getting $55, I would have come once and never come again. So I'll give him credit as far as that goes. I wouldn't have waited 4 years after dozens and dozens and dozens of appearances. I wouldn't have gone on the air and said, every time I'm here, Dan Morella tries to offer me money in advance to try and help me with my mortgage and my bills since Monique has been in the hospital. I wouldn't have put that on video if I were him, if I was going to later blast the individual for robbing him. But I guess only Tony can answer that, not I.
Well, you know, you're not going to like what I'm going to say.
All right.
I don't think this belongs on TV. I don't think what you and I are discussing, that's a private situation between you and Tony Atlas. I respect the both of you. I really do. But I don't think the fan base needs to hear what you're saying or what you're accusing Tony Atlas of. I'm not defending Atlas. I'm not defending you. I'm sitting here giving a fabulous opinion, in my opinion, okay? I think that we deal with Marty Jannetty. That was the gist. You brought in that the fans said, you'll talk about Jannetty, but bash Atlas. I don't think the fans know any more than I know the background with Tony Atlas. Maybe if I see Tony at a show, I'll ask him.
Well, I think the statement that he or whoever is handling his Facebook says it all.
Well, you know what? I'm going to tell you something.
Not that I believe for a minute that Tony typed it, but...
When I first started an account, let's say a Facebook account, I allowed somebody to do that for me. I all of a sudden began seeing stuff up there that John Cena Sr., Johnny Fabulous, never ever wrote. I never said it. And I'm going, what the hell is going on? I call up this girl, this woman who does this stuff. I said, what's going on here? She said, well, you're doing it. I said, no, I'm not. Come to find out, the person that I trusted had the passwords and was putting stuff up under my name. You, when we did the Twitter account, at least you took the picture. You said it was the real John Cena Sr., and it was legit all the way. So all I'm saying is this. As soon as I allow anyone to take control of my social media, I'm asking for trouble. Anytime I allow somebody to open that gate, I need to, and I say this as a friend to Tony Atlas, you need to read what's written. And if it isn't what you don't want said, then make sure that it doesn't appear. Because everything that appeared on that, I'm getting all these feedbacks. Why the hell are you saying this? Why are you doing that? And I'm sitting there with a couple of my wrestling friends in the business, and I'm going, do you ever hear me say this? No. Well, why? And if you've got somebody, whomever his partner is up there, that wants to be the exclusive to Tony Atlas. I'll tell you what, you and I have both been involved with what we call promoters who dance. Oh, here's your 500.
That's kind. Yeah.
Yep, well, they dance, I remember being booked, and you walk in, gee, Mr. Cena, we paid your flight, you came down, we promised you this, we had a shitty crowd, I can only give you 100. Wait a minute, that wasn't what we agreed on. So, all I can say is this. If somebody is trying to make a transaction or trying to get him closed in, trying to be the exclusive agent, I got to get all three stories here. I got to listen to it, and then, as they say, there's yours, mine, and the truth.
Well, like I said, it's out there. Tony's statement that he put on Facebook is there, and then the things that I've said are
But maybe he never
there.
put it out there.
Well, and that would be kind of sad. But I'll say this before I know we have to hit the break.
Yep.
In some of the little snippets that Tony's done, it appears that he's been maybe hitting the Fabo Pop a little too. And if that's the case, I worry about him because I've known Tony since 1993. I don't want to think negatively about him. I'd like to think I've extended the olive branch to him to come back. That doesn't mean I want to be screwed over financially, but it means, if he can hold up his end of the bargain and we can have an adult conversation, I'd like to have him back in the studio.
That remains to be seen.
All right, fans, as we noted, we got to hit that quick timeout like he hits my Joe Ouellette. We'll be right back.
Boston wrestling sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It was all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay.
As the Demon, he became the first WWE Universal Champion at SummerSlam 2016. Here's your chance to own this limited edition collector's autographed art print, personally signed by Finn Balor, one of only 50 made, direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your wrestling collection now.
All right, Johnny, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders, the fabulous Friday nights, the culmination of our week of great interviews. As we noted, you're almost like the father figure when it comes to these talk shows. You kind of move the chess pieces sometimes into place and where they need to be. But there was one more thing I wanted to stress, and this really irritated me because, like I said, sometimes there are fans that think they are life friends of a lot of these wrestlers that they interact with on social media. But as you know, after that debacle we had with Marty during the live show, as soon as I had a chance to decompress at my desk, before I went home that night, I blocked that video so that no one could watch it, out of respect to the real Marty, the good human being that we know. Not to give them any name recognition, but there was this talk show out of New York that tries to do something similar to ours. They tried to play off of the issues we had with Tony a couple of months ago, but they actually reached out to me online and they wanted the video to run on their show. I mean, are they out of their effing minds? Not only, so here's where and this created in small, quick issue with Marty. But I said, the fans and I were talking about it because I guess it was a talk. This talk show has nothing else to do but talk about others' talk shows, I guess. But so I made a remark like I said, not only out of respect to the real Marty is it not going to be shown by me nor anyone else because unless we get hacked, no one else can access the video. I said, we just paid Marty what to us is a small fortune to come in. We're going to give them the footage for free to play on their show so they have some talking points? Give me a break. But what irked me was that some fan played it off to Marty like I was going to sell the video to the highest bidder. I just want to make it very clear. The video is not for sale, and the video is not going to air. So
you heard it from the mouth of the man who makes the decisions. If he says it's not for sale and it's never going to air, I trust him. And as far as the group in New York, you know what? The only reason you would need that video is to create controversy. For bashing either MWF, Dan Marati, or Marty Jannetty. Because when you show that type of thing, you get two types of fans that respond to it. Those that understand and those that go, okay, now let's crucify this guy, beat up this guy. You know what, guys? We're all professionals in this business. Why don't we just leave it alone? Why don't we take something negative and find a way to make it positive? You know why? We all want ratings. Well, he said it. I heard it. You ain't getting it. Ratings ain't happening.
the only time I could ever see us using that, and I've said this to Marty, is if down the road, a few years from now, he gets himself in a Jake Roberts type position where he is doing great, where he is living life the way he should, and has made the quote-unquote comeback story of life. Then at that point, maybe you look back at some of the lows just to show people how great they're doing at that time. You know what I mean?
I would agree. They did that with Jake Roberts.
That's one thing.
They did.
But to try and air it a week later,
no.
Please.
It's a disservice to Marty Jannetty, a disservice to you, the MWF, Boston Wrestling, Dr. David Reese, and most importantly, the 95,100 people that pick on that site to look at what we have. It's a total disservice to them. It's called disrespect.
I don't know if it was more insulting or pathetic, or maybe a little of both.
Probably a little of both.
All right. Well, speaking of something that certainly was hard to see, very different than Marty, was a man that was going to be with us at the Back to the 80s WrestleFest at Memorial Hall in Melrose, November 13th. The video put up by the son of Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff. I'm not quite sure why they wanted to put that up, unless it was to maybe show, it wasn't explained, but maybe to show what is gone on as a result of CTE and concussions. But obviously, Paul won't be with us November 13th. I can only hope at this point, based upon that one small minute of video, that, you know, Paul's day-to-day existence can be better than what we saw in a hospital gown with a mustache and long hair and eating what looked like salt packets.
Well, he's eating pepper.
Pepper, is that what it was?
He ate his son said to him, he said, "Do you want some?" And he handed him the packets, and his son said, "Dad, you're giving me salt and pepper." And then Paul shook the packet, opened it, and dumped it in his mouth and started eating it. And his son said, "Dad, you're eating the pepper." And he asked him if he remembered wrestling, to which
he didn't even respond.
But there was no, it cut too soon. You know, I can only say this. I brought tears to my eyes, I'll be honest with you, because I sat in this very studio with Mr. Wonderful
More than
Paul
once.
Orndorff. Yep. And we
The
did
man's man and a good man.
Beautiful interview with a wonderful human being. What a great person he is. You know, some of the fans say, I think everybody's great. You know, Don Quixote, no matter how bad things were, always saw the good in everyone. If people would do that, it'd be a beautiful world. But he's a great guy. And to see what I saw, reduced to a shaking hand, earring, long hair, mustache, I think what he's trying to say, his son, is even the biggest and the best can get sick. Even the biggest and the best are attacked by this disease of the brain, Alzheimer's, whatever it is. Please pray for Paul Orndorff. You know, there's no say, let's pray he gets better, because with the situation that I saw, I'm not a physician. Dr. David Reese would probably be better at this than I know he would. But it looks like it's downhill.
He looked like he was in some kind of a hospital gown, so I'm going to guess he's in a facility.
It's in assisted living. It looked like assisted living. And it can't get any worse. It can. It probably will. I don't know if his son, because I read all the comments, why are you doing this? Mr. Wonderful should be remembered for who he is. You know, that's true, but you also need to see the human side of Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff, to what happened to this man who was the man, who was denied several things in the WWF, WWE. You need to see this. There's a human side and a superstar side. And what we are now seeing is the frailty of the human being. What happens when we age and go the direction we're going to go. God has been good to some of us. God has been good to everyone, I guess. Just certain things befall us. God bless Paul Orndorff, certainly in my prayers. I know he's going to be missed. I wish he was in a state where we could do a quick Zoom with him at the anniversary or even here on this show.
Like I said, at this point, I can only hope, it doesn't get any worse than what we saw.
He looked pretty bad. Do you know who I am, Dad? Yep, I love you, Dad. I know. It was like the incoherency and the ability to try to reason was in and out. But then when he ate the pepper, I said, well, he must have thought it was candy or whatever.
It may be a wake-up call to those with CTE that have suffered major concussion issues over the years, or what may be, unfortunately, will be the end for many of them.
Well, he's lost a lot of weight, Paul.
A lot of weight, yeah.
So I don't think it's all concussions. I think as age advances, with the concussions that he's had.
He did have cancer, that's true.
There you go.
Yeah.
So I think that a lot of that is playing into what's happening. And if the cancer has reoccurred at any point, nobody knows what part of the body it's at. And plus, as age hits us, Alzheimer's is a situation that strikes like an arrow in the dark. And Paul Orndorff is just such a Mr. Wonderful, is wonderful. And I just hope his son and his family holds him in the esteem that he needs to be held in. No more videos like that unless they're necessary. Show us one with Paul laughing and smiling, even where he is now. And let's remember Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff, the man that we know. And also thank you for letting us see the frailty in the human being. I think that's important. Enough's enough.
Well, fans, if you ever do want to enjoy the full-length Paul Orndorff studio shoot interviews we did, John and I and the Jackal did an individual, a long shoot with Paul, as well as the WrestleMania 1 roundtable, which was a lot of fun, which was the three of us with Orndorff, Bob Orton, and the Iron Sheik. They are available ad-free on patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Help keep Wrestling Legends working. The link can be found in the description box below. A lot we didn't get to cover this week. We will be back next Friday night, though, as things continue to be fabulous as the summer heats up in July. For Mr. John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Marati. Let us know what you think of this Sunday's July 4th announcements for the Back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday night, November the 13th, at Memorial Hall in Melrose. Happy 4th of July. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Sundome in Tampa, Florida, Wednesday, July the 2nd, 1986. In the opening contest, King Tonga beat Moondog Spot. Jim Neidhart with the win over Joe Murto, replacing David Sammartino. B. Brian Blair defeated Moondog Rex. Harley Race victorious over Brickhouse Brown, who replaced Scott McGee. Ricky the Dragon Steamboat beat Jake the Snake Roberts via disqualification. Mike Rotundo and Danny Spivey drew the Dream Team. The Haiti Kid with the win over Butch Cassidy. And in the main event, the Junkyard Dog defeated WWF Intercontinental Champion Macho Man Randy Savage via countout. If you were in Tampa Live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's
It's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marati.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It was all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this limited edition Bailey autographed Rob Schamberger art print, one of only 50 made. A great addition to the collection of any Bailey fan direct from WWE. Also comes with a mystery autograph photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now.
Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. As always, interesting insight from Mr. Cena. Don't forget, all new episodes of Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays premiere at 10 p.m. Eastern after SmackDown. It's going to be interesting. WWE is going back before live crowds this coming. Is it this coming Friday night? My gosh, my brain is so fried right now. Or are we talking 2 weeks? I think it's not this week, but the week after that. So it's getting close to having the fans back, and we're looking forward to having all of you fine folks with us Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose. Don't forget, we're going to have some news with myself and Mr. Cena tomorrow on America's birthday itself. Let's keep doing this, though. The Wrestling Insider talk shows 7 nights a week. Again, hit up the Indiegogo campaign. The link is in the description box below. Go to the campaign after this program. We're trying to find a new co-host for our Tuesday night Wrestling Insiders after Tony Atlas took the cash and abandoned ship. 1 month from now, I'll be in Tampa chewing the fat with one of 9 featured superstars we'll be taping content with. If you had fun tonight, and I know you did, or you wouldn't still be here, please give the video a big-time thumbs up and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Folks, it is absolutely free. It does not cost you a penny. It lets YouTube and all their algorithms and computers and employees know that you're enjoying the content. They showcase the video to more and more fans that haven't seen us yet, and there are millions of fans that don't know we exist yet, but I continue to truly believe from the bottom of my heart, like you, once you found us, you love us. You love us. You want to give us a big hug. Come on. Even though it's probably much warmer than where you are than it is here in Boston at 60 degrees, we could use a hug. Believe me, it's been a long 20 years. Believe me, it's been a long 20 years. Like any high-quality human being, folks, so there goes the voice. If you had fun tonight, don't forget to tip the bartender using the amazing Super Chat button on YouTube. It's that little gray $ under the premiere box. We had a big week of news. Some of it we've announced, some of it hasn't been announced yet. Every little bit helps. It goes a long way indeed. Again, the Boston Wrestling eBay store is open 24/7 with great rare items from superstars of every era. Every purchase not only helps you keep wrestling legends working, but it gets you an on-air shout-out for helping our team. The link to the eBay store can be found in the description box below. Finally, we need you guys to go from being our friends, from being our fans, to becoming Boston Wrestling MWF family members over at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, where we give you, and I want you guys to say it along with me. I want this to almost turn into the Paul Heyman promo. You get early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows. You get access to our world-renowned Studio Shoot Interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online and millions on The Howard Stern Show, including a brand new full-length Iron Sheik Studio Shoot Interview DVD that was added this week. Cough, cough. Wink, wink. Perfect time to join. And you get the knowledge, along with the Patreon-exclusive videos that you, yes you, are helping keep wrestling legends you know and love working. You'll also have first crack at tickets to our Back to the 80s live event in Wrestling Fanfest, Saturday night, November the 13th. At Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. How can you join us again? You can find the link at the description box below. Head on over to patreon.com/Boston Wrestling Fans. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I won't lie. Sometimes it's copy and pasted into a script, but it feels like the ending of the old Saturday night's main events on NBC, because even though we have to say farewell, we really don't want to. We'd love to hang around all night and chew the fat and talk. I've been trying to think of a way to try and come up with a show where we can do that, but it's difficult for me to try and do it live where my schedule is so insane, as I am busy producing for you guys 7 days a week. Would love to hear your feedback on that and all of this week's episodes. We have another big week ahead again with those announcements coming on America's birthday, July the 4th. I love the 4th of July, even though it's going to be 60 degrees or so again here in Boston. Again, for those that may have missed the news, we're back in the traditional time slots with the Wrestling Insider talk shows, which is after the primetime wrestling show of the night, Monday through Friday. Monday at 11 p.m., 10 p.m. premieres on Tuesday through Friday nights. We can't produce the shows without you. You know it. I've told you before. I'll say it again. You guys, you keep the wheels on the car turning, baby. You know, it's like Fred Flintstone in those old stone cars. You got to move the feet. You got to move the feet. I don't know. I know we can do it because you guys are the best. We had another stressful week. We had some little sabotage going on. We had people trying to solicit footage. We had Marty Jannetty appearing on other podcasts talking about the quote-unquote scandal that took place. It's a very interesting time for us as we continue to find ways to keep the family growing. And again, how can you make that happen? All those things I mentioned, the Patreon, the eBay, Super Chat, liking, sharing, subscribing, commenting. But that Indiegogo campaign now, through the first week in August, we are going to try and find a new in-studio co-host to join me on Tuesday nights, because I don't think Tony is going to come back. And even if Tony decided he wanted to come back, at this point, I don't know if I'd want him to. I don't like theft. I don't like being lied to. I don't like lies being put out about me on social media that my kids can find. I don't like that at all. But anyway, until we speak again, folks, enjoy your 4th of July weekend. And I stress this, don't be a scumbag like the drunk driver that hit me and destroyed my body. If you want to enjoy some adult beverages, rock on. Have fun, have a great time, but do so in the comfort of your own home or have someone sober driving you. Trust me, the impact you can have can cause yourself or someone that has nothing to do with your poor decisions lifelong damage, as I sit here in pain right now because of some asshole that decided to get drunk and get behind the wheel of his pickup truck and almost kill myself, the Iron Sheik, and Commissioner Von Johnson. With that said, on a more positive note, love you all. Good night from Boston.
The World Wrestling Federation was live in Portsmouth, Rhode Island, Saturday, July the 3rd, 1982. In the opening contest, Pete Sanchez beat Jose Estrada via ref's decision after the time limit had expired. Salvatore Bellomo with the win over Fred Marzino. Tony Garotti defeated Johnny Rodz. S.D. Jones victorious over Duke of Dorchester Pete Doherty. And in the main event, WWF Intercontinental Champion Pedro Morales retained the title over Cowboy Bob Orton. If you were in Portsmouth Live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep wrestling legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out.
Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view, watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times